What did that person say? Just type in Gimli Patterson footage. Gimli Patterson footage. GIMLIN type in PATTERSON. Have you ever seen that footage before? You've never seen Gimlin Patterson footage? Dude, why do you call it that? No, it isn't. There's nothing criminal about it. A conspiracy is an agreement between two or more people to commit a criminal act. This has nothing to do with that. If anything, you could call it, if anything, I'm telling you, no, I'm telling you, no, no. I'm giving you the legal definition of a conspiracy. A conspiracy is an agreement. You're just saying the word we use for anything that's discredited in the mainstream. Well, I mean, that's what it is. And I can't stand that because there are a lot of things that like have turned out to be true. Like the fact that we had foreknowledge of Pearl Harbor, or the fact that Area 51 exists, or the fact that coronavirus allegedly came from Wuhan. Those are all yeah, show me it. I want to see it right now. I'll look at it right now if you send it, or just tell me what it is. So just you look for it, and do you think they got banned? Oh, that's amazing. Yeah, Discord. I'm gonna look at it. Oh yeah, it was California. It was Northern California. On the Oregon border though. I've been to San Francisco, and yeah, um, yeah, no, nobody goes there except to see the redwoods. But no, I've not seen them. I agree with you. I've always felt the same way. Isn't it like Greek to mean like I found it? but look up its language of origin. Told you, bitch. Dog. Yeah, and I got it 100% right. B. No, I will in a second. I need approximate. I know you found it. Right, because you just sent it to me. Why would you look at it? You sent it to me. Hold on a second. Do you think so? Do you think they should be called the woolly mammoths? Do you think they should be called the woolly mammoths? All right, just one. Mammoth could just mean big. All right, Roger. Can you hear me? I recognize that. I had. Okay, hold on. I really like what you sent me. Stego mastodon, American mastodon, woolly mammoth, imperial mammoth, South African mammoth. I like the mower theory. Do you have? Do you know what the television show Sesame Street is? No, dude, Sesame Street. Yeah, he is. But Emma's works different. Okay, so I'm looking. cave at their Bigfoot Catskills, Smoky Mountain Bigfoot. Mississippi Skunk Cave. Okay, what is this? Oh, no. So do you know what Snuffleupagus is? Guess what? Snuffleupagus is not an elephant or a woolly mammal. Snuffleupagus doesn't even have ears. Did you know that? Did you know that Snuffleupagus doesn't even have ears? No, they said that he doesn't have ears. Sesame Street put out a press conference. Yeah, bats. I don't know. I just made that up, but I don't think they have. Oh yeah, they have ears. Bats have ears. Um, let's look it up. Are there any mammals that don't have ears? All mammals have ears in some form, except some mammals appear earless because the pinnae are smaller absent. Earless seals, moles, golden moles. Many species of moles have very small external ears, adapted for their underground habitat. I was going to say moles. All right. Um, do fish have ears? Do fish have ears like any fish? Yes, fish do have ears, but not like mammals. Fish do not have external ears, no pinnae, but they do have inner ears that allow them to detect sound, balance, and orientation. I did not know fish had ears. Did you know this? Wait a second. That means dolphins have ears? Right. Oh, yeah, they just have like small openings on either side of their heads that lead to their inner ears. They have a specialized back jaw that primarily receives sound through their lower jaw, which contains a special type of fat that conducts sound vibrations directly to their middle ear. This is especially useful for underwater hearing. Do you know? Hold on, let me look this up if this is true. See, dolphins rate. Oh, that violates their. Do dolphins rate? This is for research purposes for a project for school. Do dolphins rate? Question mark. Yeah, they do. They do. Yes, some species of dolphins, particularly bottlenose dolphins, have been observed exhibiting aggressive sexual behavior, including forced copulation, and the wild male dolphins have been known to form alliances and isolate female crowds and gang them, sometimes coercing them into mating. These behaviors, while disturbing human sensibilities, are part of the animal's natural and potential strategies and environment, not guided by human concepts and consent. Would you like more information on no, I asked it and said this content may violate our research policies. It didn't give it to me, and then it did. It's known as coercive. Oh, I can get it to do that. Hold on, is it that song? Making my way downtown. Is it making my way downtown? Okay. So you wanted to read me those lyrics with uh, what's the subject? Do you like? Do you, what are your thoughts on? I got those. He said, "See you later, boy." And then Evelyn. Do you, Doug? No, that girl hasn't been since skating. Chill out. I think that Avril Lavigne is a fashion icon. She's like the one. Okay, name one female skater, right? Like, no, nobody is. No, but name, yeah, no, but she basically had this like, uh, she had a song about skater boys, and that gave a lot of girls the opportunity to like go around and like kind of get coffee and like I don't know, wear like heavy makeup and black. I mean, that was kind of like black and pink. That was like her deal, and she made that cool. Yeah. Okay. What are your thoughts on Katy Perry going into low Earth orbit, not really space? Did you hear? Dude, what's this one? Hold on. Jeff Bezos. What's the truth of Jeff Bezos getting NASA to change the definition of what an astronaut is very early, or like just before his fiance and future wife, perhaps, um, went into space with Katy Perry? What's the story on this? They claim that Jeff Bezos influenced NASA to change the definition of astronaut. is not accurate. Hold on a second. July 2021, the FAA updated its criteria for awarding commercial astronaut rank. Previously, individuals who flew above 50 miles to U.S. could receive these wings. The new policy, however, requires the crew member to demonstrate activities essential to public safety. Blue Origin's recent flight in Astronaut 6 on April 14th, as mentioned, they flew up. Despite the mission being hailed as a real milestone for commercial spaceflight, the FAA did not officially recognize the crew as astronauts. That's because the flight is autonomous and the passengers do not contribute to flight safety or operations, which aligns with updated criteria. Okay, hold on though. What is Blue Origin's definition of an astronaut? Blue Origin does not have an official one. Okay, U.S. government. Okay, okay, I'm down for that. I think that could be very successful. All right, I you didn't even congratulate me on watching all the Kill Tonys from the beginning. That's absolutely true. That is absolutely true. But thank you. It took longer than I thought it would. No, there are people who like who yeah, there aren't that many people. There aren't that many people who've done that. But what there are a lot of people who get really like their life isn't going well, and they have this dream of becoming stand-up comedians, and they're gonna move to Austin, so they watch them all, so that they get all the lore, and then they go to Austin and sign up for them. I'm not that kind of guy. I'm just diehard enough to watch them all the way through. And when I watched them all the way through, I had this like longing to want to do it again. Like it was like um, I don't know, like in Forrest Gump when he runs across the United States and then he just like turns around and does it again. Um, I I mean I like these other pirates. You know, I really like the early ones, and um, I don't know, they're just like really innocent. They're like, you know, they just don't know that they're going to be millionaires, and I think there's something cool about that. And then you get to meet William in his first, you know, when he first is early on it, and then he just becomes like a regular and everything. Um, right, and there's this funny thing that happens in it, which you would know as its second biggest fan, but I wouldn't, because I am. Okay, so here's what it is. You know his girlfriend? No. He's um, yeah, he doesn't want to talk about it. Anyway, come on. Um, yeah, Erica. That girl. She she dated another comedian before William, and then that comedian was on Kill Tony, and basically was like, "Yeah, I found out that my girlfriend was like basically cheating on me with some other guy here." It wasn't exactly that, but the way they found out was this. William Montgomery said that he was doing like acid at some girl's, at somebody's grandpa's house in Reseda, which is a neighborhood in Los Angeles. And this comedian that they're like, yeah, and I thought that was weird because my girlfriend's grandparents live in Reseda, and or my recent ex girlfriend or whatever, and I saw her here, and I put two and two together, and now I see that they're dating. And he was really funny about it, and so then they were like, what's that big guy's name? What's that one guy from Macon, Georgia's name? Who nobody thinks is funny? He's who? No, Macon, Georgia. Um yeah, David Lucas. David Lucas is like, I'm gonna have you on the podcast because that's a really good story. Basically, that I don't know if that's okay. You got me. That's absolutely right. So when I first, all of his jokes are in the booty hole, and Tony's homosexual. And did you know that Tony was married? He like never talks about it. So he was married to this model, and it seems like they have like a really kinky sex life. Anyway, I'm not exactly sure what happened. I think he was married for like 3 years of the show. But I mean, wouldn't you be like, I would start making fun of his wife. Like, I would start like, if we're gonna do roast battle, I'd be like, yeah, like, your wife's got to wear a strap on to please you, like your boyfriend, or whatever the stupid thing is that we're doing to make fun of each other. But nobody ever made fun of his wife. Um, it was very funny. Todd Segura was like, "Wait, you got married?" And Tony's like, "Yeah, yeah, it's not something we talk about." She's like, "Wait, you're my friend, and you didn't even text me that you got married?" He's like, "Oh, yeah, next topic, next topic." Um, it was just really interesting because like he not not on his Wikipedia. It's just like very hush hush. I don't know. I'm in agreement with you on that. No, I'm in agreement with you on that. Will you never see her on the show? Okay, so here's there's this one guy who I really when I first started watching the show. Okay, the first episode doesn't happen, but episodes 1 through like 52, his guy's name was the Iron Patriot. Have you heard about this guy? If you haven't, I'll tell you about it, which I'm sure you don't care about. But all right, so this guy was. Have you ever seen? I mean, maybe you have, but like maybe just even on TV or something. On Hollywood Boulevard, they have like celebrity lookalikes. So they'll have like Superman costume guy and like Wonder Woman, and they have this guy who looks like Iron Man. Have you ever seen these people? Okay, so Hollywood Boulevard is like infamous. It should be really really nice, but it's not. Okay, so right in front of it's called the PCL theater now, but it used to be called Grauman's Chinese Theater. It um, they had this is where they have like the finger, the hand in the hand and footprints in the concrete. You know what I'm referencing? Okay, so celebrities used to take their hands and put it in concrete, and then people would go around and put their hands in those hands. It was a big thing that was done in like the 50s and 60s, and then that eventually became the Hollywood Walk of Fame kind of deal. It's not exactly that, but you know, and then you've got the stars on Hollywood Boulevard. You know what I'm referencing? The stars? No, they weren't really deep, but they used to. It was like in a spot where like a lot of tourists were, and they would bring a lot of tourists in. Um, yeah, yeah, but then in the middle of the sidewalk, they were they're like in a like a like a courtyard. Anyway, so they have like Marilyn Monroe and like James Cagney and all these people. All right. Anyway, so starting in like I don't know exactly when, but around the late '90s, early noughts, people started going down there and dressing up as characters like Superman and Batman and all these people, and get their pictures. People go there, especially tourists, to get their pictures taken with these like action figures or lookalikes of people or whatever. And one of these people who would go down there, his name is the Iron Patriot. Now, this guy has been really weird, but I don't know why Tony and Red Band let him on the show, but they let him on for like 50 episodes. And what this guy would do is he bought this $5,000, $6,000 Iron Man suit, which is like a really good suit from some guy in like Norway. And he would ride the bus every Monday to kill Tony, and he couldn't sit down. So that's why he took the bus so that he could stand the whole time. And he would essentially play security on the show, even though nobody cared about him. They just called him the security guard. All right. So this guy he was like the band before they even had a band, and he would make really weird comments about people. And like, let's say someone was going to be on the show, he would just memorize their Wikipedia, and he would like ask them all kinds of weird questions about, like what it was like to be in a certain movie. He just would like memorize it from other people, and he was really weird. The reason why he got kicked off the show was there's another podcast called Getting Doug with High, starring Doug Benson. And okay, so I wondered, okay, what happened to him? Okay, so that's why it's not like a film. Okay, that makes sense. Um, I don't know if that was such a good move by Doug Benson. That could be a really big podcast, but anyway. Um, oh, I know why. Because you can't show marijuana use on YouTube. Yeah, they make it 18 plus, and then they demonetize it. It's an issue that Joey Diaz is running into right now. So that's why he went to Patreon. Or else, well, like when Joe Rogan has people smoke weed on his thing, he doesn't get the money from it. So he doesn't have, they don't show it anymore. It's just like that. Yeah, I think that they potentially lost their revenue from it. Or to make it 18 plus, something like that. I know, at least in the older days of Kill Tony, it was about $100,000 hit. So per episode. All right. So what happens in they were on getting dug with was getting dug with high, and Red Band and Tony, they're just like normal guests on that show. And the Iron Patriot, after the show, said to Doug, "Hey, like you should really hire me to be on your show. I could kill Tony, and be on your show." And of course, Doug was like, "No, the creepy guy." And um, and Tony and Red Band found out about it, and they were like, "You're done." So 150. So they let him back on for the 100th episode, and he came back and whatever. Okay, on episode like 251 or something, the Iron Patriot guy comes in without his suit and charges the stage and scares the shit out of Tony and Red Band to the point where they thought they were gonna, like he was going to do a shoot. And he just comes up and just waves in the camera and then leaves. But ever since then, they've totally cut ties with him. Anyway, I used to like this guy because he was just really quirky. Yeah, they could make fun of it. I don't know. It was just the early days of Still Tony that they were like innocent. And I don't know. I just liked them uh, when they were just like, it was just like a startup. Like right now, it's like very corporate. They've got all these sponsors and they've got like a big band. All that stuff's cool, but it was just like the early days. Like it's kind of like I like the early days of Joe Rogan, where they're just sitting there, talking about like the fleshlight and like how to clean fleshlights. And they wouldn't do that nowadays, but then they got Fleshlight as a sponsor, and they got all these other sponsors, etc., etc. Anyway, there's some of those that I like. Oh, you know what I watched? Just recently finished like over the weekend. They were only like 20. They're only like 20 episodes this far. Is the new Joey Diaz? I think it's called the Church of Heaven and what's happening now in the New Testament or something like that. And Joey's on there, and he's like, "Look, God, I don't know what we're gonna do." He's like, "YouTube, people are saying we changed with this new podcast because we don't smoke weed and we don't listen to music, and all the other ones, the old ones, we did." But you have to understand, YouTube has gotten so strict now that if we do that kind of stuff, they make our podcast 18 plus, and we don't get monetized. So we can't do any of that stuff anymore. So they're talking about just taking it to Spotify and just having it be on Spotify, which I hope they don't do. I like that they. Right. I mean, I think that you can't. It's something about you can't. Well, it shouldn't be. They talk about doing edibles all the time, which I think is fine. But I think it just has to do with. Well, they're even. That could be. That's what they say. I'm eating an edible. I'm eating a gummy. But then they no, because then they talk about how many milligrams or whatever THC is in it. So I don't know what the rules are. Right? They're like we can't. We can't. I think so. That's exactly right. That's exactly right. So I'm not exactly sure, but I just know that there's like a thing on their YouTube that or on dude. I think I've seen a lot of Asian people do. Yeah. Um. I do. Yeah, but I see some female, especially like streamers, and they vape all the time. They're like always vaping. And um, yeah, I do. But I think the male population is much more. Dude, I'm telling you about it's women kind of see it as a drag thing. Dude, I'm telling you, there's this subreddit that is so funny that if you at all follow the Joe Rogan verse, which you do, you have to check it out. It's called the Fighter of the Kid, and it's it's kind of like my favorite piece of news. And you're not going to get it at first, but okay. So there are two guys, Brendan Schwab, who is a former MMA guy, and Brian Brian Callen, who is like Joe Rogan's one of his best friends. And basically, they have this podcast that is just dying, and they have to buy all their views. They have nothing to talk about, and they're moving from LA to Austin like this month. And if you go into the I'm telling you, don't watch the. I've never watched um, any of their podcasts, but I read what people write about them on their Reddit, and it is so funny. It is so funny that their like entire audience, their entire fan base is just turned on them. It's very very funny. So you have a chance. Do you know that William? Go ahead. The fighter and the kid, but don't like. Here's why it's funny. They the UFC guy is just like this goofy dumb guy, and he'll be like, "Oh, The Godfather, great movie, never seen it." Like he'll just be like, he'll tell you something and it's completely wrong, or he'll be like, "Oh, I can't stand when guys talk about their kids," and then he'll spend the next 20 minutes talking about his kid's t-ball team and how he's such a great dad, and like his wife's like basically like cheating on him, and she's just like an Instagram model, and she just it's just like, and then Brian Callen, who you probably have seen, he was on Matt TV, he was on I think like he's been on a bunch of shows. Um, I think he was on like Fresh Up and not Eric Andre, not Kid Larry, right? No, let me see Is it on YouTube? I'll have to check it out. Anyway, this okay. But I I did too, man. Like backwards and shit. There, there are not a lot of outdoor ones. Dude, I can't stand it either. Dude, I completely understand. 100%. All right, two other things that I can't stand about YouTube similar. Um, okay, whatever. Okay, well, one of them, I was watching Lex Friedman, and they had the guy who is in charge of YouTube search. And, Lex is like, you have a really big role. Like, what you, what, I did, I agree. I was screaming at the fucking monitor at the laptop, like, fuck you, man. You suck at your job. Your kids hate you. Like, um, okay, so this guy's on there, and he's like, yeah, I mean, when you're watching a video, let's say you watch a video and you watch like two or three or four of these videos, you don't want us to show you more of those videos. And I'm like, yes, you do. You watch two, three, or four of them. You want to watch them all at that point. He's like, no, we want diversity in our playlist. So we're gonna give you something that we might think that you like, but you may not like. It's like, no, that's not how it works. If I'm watching episodes 1, 2, 3, 4, you better fucking show me 5, 6, 7, 8. That's how I want it to work. But that's not how it works. What they do is throw something else in there, which is goes to your point where you're like, hey, I was just scrolling down at liberal stuff, and then it shows me something else which I don't care about. You're exactly right. Okay, the second thing is, the second thing that I can't stand is how hard YouTube pushes shorts on you. Like I want YouTube things that are like 2 or 3 hours long. This isn't TikTok. I don't want to watch just something that's 30 seconds long. And then in the search results, when you click in YouTube, like show me the search results, normally it gives you like little rectangles for each video. Well, the YouTube shorts are super big. They take up the whole phone, and it's like, dude, I don't give a shit about this. Like, like when I yeah, I can't stand that. I think that guy should lose his job. His boss should lose his job, and his boss's boss should lose that job. Sundar Pichai. Right, and you know why? Is because they're losing market share to TikTok. I I know this guy from Twitter. Um, he's a dude. Why? They really they really screwed up when they got rid of Google Plus. Nobody used it, but it was the perfect opportunity for them to make it Instagram and make it TikTok and make it YouTube all in one. But Sundar Pichai, the dumbass CEO of fucking Google, got rid of it, even though people could have used it. It could have been a viable Facebook competitor, Instagram competitor, and a lot of them can just have like for instance, let's say you're on YouTube as a user, and I want to connect with you, I can't. It's like there's no like right. I agree. It's absolutely was it good? You really can send people messages on Pornhub? No. Okay. Excellent. Phenomenal. But I'm in agreement with you on that. But the fact that you can message people on Reddit, you can message people on Imgur, you can message people on Twitter, you can message people on Instagram, you can message people on everything but YouTube, and that doesn't make any sense to me. Facebook, LinkedIn, there's a reason why they don't want people to message. They don't want people connecting. Exactly. Exactly. No, no, no. That's true. But they don't want to have to deal with people's opinions. Because when people can connect, they will use that against each other. Or use it against the platform, essentially. So they don't let people connect. But it's very interesting. You used to be able to connect using Google Plus, and they got yeah, but it's not like you can just be like, hey, what like just send somebody a message there. You have to put a public comment and then get their like Instagram or something like that. And a lot of times people don't. They want to be anonymous and don't want to connect to them. And wait, that's the creator. That's the creator. Yeah, and why would you want that? Why would you want to give other people the opportunity to steal your social media influence? Why would you be like, hey, just exactly. Exactly. And it just doesn't make any sense. Even Twitch, you can message on Twitch. So it's not like they don't know that their competitors allow it. But yeah, for whatever reason, they don't allow it. And I know that it would be a big avenue for scam. Yes, they'll unite. It would allow the commenters to connect with each other. I'm serious. It would allow the commenters to connect with each other, and they don't want that. So, for instance, let's say we have a controversial video on the Yeti. Okay, and somebody goes and puts a comment to a video of another Yeti video. Okay, so I could watch that the secondary video and be like, oh, okay, cool video. Or I could connect with that person and we could start doing Yeti research. They don't want that. You can, but it's public that way. Here, let's just have ChatGPT run it. I'm not saying this is the reason, but this is okay. So why is it on Twitch and Twitter and Instagram and Facebook and all of the major social media? You can message other commenters, but YouTube is the main platform that does not allow that. What is the reason? Is it nefarious? It seems like a perfect opportunity to allow people to connect, but YouTube does not allow it. Why? You're absolutely right. YouTube stands out among social platforms not offering direct messaging for private communication between commenters, especially compared to Twitch, Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook. Here are the main reasons for design choice. it's strategic. Platform identity focus. YouTube's core identity is as a content consumption platform, not a social networking site. Its focuses on video creation and distribution, public comment, interaction, engagement through content, not between users. Private messaging adds completely complexity that shifts focus from public engagement to private interaction, which YouTube has historically avoided. Moderation of use concerns. This is why it is. Direct messaging can open the door to harassment, spam, predatory behavior, especially on a platform with many young users. I get that, but I still don't get it. YouTube has been under scrutiny for child safety and moderation challenges, including private messaging, which it used to have. So it used to have this until 2019. Okay, so YouTube already tried. YouTube introduced private messaging system, but it was underused. Engagement didn't increase significantly. It was often exploited for spam. So they removed it in 2019, citing low usage of better alternatives like sharing video. So they don't want to have to deal with moderation of it. I get that, but I still think that that's a nefarious reason. Dude, I don't give a shit about. No, no, no. They should have this so that if you are under 18, you can't message. Period. No messaging. That solves that right there. Twitter has it so that you can't even create an account until you're 18. So it is. It's age discrimination. We discriminate based on age for a lot. Can't, in, in fact, take care of my fellow man.
You're drinking this cacao. But there's a person who planted the seed. There's a person who watered the plant. There's a person, and I just think that level of awareness, and it's true with any, like you have in front of you a stuffed hedgehog. So
Somebody made that.
I love it. It's great. But like, if we just said, all right, where does this stuffed hedgehog come from? We would have a full story of globalization, of the interconnection of people all around the world doing all sorts of things, of human imagination. It's beyond our capacity and our daily. We go insane every day, like speaking into a microphone. So, what are the hundreds of years of technology to make this possible? But just once in a while, we just focus on one thing and say, this thing is sacred. And because I'm recognizing that and I'm having an appreciation for the world around me, it just kind of makes my life feel more sacred. It makes me recognize my connection to others. So that's the gist.
It's funny, I often look at things in this world and moments and just in awe of the full universe that brought that to be. Um, in a similar way as you're saying, but I don't as often think about exactly what you're saying, which is the number of people behind every little thing we get to enjoy. I mean, yeah, this hedgehog, this microphone, like directly, like thousands of people involved, and then indirectly, millions. Like, and they're all like this microphone. That there's like artists essentially, like people who made it their life's work. All the costs from the factories to the manufacturer. There's families that the production of this microphone and this hedgehog are fed because of the skill of this human that helped contribute to that development. Yeah, it's
And like Isaac Newton and John von Neumann are in this microphone.
they're standing on the shoulders of giants.
Yeah.
And we're standing on their shoulders.
Yeah.
And somebody would be standing on ours. You mentioned one shared world. What is it?
Thanks for asking. And by the way, what I will say is the people who are listening, this is so incredible. And I'm so thrilled to have this kind of long conversation.
Hello, person who's listening
Exactly. Thank you.
past the 5-hour mark.
Yeah. Thanks, Mom.
I salute you.
Yeah.
Somebody was like sleeping for the first 4 hours. It just
It's
wasn't
like
working.
now's the good stuff. I've been saving it. But and I've said that so much of our lives is forced into these short bursts that I'm just so appreciative to have the chance to have this conversation. So thank you.
People would say 5 hours is short, so
Let's go. Yeah, that's what my girlfriend says. Like if I was like captured or tortured, they were going to interrogate me. It's like at the end they'd say, "All right, no, we're sick of this guy. We quit. Let him go." So background on One Shared World. I mentioned I'm on the faculty for Singularity University. In the earliest days of the pandemic, I was invited to give a talk on whether the tools of the genetics and biotech revolutions were a match for the outbreak. And my view was then, as now, that the answer to that question is yes. But I woke up that morning and I felt that wasn't the most important talk that I could give. There was something else that was more pressing for me. And that was the realization. They were asking the question, well, why weren't we prepared for this pandemic? Because we could have been. We weren't. And because of that, why can't we respond adequately to this outbreak? And then there was the thing, well, even if we respond, somehow miraculously overcome this pandemic, it's a Pyrrhic victory if we don't prepare ourselves to respond to the broader category of pandemics, particularly as we enter the age of synthetic biology. If somehow miraculously we solve that problem, but we don't solve the problem of climate change, well, kind of who cares? We didn't have a pandemic, but we wiped everybody out from climate change. And let's just say, get where this is going, that we organize ourselves and we solve climate change. And then we have a nuclear war because everybody's, particularly China now, but US, the former Soviet Union, are building all these nuclear weapons. Who cares that we solve climate change? Because we're all gone anyway. And the meta category, bringing all those things together, was this mismatch between the increasingly global and shared nature of the biggest challenges that we face and our inability to solve that entire category of problems. And there's a historical issue, which is that prior to the 30 Years' War in the 17th century, we had all these different kinds of sovereignty and religious and different kinds of organizational principles, and everybody got in this war, and in this series of treaties that together are called the Peace of Westphalia, the framework for the modern, what we now understand as the modern nation state was built. And then through colonialism and other means, that idea of a state is what it is today, spread throughout the world. Then, through particularly the late 19th and early 20th century, we realized how unstable that system was because you always had these jockeying between sovereign states, and some were rising and some were falling, and ended up in war. And that was the genius of the generations who came together in 1945 in San Francisco, and the planning had even started before then, who said, well, we can't just have that world. We need to have an overlay. And we talked about the UN and the WHO of systems which transcend our national sovereignty. They don't get rid of them, but they transcend them so we can solve this category of problems. But we're now reaching a point where as humans, even individually, but collectively, is so great that there's a mismatch between, as I said, the nature of the problems and the ability to solve those problems. And unless we can address that broader global collective action problem, we're going to extinct ourselves. And we see these different, what I call verticals, whether it's climate change or trying to prevent nuclear weapons proliferation or anything else. But none of those can succeed. And frankly, it doesn't even matter if one succeeds because all of them have the potential to lead to extinction level events. So anyways, I gave that talk, and that talk went viral. I stayed up all night the next night, and I drafted. I think it was like an insanity, but I think a lot of us were manic in those early days of the pandemic, wanting to do something. And so I stayed up all night, and I drafted what I called a Declaration of Global Interdependence. And I posted that on my website, my jamievessel.com. It's still there. And that went viral. And so then I called a meeting just on the people on my personal email list. And so we had people from 25 countries. There were all of these people who were having the same thing. There's something wrong in the world. They wanted to be part of a process of fixing it. And so it was a crazy 35 days where we broke into 8 different working groups. We had an amazing team that helped redraft what became the Declaration of Interdependence, which is now in 20 languages. We laid out a work plan, founded this organization called One Shared World. The URL is oneshared.world. And it's been this incredible journey. We now have people who are participating in one way or another from 120 different countries. We have our public events exploring these issues, get millions of viewers. We have world leaders who are participating.
So the vision, the vision is to work on some of these big problems, arbitrary number of problems that present themselves in the world that face all of human civilization, and to be able to work together.
Well, that is, but there's a macro, meta problem, which is the global collective action problem. And so the idea is, even if we just focus on the verticals, on the manifestations of the global collective action problem, there will be an infinite number of those things. So while we work on those things like climate change, pandemics, WMD, and other things, we also have to ask the bigger questions of why can't we solve this category of problems. And the idea is, at least from my observation, is that whenever big decisions are being made, our national leaders and corporate leaders are doing exactly what we've hired them to do. They're maximizing for national interest, or corporate interest, even at the expense of everybody. And so it's not that we want to get rid of states. States are essential in our world system. It's not that we want to undermine the UN, which is also essential, but massively underperforming. What we want to do is to create an empowered global constituency of people who are demanding that their leaders at all levels just do a better job of balancing broader and narrower interests.
I see. So this is more like a make it more symmetric in terms of power. It's holding accountable the nations, the leaders. The problem is nations involved. You talked about China quite a bit. How do you have an organization of citizens of Earth that can solve this collective problem that holds China accountable? It's difficult because the UN can say a lot of things, but to call it effective is hard.
Yeah.
You know, the internet almost is a kind of replication of a collective force that holds nations accountable. You know, Twitter, not to give Twitter too much credit, but social networks, broadly speaking. Do you have hope that it's possible to go such collections of humans that resist China?
Not necessarily resist China, but our cultures change over time. I mean, the idea of the modern nation state would not have made sense to people in the 13th or 14th century. The idea of it became the United Nations. I mean, it had its earliest days in the philosophies of Kant. It took a long time for these ideas to be realized. And so the idea, and then we're far from successful. We've had little minor successes, which we're very proud of. We got the G20 leaders to incorporate the language that we provided on addressing the needs of the world's most vulnerable populations into the final summit communique from the G20 summit in Riyadh. This year, we're just on the verge of having our language on this same issue, ensuring everyone on Earth has access to safe water, basic sanitation and hygiene, and essential pandemic protection by 2030, passed as part of a resolution in the United Nations General Assembly. And we're primarily, it's young people all around the world. And when I told them in the beginning of this year, this is our goal. We're going to get the UN General Assembly to pass a resolution with our language in it. I mean, first, I think they all thought it was insane, but they were too young and inexperienced to know how insane it was. But now these young people are just so excited that it's actually happening. So what we're trying to do is really to create a movement, which we don't feel that we need to do from scratch, because there are a lot of movements. Like right now, we just had the Glasgow G20. The Glasgow climate change COP26, and then Greta Thunberg, who has a huge following. I mean, who's an amazing young woman. But I was kind of disappointed in what she said afterwards. It became like a meme on Twitter, which was blah blah blah. And basically, it was like blah blah blah. These old people are just screwing around, and it's a waste of time. And definitely, the critique is this: the young people have never been more empowered, educated, connected than they are now. And so that's what we've had a process with One Shared World, where we partnered with the Model United Nations, the Aga Khan Foundation, the India Sanitation Coalition. And what we did is say, all right, we have this goal: water, sanitation, hygiene, and pandemic protection for everyone on Earth by 20. And we had debates and consultations using the Model UN framework all around the world in multiple languages. And we said, come up with a plan for how this could be achieved. These brilliant young people in every country, not every country, most countries, they all contributed. Then we had a plan. Then I recruited friends of mine, like my friend Hans Corell in Sweden, who's the former chief counsel of the whole United Nations, and asked him and others to work with these young people and a representative to turn that into what looks exactly like a UN resolution. It's just written by a bunch of kids all around the world. We then sent that to every permanent representative, every government representative at the UN. And that was why, working with the German and Spanish governments, why the language essentialized from that document is about to pass the UN. And it doesn't mean that just passing a UN General Assembly resolution changes anything. But we think that there's a model of engaging, just like you're talking about, these people who are outside of the traditional power structures and who want to have a voice. But I think we need to give a little bit of structure, because just going, I'm a big fan of Global Citizen, but just going to a Global Citizen concert and waving your iPhone back and forth and tweeting about it isn't enough to drive the kind of change that's required. We need to come together, even in untraditional ways, and articulate the change we want and build popular movements to make that happen.
A popular means scale, and movements at scale that actually, like, we're at the individual level do something, and that's then magnified to the scale to actually have a significant impact. I mean, at its best, you hear a lot of folks talk about the various cryptocurrencies. That young people get involved in challenging the power structures by challenging the monetary system. There's some of it is number go up. People get excited when they can make a little bit of money, but that's actually almost like entry point, because then you almost feel empowered, and because of that, you start to think about some of these philosophical ideas that I, as a young person, have the power to change the world. All of these senior folks in the position of power, they were like, first of all, they were once young and powerless like me, and I can be part of the next generation that makes a change. For all the things I see that are wrong with the world, I can make it better. And it's very true that the overly powerful nations of the world could be a relic of the past. That could be a 20th century idea that was tried to create a lot of benefit, but we also saw the problems with that kind of world, extreme nationalism. We see the benefits and the problems of the Cold War. Arguably, Cold War got us to the moon. But there could be a lot of other different mechanisms that inspired competition, especially friendly competition between nations versus adversarial competition that resulted in the response to COVID, for example. China, the United States, and Russia, the secrecy, the censorship, Yeah, and all the things that are basically against the spirit of science, and resulted in the loss of trillions of dollars and the cost of countless lives. What gives you hope about the future?
Well, one of the things you mentioned, cryptocurrency, and then as you know better than most, there's cryptocurrency, and then underneath the cryptocurrency, there's the blockchain and the distributed ledger. And then, like we talked about, there are all these young people who are able to connect with each other, to organize in new ways. And I work with these young people every single day through One Shared World primarily, but also other things. And there's so much optimism. There's so much hope, that I just have a lot of faith that we're going to figure something out. I'm an optimist by nature. And that doesn't mean that we need to be blind to dangers. There are very, very real dangers. But just given half the chance, people want to be good. People want to do the right thing. And I do believe that there's a role, maybe there's a role for, at least near term, for governments, but there's always a role for leadership. And I'm, I guess, like a Gramsci in the sense that I think that we need to create frameworks and structures that allow leaders to emerge. And we need to build norms so that the leaders who emerge are leaders, who call on us, inspire our best instincts, and not drive us toward our worst. But I really see a lot of hope. And when you say this all the time in your podcast, you may even be more optimistic to me because you look at the darkest moments of human history and see hope. That we're kind of a crazy, wonderful species. I mean, yes, we figured out ways to slaughter each other at scale. We've come up with these wonderful philosophies about love and all of those things. And yeah, maybe the bonobos have some love in their cultures, but we're kind of a wonderful, magical species. And if we just can create enough of an infrastructure, it doesn't need to be, it shouldn't be controlled, just enough of an infrastructure so that people are stakeholders, feel like they're stakeholders in contributing to a positive story. I just really feel that the sky is the goal.
So, somebody who's young right now, or somebody in high school, somebody in college listening to you, you've done a lot of incredible things. You're respected by a lot of the elites. You're respected by the people. So you're both able to sort of, speak to all groups, walk through the fire, like you mentioned with this lab leak. What advice would you give to young kids today that are inspired by your story?
Well, thank you. And I think there's lots of them. I'm honored if anybody is inspired. But it's the same thing as I said with the science, that it's all about values. The core of everything is knowing who you are. And so, yes, I mean, there's the broader thing of you follow your passions, a creative mind, yeah, and an inquisitive mind is the core of everything because the knowledge base is constantly sharing, so learning how to learn. But at the core of everything is investing in knowing who you are and what you stand for, because that's the way, that's the path to leading a meaningful life, to contributing, to not feeling alienated from your life as you get older, and just like you live, it's an ongoing process, and we all make mistakes. We all kind of travel down wrong paths. Just have some love for yourself and recognize that just at every, like I was saying with the Iron Man, just when you think there's no possibility that you can go on, there's a 100% possibility that you can go on. And just when you think that nothing better will happen to you, there's a 100% chance that something better will happen to you. You just got to keep
And this up in a fan of yours. I think first heard you on the Joe Rogan Experience, but you've been following your work, your bold, fearless work with speaking about the lab leak and everything you represent, from your brilliance to your kindness, and the fact that you spend your valuable time with me today, now I officially made you miss your flight. The fact that you said that whether you were being nice or not, I don't know, that you would be okay with that means the world to me. And I'm really honored that you would spend your time with me.
Well, really, it's been such a great pleasure, and thank you for creating a forum to have these kinds of long conversations. So I really enjoyed it, and thank you. And if anybody has now listened for, what's it been, 5.5 hours?
Yeah.
Thank you for listening.
5 hour club.
Exactly.
Thank you, Jamie.
Thanks, Lex.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Jamie Benson. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Richard Feynman about science and religion, which I think also applies to science and geopolitics. Because I believe scientists have the responsibility to think broadly about the world, so that they may understand the bigger impact of their inventions. The quote goes like this: in this age of specialization, men who thoroughly know one field are often incompetent to discuss another. The old problems, such as the relation of science and religion, are still with us, and I believe present as difficult dilemmas as ever. But they are not often publicly discussed because of the limitations of specialization. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Norman Neymark, a historian at Stanford specializing in genocide, war, and empire. This is the Let's Freedom podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Norman Neymark. Did Stalin believe that communism was good, not just for him, but for the people of the Soviet Union and the people of the world?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, Stalin believed that socialism was the be-all and end-all of human existence. He was a true Leninist, and in Lenin's tradition, this was what he believed. I mean, that set of beliefs didn't exclude other kinds of things he believed or thought or did. But no, look at the way he defined socialism, the way he thought about socialism. He absolutely thought it was in the interest of the Soviet Union and the world. And in fact, that the world was one day going to go socialist, which I think he believed in. And eventually in the International Revolution.
So, given the genocide in the 1930s that you described, was Stalin evil, delusional, or incompetent?
Evil, delusional, or incompetent. Well, evil is one of those words, which has a lot of kind of religious and moral connotations. And in that sense, yes, I think he was an evil man. I mean, he, eliminated people absolutely unnecessarily. He tortured people, had people tortured. He was completely indifferent to the suffering of others. He couldn't have cared a whit, that millions were suffering. And so, yes, I consider him an evil man. I mean, historians don't like to use the word evil. It's it's a word from all philosophers, but I think it certainly fits who he is. I think he was delusional, and there's a wonderful historian at Princeton, a political scientist, actually named Robert Tucker, who said he suffered from a paranoid delusional system. And I always remember that of Tucker's writing, because what Tucker meant is that he was not just paranoid, meaning, I'm paranoid, I'm worried you're out to get me, right? But that he constructed whole plots of people, whole systems of people who were out to get him. So, in other words, his delusions were that there were all of these groups of people out there who were out to diminish his power and remove him from his position and undermine the Soviet Union, in his view. So yes, I think he did suffer from delusions, and it's had a huge effect because whole groups that were destroyed by his activities, which he would construct based on these delusions. He was not a competent. He was an extremely competent man. I mean, I think most of the research that's gone on, especially since the Stalin archive was open at the beginning of the century, and I think almost every historian who goes in that archive comes away from it with the feeling of a man who's enormously hardworking, intelligent, in an acute sense of politics, really excellent sense of, political rhetoric, a fantastic editor, in a kind of agitational sense. I mean, he's a real agitator, right? And of a really hard worker. I mean, somebody who works from morning till night, a micromanager in some ways. So his competence, I think, was really extreme. Now, there were times when that fell down, times in the 30s, times in the 20s, times during the war, where he made mistakes. It's not as if he didn't make any mistakes. But I think, you look at his stuff, you look at his archives, you look what he did. I mean, this is an enormous who in many, many different areas of enterprise, because he had this notion that he should know everything and did know everything. I remember one archive, it's called, a kind of folder that I looked at where he actually went through the wines that were produced in his native Georgia and wrote down how much they should make of each of these wines, how many, barrels they should produce of these wines, which grapes were better than the other grapes, sort of correcting, in other words, what people were putting down there. So he was, his competence ranged very wide, or at least he thought his competence ranged very wide. I mean, both things, I think, are the case.
If we look at this paranoid delusional system, Stalin was in power for 30 years. He is, many argue, one of the most powerful men in history. Did, in his case, absolute power corrupt him, or did it reveal the true nature of the man? And maybe just in your sense, as we kind of build around this genocide of the early 1930s, this paranoid delusional system, did it get built up over time? Was it always there? It's kind of a question of did the genocide, was that always inevitable essentially in this man, or did power create that?
Well, that's a great question, and I don't think you can. I don't think you can say that it was always kind of inherent in the man. I mean, the man without his position and without his power, wouldn't have been able to accomplish what he eventually did in the way of murdering, murdering groups of people, which is what genocide is. So, it wasn't sort of in him. I mean, and again, the new research has shown that, his childhood was, not a particularly nasty one. I mean, people used to say, the father beat him up, and it turns out actually it wasn't the father, it was the mother once in a while. But basically, he was not an unusual young Georgian kid or student even. And it was the growth of the Soviet system and him within the Soviet system, and his own development within the Soviet system, I think that led, to the kind of mass killing that occurred in the 1930s. He essentially achieved complete power by the early 1930s, and then as he rolled with it, as you would say, as people would say, it increasingly became murderous, and there was no, there were no checks and balances, obviously, on that murderous system. And not only that, people supported it in the NKVD and elsewhere, and he learned how to manipulate people. I mean, he was a superb, political manipulator of those people around him. And we've got new transcripts, for example, of Politburo meetings in the early 1930s. When you read those things, he uses humor, he uses sarcasm, especially. He uses verbal ways to undermine people, to control their behavior and what they do. And he's a really, he's a real, I guess, manipulator is the right word. And he does it with, a kind of skill that on the one hand is admirable, and on the other hand, of course, is terrible because it ends up, creating the system of terror that he creates.
I mean, I guess just to linger in it, I just wonder how much of it is a slippery slope. In the early 20s, 1920s, did he think he was going to be murdering even a single person, but thousands and millions? I just wonder, maybe the murder of a single human being just to get them, because you're paranoid about them potentially threatening your power, just murder, open the door. Once you open the door, you become a different human being. A deeper question here is the Solzhenitsyn, the line between good and evil runs in every man. Are all of us, once we commit one murder in the situation, does that open a door for all of us? And I guess even the further deeper question is how easy it is for human nature to go on this slippery slope that ends in genocide.
There are a lot of questions in those questions, and the slippery slope question that I would answer, I suppose, by saying, Stalin wasn't the most likely successor of Lenin. There were plenty of others. There were a lot of political contingencies that emerged in the 1920s that made it possible for Stalin to seize power. I don't think of him as if you just know him in 1925, I don't think anybody would say, much less himself, that this was a future mass murderer. I mean, Trotsky mistrusted him and thought he was, a mindless bureaucrat. Others were less mistrustful of him, but he managed to gain power in the way he did through this bureaucratic and political maneuvering that was very successful. The slippery slope, as it were, doesn't really begin until the 1930s, in my view. In other words, once he gains complete power and control of the Politburo, once the programs that he institutes with the 5-year plan and collectivization go through, once he reverses himself and is able to reverse himself, or reverse the Soviet path, to give various nationalities their ability to develop their own cultures and sort of internal politics. Once he reverses all that, you have the Ukrainian famine in 32-33, you have the murder of Kirov, who was one of the leading figures, in the political system. You have the suicide of his wife. You have all these things come together in 32-33 that then, make it more likely, in other words, that bad things are going to happen. And people start seeing that too around him. They start seeing that it's not a slippery slope. It's a dangerous situation which is emerging, and some people really understand that. So I really do see a differentiation between the 20s. I mean, it's true that Stalin during the Civil War, there's a lot of good research on that. Shows that he already had some of these characteristics of being, as it were, murderous and being dictatorial, pushing people around, and that sort of thing. That was all there, but I don't really see that as kind of a necessary stage for the next thing that came, which was the 30s, which was really terror of the worst, where everybody's afraid for their lives, and most people are afraid for their lives and their families' lives, and where torture and that sort of thing becomes a common part of what people had to face. So it's a different world. And people will argue. They'll argue this kind of Lenin-Stalin continuity debate that's been going on since I was an undergraduate. Right? That argument, was Stalin the natural sort of next step from Lenin, or was he something completely different? Many people will argue, because of Marxism-Leninism, because of the ideology, that it was the natural. It was a kind of natural next step. I don't think so. And I would tend to lean the other way. Not absolutely. I won't make an absolute argument that what Stalin became had nothing to do with Lenin and nothing to do with Marxism-Leninism. It had a lot to do with it. But he takes it one major step further. And again, that's why I don't like the slippery slope, metaphor, because that means it's kind of slow and easy. It's a leap. And we call, historians talk about the Stalin Revolution, in 28, 29, that he in some senses creates a whole new system, through the 5-year plan, collectivization, and seizing political power the way he does.
Can you talk about the 1930s? Can you describe what happened in Holodomor, the Soviet terror famine in Ukraine in 32 and 33?
Yes.
They killed millions of Ukrainians.
Right. It's a long story, but let me try to be as succinct as I can be. The Holodomor, the terror famine of 32, 33, comes out of, in part, an all-union famine that is the result of collectivization. Collectivization was a catastrophe. The more or less the so-called kulaks, the more or less richer farmers, they weren't really rich, right? Anybody with a tin roof and a cow was considered a kulak, and other people who had nothing were also considered kulaks if they opposed collectivization. So these kulaks, we're talking millions of them, right? And Ukraine, it's worth recalling, and I'm sure you know this, was a heavily agricultural area. The Ukrainian peasants, were in the countryside and resisted collectivization more than even Russian peasants resisted collectivization. Suffered during this collectivization program, and they, burned sometimes their own houses. They killed their own animals. They were shot, sometimes on the spot. Tens of thousands, and others were sent into exile. So there was a conflagration in the countryside. And the result of that conflagration in Ukraine was terrible famine. And again, there was famine all over the Soviet Union, but it was especially bad in Ukraine, in part because Ukrainian peasants resisted. Now, in 32, 33, a couple of things happened. I've argued this in my writing, and I've also worked on this. I continue to work on it, by the way, with a museum in Kiev that's going to be about the Holodomor. They're building the museum now, and it's going to be a very impressive set of exhibits. I talk with historians all the time about it. So what happens in 32, 33? A couple of things. First of all, the Stalin develops an even stronger, I say even stronger because they already had an antipathy for the Ukrainians, an even stronger antipathy for the Ukrainians in general. First of all, they resist collectivization. Second of all, he's not getting all the grain he wants out of them, in which he needs. And so he sends in then people to expropriate the grain and take the grain away from the peasants. These teams of people, some policemen, some urban thugs, some pretty people, some poor peasants, take part too, go into the villages and forcibly seize grain and animals from the Ukrainian peasantry. They're seizing it all over. Let's remember again, this is all over the Soviet Union, in 32 especially. Then, in December of 1932, January of 33, February of 33, Stalin is convinced the Ukrainian peasantry needs to be shown who's boss, that they're not turning over their grain, that that they're resisting the expropriators, that they're hiding the grain, which they do sometimes, right? That they're basically not loyal to the Soviet Union, that they're acting like traitors, that they're ready, and he says this, to, I think it's Kaganovich, he says it to, they're ready to kind of pull out of the Soviet Union to join Poland. I mean, he thinks Poland is, out to get Ukraine. And so he's going to then essentially break the back of this country. And the way he breaks their back is by going through another expropriation program, which is not done in the rest of the Soviet Union. So he's taking away everything they have, everything they have. There are new laws introduced where they will actually punish people, including kids, with death if they steal any grain. If they take anything from the fields. So you can shoot anybody, who's looking for food. And then he introduces measures in Ukraine which are not introduced in the rest of the Soviet Union. For example, Ukrainian peasantry are not allowed to leave their villages anymore.
How are you? Are you ready for me to call your boyfriend? Not if I get up to the door. No, you're not. What's good? Ready for me to destroy? Oh yeah, you're definitely in good shape. Easy. Excellent. Can you suck your own dick? You're the man. I'm calling your friend. Let's see if I can get a hold of him. I'm calling your friend. That's right, man. You've done really well. I was talking to Riser, and I didn't get a chance to tell him that I'm proud of you for all the work out you've done. So the fact that I can't tell him no big deal, I'm telling you. Good job. Yo. Yeah. It's like a drug that like crazy. There you go. You're not used to it. You're the man. All right. Well, I'm good. You like lattes? You like lattes? You have an invitation. It's the double penis hole.
that shot you just had? Are you serious? That's really serious. Are you serious? You're gonna do that? Are you fucking serious? You almost have a bit of a shot. Dude, I have not. You have zero. Dude, what are you doing, man? That's what that shot. Dude, you're down 2 holes to none. Oh, dude, you're right, I fucked up. Dude, you can make the best comeback in the history of this game. Dude, do you think you're gonna have the greatest comeback in the history of this game? Are you proud of that shot? Dude, do you think I can make this shot? It wasn't good for this. Dude, you have a chance to tie. I don't know what that is. Dude, this is the hole you never finished. Fuck, man. You have a chance to finish it. You got a lead on it. Oh, fuck. So, I just fucked you. What are you doing to yourself? I'm gonna sit here and I'm gonna play defense. Pretty amazing that you never scored on this hole. $9 million? you think it's going to drop? You screw Bitcoin, you think it's going to drop? Where? How's dog with that? Are you happy about that? Why have you started that? Do you think I can make this next shot? You're right. Dude, did you know that you're going to not hold it up? Do you think I'm better at mini golf than you are? Or do you think you're just not good enough at it? Okay, I'll take that. You take some wild risks. Not really. It wouldn't have been any better than another shot. Oh, make this. You're down 0-2. You could have one of the greatest comebacks in the history of the game. Double penis hole. Sure. You're down 3 holes to none. I am not going to this like that. Oh, that was interesting. You got 4 holes to none. You got good play. Look at this shot. Look at this shot. How beautiful. You okay? Yes. Yes. Yeah. Basically, every skinny person
has a six pack. It's the natural formation of your body. Right. So like even super fat people have six packs. They just can't be seen because of the fat. Have a six pack? It looks healthy. Depends where you define healthy at. If you were in a situation where you needed to conserve calories, no, it's not. But in general society, yeah, it's deemed as healthy. Dude, did you know that you lost again? It's now time for literati. Okay? So that the guy will let you lie to you with well, that's exactly right. Are you working upon you lazy? That doesn't matter to me. It matters how intelligent you are. Not all people with six packs. Not all people with six packs. Like a six pack doesn't tell me if they're disciplined or not. It tells me what their caloric intake is essentially. Like every guy in a tribe in Africa has a six pack. That doesn't mean they're all, or every guy, or like all of India basically has six packs or pretty close to it. That doesn't mean they're disciplined. That was a good idea. So you're down 18. You need 18 or more, and you take the lead. That was good, man. Is today the day you're gonna win? Oh, with that girl? What? You had a good conversation, you said? Did you talk on the phone or did you chat? Oh, that's good. You still in love with this chick? How was her trip to the Caribbean? You know you only need 10 points and you take the lead of 11. You just showed each other naked bodies. That works. Did you tell her you sucked dick in mini golf? Okay, when are you gonna break the news to her that you're really, really shit at mini golf and really worse later on? You are still in this game pretty well. Good one. You are in this game, man. You think you can win? So you are down 17 points. But it's your turn. Okay, 14 points, dude. That was really good, man.
So, what you saying? You want to get skinny?
Correct.
About 60.
As quickly as possible. You won't go down.
That's it.
For sure. No, you should then just take testosterone. Straight to get huge. Yeah, to get giant. To the top. Okay. So you're down 20. You're not like you're doing better than you ever do. I'm usually up like 150 points every day. Okay. What? Are you sure you can get the triplet? You do it. I'm sticking down, Sue. Fuck you, man. Shitty little word. Shitty little word.
It's a shitty world. It's a shitty world. Shitty world. Shitty world. Yeah, it is. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do that. Don't do it. What? No one knows. I can't believe you used a blank tile on a key. Dude, me? Are you serious? Dude, there are 29 tiles left. You should just take that. What? You said you'll never take it. What? But you said you'd never take it. You never helped to move the power over. I always have to do that. Okay, that's an announcement. That's actually cool. Don't do that, dude. Whatever you do, don't put it there. Whatever you do, don't put it there. Dude. What do you do?
3L? I don't know.
It's hard. It's too.
You don't know what that means? It's a double letter spell. It means whatever tiles on them has double letters or double points. And 3L means triple points. I can't believe you've been playing this game for as long as you have. You didn't know that.
What's the difference between L and
W is double word. L is double letter. The fact that you did not know that.
So if I play, let's say, double L, it's going to do 20 points. If I play triple L, it's going to give me. Okay. So that's why I actually.
I think so. What?
I did know that but I was sure it was just it's just it, I was like 8, 5, 5, 8, 5, 8, 8.
Yeah. Then swap them out, man. Yeah, I get that a lot. Swap them out. You're down 99. You are down 99.
It was very good. That's not the word. That's what I got. That's what I got.
Those swings should be letters.
I have 7 lines.
I think there are too many eyes in this game.
Just the
You used a white tile for that.
Yeah, true. You know what?
So you could probably use it in better spots.
100%. That's not even a question. You were down. You're down. Right? You're down, but you're not out. How do they kill you in Squid Game? Oh, it's always a gun? I'd rather have the gun than stab it. This is a bad thing, unfortunately. That's not that bad, they don't torture you. Dude, you have so many eyes. How did they torture you? That's right. I don't think there's anywhere I can play. Forward. I have. I'm not paying attention to it. Okay, so aside from that, um, I've seen Avatar and it's really good. What like probably probably like Frozen. What about you? You haven't seen any James Cameron from your favorite directors? You should watch it today. So what? They're never going to do that. They're never going to do that. Okay. For like the 50th anniversary. It's a pretty good movie. It's one of my favorites. It's beautiful. Alright. Are you going to put that in your tire?
Right. What letters would that? I haven't seen it. Online. Yep. You play Pi and Pi. Oh, thanks, bud. Gotcha. All right. Enjoy the gym. See you when you get back, maybe. Go get it. Good job on you for getting in shape. All right, well, good job on you for never shutting up about it. Yeah, take care. All right. Oh, that's not. It's, I don't fucking care about the red lights. Please, fuck out.
They can't go to the city to try to find something. So, I mean, we've got pictured, Ukrainian peasants dying on the sidewalks in Kharkiv and Kiev and in places like that who managed to get out of the village and get to the cities. But now they can't leave. They can't leave Ukraine to go to Belarus or Belarus today or to Russia, to get any food. He won't allow any relief to Ukraine. a number of people offer you relief, including the Poles, but also the Vatican offers relief. He won't allow any relief. He won't admit that there's a famine in Ukraine. And instead, what happens is that the Ukrainian countryside turns into what my now past colleague who died several years ago, Robert Conquest, called a vast bell's. And by that, the images of bodies just lying everywhere, people dead and dying, of hunger, which is, by the way, as you know, I've spent a lot of time studying genocide. I don't think there's anything worse than dying of hunger, from what I have read. You see terrible ways that people die, right? But dying of hunger is just such a horrible, horrible thing. And so, for example, we know there were many cases of cannibalism in the countryside because there wasn't anything to eat. People were eating their own kids, right? And Stalin knew about this. And again, we started with this question a little bit earlier. There's not a sign of remorse, not a sign of pity, right? Not a sign of any kind of human emotion that normal people would have.
What about the opposite of joy for teaching them a lesson?
I don't think there's joy. I'm not sure Stalin really understood
Emotion
what
and
joy was. I think he felt it was necessary to get those SOBs, right? That they deserved it. He says that several times. This is their own fault, right? This is their own fault. And as their own fault, they get what they deserve, basically.
How much was the calculation? How much was the reason versus emotion? In terms of, you said he was competent. Was there a long-term strategy, or was this strategy based on emotion and anger? And
No, I think actually the right answer is a little bit. Usually the right answer in history is something like that. You can't. It wasn't just. First of all, the Soviets had it in for Ukraine and Ukrainian nationals, which they really didn't like. And by the way, Russians still don't like it, right? So they had it in for Ukrainian nationals. They feared Ukrainian nationals. As I said, Stalin writes, we'll lose Ukraine, if these guys win. So there's a kind of long-term determination, as I said, to kind of break the back of Ukrainian national identity and Ukrainian nationalism as any kind of separatist force whatsoever. And so there's that rational caveat. At the same time, I think Stalin is annoyed and peeved and angry on one level with the Ukrainians for resisting collectivization and for being difficult and for not conforming, to the way he thinks peasants should act in this situation. So you have both things. He's also very angry at the Ukrainian party and eventually purges it for not being able to control Ukraine, not being able to control the situation. Ukraine is in theory the breadbasket, right, of Europe. Well, how come the breadbasket isn't turning over to me all this grain so I can sell it abroad and build new factories and support the workers in the cities? So there's a kind of annoyance, when things fail, and this is absolutely typical of Stalin. When things fail, he blames it on other people, and usually groups of people, right? Not individuals, but groups. So a little bit of both is the right answer.
is blame, it feels like there's a playbook that dictators follow. I just wonder if it comes naturally or just kind of evolves. Just blaming others and then telling these narratives and then creating the other and then somehow that leads to hatred and genocide. It feels like there's too many commonalities for it not to be a naturally emergent strategy that works for dictatorships.
It's a very good point, and I think it's one, that has its merits. In other words, I think you're right that there's certain kinds of strategies by dictators that are common to them, A lot of them do killing, not all of them, of that sort that Stalin did. I've written about Mao and Pol Pot, and, and Hitler, and there is a sort of, as you say, a kind of playbook for political dictatorship, also for a kind of communist totalitarian way of functioning. And that way of functioning was described already by Hannah Arendt early on when she wrote The Origins of Totalitarianism. And she more or less writes the playbook, and Stalin does follow it. The real question, it seems to me, is to what extent, and how deep does this go, and how often does it go in that direction? I mean, you can argue, for example, Fidel Castro was not a nice man. Right? He was a dictator. He was a terrible dictator. But he did not engage in mass murder. Ho Chi Minh was a dictator, a communist dictator who grew up, in the communist movement, went to Moscow, spent time in Moscow in the 30s, and went to found the Vietnamese Communist Party. He was a horrible dictator. I'm sure he was responsible for a lot of death and destruction. But he wasn't a mass murderer. And so you get those, I would even argue, others will disagree, that Lenin wasn't a mass murderer. That he didn't kill the same way, that Stalin killed. Or people after him. They're communist dictators too, after all. Khrushchev was a communist dictator, but he stopped this killing. He's still responsible for a gulag of people sent off into a gulag of imprisonment and torture and that sort of thing. But it's not at all the same thing. So there are some, like Stalin, like Mao, like Pol Pot, who commit these horrible, horrible atrocities, extensively engaging, in my view, in genocide. And there's some who don't. What's the difference? Well, the difference is partly in personality, partly in historical circumstance, partly in, who is it that controls the reins of power.
How would you connect the ideas of communism or Marxism or socialism to Holodomor, to Stalin's rule? So how natural, as you kind of alluded to, does it lead to genocide?
It's also, in some ways, I just addressed that question by saying it doesn't always lead to genocide. In the case again, Cuba is not pretty, but it didn't have. There was no genocide in Cuba. The same thing in North Vietnam. Even North Korea, as awful as it is, terrible dictatorship, right? And people's rights are totally destroyed, right? They have no freedom whatsoever. Is not, as far as we know, genocidal. Who knows whether it could be, or whether if it took over South Korea, mass murder wouldn't take place, and that kind of thing. But my point is that the ideology doesn't necessarily dictate genocide. In other words, it's an ideology, I think, that makes genocide sometimes too easily possible, given, the way it thinks through history as being, you're on the right side of history and some people are on the wrong side of history, and you have to destroy those people who are on the wrong side of history. I mean, there is something in, Marxism, Leninism, which has that kind of language and that kind of thinking. But I don't think it's necessarily that way. There's a wonderful historian at Berkeley named Mark Malia, who has written on, wrote a number of books on this subject, and he was he was convinced that the ideology itself, played a crucial role in the murderousness of the Soviet regime. I'm not completely convinced. When I say not completely convinced, I think you could argue in different ways, equally valid, with equally valid arguments.
There's something about the ideology of communism that allows you to decrease the value of human life, almost like this philosophy: if it's okay to crack a few eggs to make an omelet.
Right.
So maybe that, if you can reason like that, then it's easier to take the leap of, for the good of the country, for the good of the people, for the good of the world, it's okay to kill a few people. And then that's where I wonder about the slippery slope.
Yeah, no. Again, I don't think it's a slippery slope. I think it's dangerous. In other words, I think it's dangerous. But I don't consider. I don't like Marxism as any better than the next guy, and I've lived in plenty of those systems to know how they can beat people down and how they can, destroy human aspirations and human interaction between people. But they're not necessarily murderous systems. They are systems that contain people's autonomy, that force people into work and labor and lifestyles that they don't want to live. I spent a lot of time, with the East Germans, Poles, who lived in, and even in the Soviet Union, in the post-Stalin period, where people lived lives they didn't want to live, and didn't have the freedom to choose. And that was terrifying in and of itself. But these were not murderous systems. And they ascribe to Marxism values.
So I suppose it's important to draw the line between mass murder, genocide and mass murder versus just mass violation of human rights.
Right.
And the leap to mass murder, you're saying, maybe easier in some ideologies than others, but it's not clear that somehow one ideology definitely leads to mass murder or not. I wonder what factors, how much of it is the single charismatic leader, how much of it is the conflagration of multiple historical events, how much of it is just dumb, the opposite of luck. Do you have a sense where if you look at a moment in history, predict, looking at the factors, whether something bad's going to happen here? When you look at Iraq, when Saddam Hussein first took power, or you can go even farther back in history, would you be able to predict? So you already kind of answered that with Stalin, saying there's no way you could have predicted that in the early 20s. Is that always the case? You basically can't predict.
It's pretty much always the case. In other words, history is a wonderful, discipline and way of looking at life and the world in retrospect, meaning it happened. It happened. And we know it happened. And it's too easy to say sometimes it happened because it had to happen that way. It almost never has to happen that way. And, things... So I very much am of the school that emphasizes, contingency and choice and difference and different paths, and not necessarily a path that has to be followed. And those, sometimes you can warn about things. I mean, you can think, well, something's going to happen. And usually the way it works. Let me just give you one example. I mean, I'm thinking about an example right now, which was the war in Yugoslavia, which came in 1970, eventuated in genocide in Bosnia. And I remember very clearly, the 1970s and 1980s in Yugoslavia, people would say, there's trouble here, something could go wrong. But no one in their wildest imagination thought that there would be outright war between them. Then the outright war happened, genocide happened, and afterwards people would say, I saw it coming. So you get a lot of that, especially with pundits and journalists, and I saw it coming. I knew it was happening. What happens in the human mind, and it happens in your mind too, is, you go through a lot of alternatives. Think about January 6th, in this country, and all the different alternatives which people had in their mind, or before January 6th, after the lost election. Things could have gone in lots of different ways. There were all kinds of people choosing different ways it could have gone. Nobody really knew how it was going to turn out. It wasn't as smart people really understood that there would be this cockamamie uprising on January 6th, that almost, caused this enormous grief. So all of these kinds of things in history, are deeply contingent. They depend on factors that we cannot predict, and and it's the joy of history that it's open. You think about how people are now. I mean, give you one more example, and then I'll shut up. But there's the environmental example. We're all threatened, right? We know it's coming. We know there's trouble, right? We know there's going to be a catastrophe at some point. But when? What's the catastrophe?
Yeah, what's the nature of the catastrophe? Everyone
And
says
what's the
catastrophe.
nature of it? Right.
Is it going to be wars because resource constraint? Is it going to be hunger? Is it going to be like mass migration of different kinds that leads to some kind of conflict and immigration? Maybe it won't be that big of a deal. A total other catastrophic event will completely challenge the entirety of the human civilization.
That's my point. That's my point. We really don't know. I mean, there's a lot we do know. I mean, the warming business and all this kind of stuff, it's scientifically there. But how it's going to play out, and everybody's saying, different things. And then you get somewhere in 50 years or 60 years, which I won't see, and people say, aha, I told you it was going to be X, or it was going to be Y, or it was going to be Z. So I just don't think in history you can. No way, you can't predict. You simply cannot predict what's going to happen.
It's kind of when you just look at Hitler in the 30s, for me. Oftentimes when I kind of read different accounts, it is so often, certainly in the press, but in general, me just reading about Hitler, I get this sense like, this is a clown. There's no way this person will gain power.
Which one?
Hitler.
Hitler.
No. With Stalin, you don't get a sense as a clown.
Right.
He's a really good executive. Right. You don't think he would lead to mass murder, but you think he's going to build a giant bureaucracy. With Hitler, it's like a failed artist who keeps screaming about stuff. There's no way he's gonna. I mean, we certainly don't think about the atrocities, but there's no way he's going to gain power,
right?
Especially against communism. There's so many other competing forces that could have easily beat him. And so, but then you realize that event after event where this clown keeps dancing, and all of a sudden he gains more and more power, and just certain moments in time he makes strategic decisions in terms of cooperating or gaining power over the military, all those kinds of things that eventually give him the power. I mean, this clown is one of the most impactful, in a negative sense, human beings in history.
Right? And even the Jews who are there and are being screamed at and discriminated against, and there's a series of measures taken against them incrementally during the course of the 1930s. But very few who leave. I mean, some pick up and go and say, I'm getting the hell out of here, and some Zionists, try to leave too and go to the United States and stuff, but I go to Israel and Palestine at the time, but or to Britain or France, but in general, even the Jews, who should have been very sensitive to what was going on, didn't really understand the extent of the danger, and it's really hard for people to do that. It's almost impossible, in fact, I think.
So most of the time in that exact situation, nothing would have happened. Or there'd be some drama and so on, and there'd be some bureaucrat, but every once in a while in human history, there's a kind of turn, and maybe something catalyzes something else, and just it accelerates, escalates, and then war breaks out, or totally, revolutions break out.
Right.
Can we go to the big question of genocide? What is genocide? What are the defining characteristics of genocide?
Dealing with genocide is a difficult thing when it comes to the definition. There is a definition. The December 1948 UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide is considered the sort of major document of definition in a definitional sense of genocide, and it emphasizes, the intentional destruction, of an ethnic, national, racial, or religious group. Those are the four groups again, as such. What that means basically is destroying the group as a group. That means there's a kind of beauty in human diversity and different groups of people. Estonians, tribe of Native Americans, South African tribes, the Rohingya in Myanmar. There's a kind of beauty humanity recognizes in the distinctiveness of those groups. This was a notion that emerges really with Romanticism after the French Revolution at the beginning of the 19th century, with her mostly. And this beauty of these groups that, is what is under attack in genocide. And it's with intent. And the idea is that it's intentional destruction. So this is a kind of, analogy to first-degree, second-degree, and third-degree murder, right? First-degree murder, you're out to kill this person and plan it and go out and do it, right? That's intent, right? Manslaughter is not intent. You end up doing the same thing, but it's different. So, the major person behind the definition is that in Raphael Lemkin. I don't know if you heard his name or not, but he was a Polish-Jewish jurist that came, from Poland, came to the United States during the war, and had been a kind of crusader for recognizing genocide. It's a word that he created, by the way, and he coined the term in 1943 and then published it in 1944 for the first time. General meaning people inside killing, right? And so Lemkin then had this term, and he pushed hard to have it recognized, and it was a UN convention. So that's the rough definition. The problem with it is the definition, problems with the definition are several. One of them is it just these four groups? Racial, religious, ethnic, or national? So this comes right out of the war. And what's in people's minds in 1948 are Jews, Poles, Russians, Yugoslavs sometimes, who were killed by the Nazis. That's what's in their mind. But there are other groups too, if you think about it, who are killed, social groups or political groups. And that was not allowed in the convention, meaning for a lot of different reasons, the Soviets were primary among them. They didn't want other kinds of groups, let's say kulaks, for example, to be considered. That's a social group. Or peasants. This is a social group. So, or a political group. Let's take a group of, communists killed groups of people, but non-communists also killed groups of people. In Indonesia in 1965, 66, they killed, not exactly, but roughly 600,000 Indonesian communists. Well, is that genocide or not? At my point of view, it is genocide, although it's Indonesians killing Indonesians. And we have the same problem with the Cambodian genocide. We talk about a Cambodian genocide, but most of the people killed in the Cambodian genocide were the Cambodians. They give it the name, they're ready to recognize it's genocide because they also killed some other peoples, meaning the Vietnamese, Han people who are, smaller Muslim people in the area, and a few others. So the question then becomes, well, does it have to be a different nationality, ethnic group, religious group for it to be genocide? And my answer is no. You need to expand the definition. It's a little bit like with our Constitution. We got a Constitution. But we don't live in the end of the 18th century, right? We live in the 21st century. And so you have to update the Constitution over the centuries. And similarly, the Genocide Convention needs updating too. So that's how I work with the definition.
So this invention. Was it an invention? This beautiful idea, romantic idea that there's groups of people and the group is united by some unique characteristics. That was an invention in human history, this idea? Not just
yes, in some senses it was. It's not, there are things that are always constructed in one fashion or another, and the construction, more or less represents the reality. And what the reality is always much more complicated than the construction or the invention of a term or a concept or a way of thinking about a nation, right? And this way of thinking of nations, as as. Again, groups of religious, linguistic, um, not political necessarily, cultural entities is something that was essentially invented. Yes.
Yes, I mean, if you look at
Germans in the 17th century, Italians in the 17th century, right? They're only there after, the invention of the nation, which comes, again, mostly as out of the French Revolution and in the Romantic movement. A man named Johann Gottfried von Herder, right, who was really the first one who sort of went around and collected people's languages and collected their sayings and their dances and their folk ways and stuff, and said, "Isn't this cool? That they're Estonians and that they're Latvians and that they're these interesting different peoples who don't even know necessarily that they're different peoples." Right? That comes a little bit later. Right? Once the concept is invented, then people start to say, "Hey, we're nations too." And the Germans decide they're a nation and they unify. And the Italians discover they're a nation and they unify instead of being, Florentines and Romans and, Sicilians.
but then beyond nations, there's political affiliations, all those kinds of things. It's fascinating. You start look at the early Homo sapiens, and then there's obviously tribes, right? And then that's very concrete. That's a geographic location. It's a small group of people. Then you have warring tribes, probably connected to just limited resources. But it's fascinating to think that is then taken to the space of ideas, to where you can create a group at first to appreciate its beauty. You create a group based on language, based on maybe even some political, philosophical ideas, religious ideas, all those kinds of things. And then that naturally then leads to getting angry at groups,
Right.
Dude,
making them the other.
I called you on Telegram. I called you on Discord. Zoom was here, man. Yeah, but then you'll be gone. You guys are like two women without a sick period. Well, you want to know the breakdown on my game? Mini golf and literati. I beat him 2 games to none in mini golf, and dude, I won 152 games in literati, and nobody's ever beat me who wasn't a bot. You want to try to end my streak? Dude, he got this dog, and I've never seen him after that. I don't force people to be here. They come when they want. Dude, he's obsessed with this dog. Not to say I wouldn't be as well, but I don't understand why you can't be a Discord with the dog at the same time. Did you know that vampire homicide communion is up like 50%? Oh, more than that. Yeah. Dog. And it's That sucks. Are you ready to play me in table soccer? Klaus Schwab? You mean Klaus Schwab? Yeah, that's Klaus Schwab. He recently retired, though. Yeah, right. So you're not going to play table soccer right now? Okay, I'm ready. I'm ready to hear them. Do they have anything to do with Yetis and or mammoths? Would you eat polar bear meat if you could? Yes or no? I don't know. I hear it's gaming. I don't either. I don't know. Let's take the, yeah, but I don't know. They care a lot about bears, especially polar bears. That's true. That's what planes breed. It's all the same shit. It's carbon. It's the fifth element on the periodic table of elements. Do you know what the number one greenhouse gas in the atmosphere is? It's a good guess. I've always heard it being water, which I guess isn't a gas, but essentially, um, water traps more heat than anything. And there's far more water in the atmosphere than there is carbon. Carbon credits. Carbon credits. Well, basically, what happens is a big company wants to pollute, and so they just buy the carbon credits of smaller companies so that they can pollute and not get taxed. But a smaller company that needs to pollute but can't buy carbon credits then goes out of business. So then it just creates giant monopolies. Yep, under the guise of carbon credits. Yeah. Oh, dude, that's been a thing for 25 years. Did you ever see an inconvenient truth? Yeah, so, we were supposed to be underwater like 20 years ago. Do I think that the Earth is warming though? Yeah, very slightly due to the natural heating of the atmosphere during cold and heating cycles. Like we had an ice age or a cooling period like 500 years ago. Again, if you're looking to get rid of, let's look up the exact phrasing. If you're looking to get rid of greenhouse gas, then you want to get rid of water. Yeah, we are. Lots of it. Steam. Like every power plant is releasing steam. What is the largest greenhouse gas in the atmosphere by rank? Okay, so I was right. Water vapor is the number one greenhouse gas, H2O, the most abundant and potent greenhouse gas by effect, responsible for about 50 to 60% of natural greenhouse effects. So if you want to reduce greenhouse emissions, greenhouse gases, you'd stop putting water in the air. Right. Okay. Not a lot because it's a naturally occurring thing. how hilarious I am? I figured. Yeah, it's ground zero, ground zero of the Yeti, which apparently is offensive. Okay, so what do I search for? Bill Gates, article. That's exactly right. Well, you just have to call it like. Okay, so do you know there's that company called Big Ass Fans? There's this company called Big Ass Fans. They just make really big fans for like warehouses and stuff. So we could call it Big Ass Dehumidifiers. Antarctica? Wouldn't the opposite be Antarctica? The opposite of the Arctic is Antarctic. Wouldn't Sahara ice just be water? Oh, that's a good one. A water company called Sahara Ice. De- desert ice. already do that with liquid death. If you were gonna come up with a water brand and try to sell most of it, what would you call it? I think it's a good name. Yeah, I would say something like that. I was gonna call it hot girl sweat. Dude, teen boys will be all over that just because it's like a novelty. Reddit is hot girl here. No, that's sad. That would make like mean bitches with a drink. Nobody wants to drink that. A perpendicular meeting of two objects. Yeah. Yeah. So the argument can be made that a corner is a location. So like, where's the chair? Oh, it's in the corner, and that corner could just be slightly rounded. But if you're referring to it, is this the shape of a corner? Then you'd say no, it's beveled or rounded. It depends how it's being referenced. Because the term corner can also mean a location. Like, oh, it's in the corner. All right, it's in that area. And they're not referencing like the actual shape of the corner. Okay, I've got a game. No, you name an object and I'll give you the best marketing for it in the world. sour grapes. Sour grapes. No, I mean, if you really want to know, then it would be, yeah, it'd be like period blood. Uh, I call it vaginal vino. Vag vino? Is it like, mine uses alliteration. Yours is just straight up disgusting. Mine at 21, you're trying to fucking poison children? Oh, I didn't know we were selling this wine only in this very specific area of your country. All right, I'm talking about where you live and where I live. Okay, now you can make a non-alcoholic version and give it to everybody. What is it? Okay, food paper. Dude, that's a good one. What's yours? The red carpet? That sucks. Why would you call it that? Look, but it's white. It's white. But the paper is white. Doug, Doug, your idea sucks. And you have to think too much about it. No way. Yours, I'll give you period one because, okay, so if you had watched Kill Tony, do you know who Michael? Perfect. Food paper. It uses alliteration. Okay, so we're playing the game. Do you know who Michael Larry is from Kill Tony? He's the guy with ALS who went to Oregon to have assisted suicide done. No, no, no. This is a game that he was playing. That essentially we're playing exactly. Um, he would ask the audience to just yeah. He would ask. He had ALS, so he had like serious difficulty speaking, but he's very very funny. So he would just ask the audience to just yell something out. So he'd be like, name an occupation. Like he'd ask somebody to like just name an occupation, and somebody would be like stripper, and then he would come out and just be like stripper. What your mom did before she had a joke of a child with you, or something like that. Like that's not really funny, but um, that's essentially what we're doing. It's just name an object and then come up with something better. All right, I've got one. I mean, I'm just gonna name an object. I don't have anything funny for it. Well, you do it. You name the object. But I'll say this: um, it's one to one. Food paper is better than paper. Roll the carpet out. That sucks. Yeah, that sucks. What are your thoughts on cordless toilet paper? Cordless. No, where there's no there's no there's no toilet paper roll. There's no toilet paper roll. Yeah, it's already a thing. It's so you don't have to. It's so you don't have to remove toilet paper roll. It's just already removed, so then you just put a new one. It's Cordless. Yeah. Well, like especially in like commercial settings, it takes a while. I mean, it's like an extra step to have to remove that cardboard spot. So you just have to put in new toilet paper. Like imagine you work in like a stadium, a football stadium. Instead of having a bunch of these little paper cardboard things that are a waste of paper, and you also have to remove them, you just have to put a new one on every single time. It's much more efficient. No, they usually fit on the normal one. It's environmentally conscious. You don't need to have that special like thing of cardboard that everybody just throws out or tries to recycle. No, it's not a normal toilet paper thing. No, I just wanted to know your thoughts on it. Throw it on the top of the toilet paper. All right, name another object. That are just run on batteries. It's cordless, not cordless. Dude, that's just a battery powered mixer. Sir mix a lot. Yeah, dude, it will. I mean, the- these things subjective conversations, but uh, I mean, just off the top of my head, I would say mud, but maybe like water. Here's a question that okay. I mean, what about mud? It can grow out of sand too, dude. It grows out of sand easier than it grows out of mud. Mud is mud is like an aqueous solution. All right, I have a question. What's the opposite of a cloud? Yeah, what's the opposite of that? Yeah, but I don't. It makes sense to me, but I don't know if it makes sense to other people. It's very subjective. I just said it. I just said it. Yeah, no, I know. I no, I took this questionnaire one time, and I remember the question was like, "What's the opposite of a 12?" And I was like, well, I don't know. There are a bunch of animals. I guess, but I just don't get that 12. All right, I just wondered if that made any sense. It was. You can read it. You can read my answers to it in this Discord. Um, it's if you see the thing that says like upper left corner, it's like Rabbi. It's way at the bottom. No, I don't like that. It's just subjective. I like come up with better businesses. Dude, here's a good idea. Actually, it's on that list of questions as well. It was like something like, what's a business that doesn't exist but should? Or something like that. And I said, the Thought Patrol. It's basically like the ice cream man, but with hot chicks. And they just drive around, and I don't really know what they would do. They could just give out ice cream, I guess. But it doesn't drive around your house. No, no, no. If you really want to know what the business is missing, it's well, there's a huge market that's not being utilized, and that's the milk market. Dude, you have to do all the water from the air. Yo, dog. Since water is the largest greenhouse gas, how much could we on Earth lower the temperature if we were somehow able to remove all of Earth's water vapor from the atmosphere? Uh, it would, if we were to remove it, it would lower between 20 and 30 degrees Celsius. So 36 to 54 freedom units. So that means losing water vapor would push it down to -5 Celsius to -15 Celsius. That's ice age territory. Most of the planet would be frozen solid. How could we remove just a little bit of water vapor? Is there like a huge dehumidifier or something that could use this? Or what could it do? You could use a dehumidification, condensation, or absorption methods. But this is on a planetary scale. So condensation, fully air below its dew point to water vapor condenses into liquid. That's what household dehumidifiers do on that scale. You need to put trillions of tons of air. Desiccants, so use materials like silicate gel or zeolites that absorb moisture. First of all, in close spaces, we need mountains of the stuff to impact the atmosphere and scale. Cryogenic cooling or air separation. Use industrial to separate gases from air, but it's energy intensive. Water is one of the first to condense, but again, it's a scale problem. You have to do that, but it's a scale problem. you. Let's come up. What's a cool name for the space elevator? Why not just Earth's code? The Earth erection. Got it. It uses alliteration, dog. Earth erection. I told you before. There is a certain ranking of things. Hold on. Of things that are funny. There's a certain ranking of things that are funny. At the highest level is puns or wordplay. The second highest is rhyme, and the third highest is alliteration. Yo, can you come up with a pun for space elevator? Give me a list of 50. Going up to orbit, the final lift, stairway to heaven for vertical, lift off, elevator to the stars, pull the orbit express, thread level midnight, grab, elevator, geosynchronicity, tether or not, zero G please, sky's the floor, cable, maybe, vertical horizon, the climb, the time for that, string theory in action, up and hooray, that's good. Orbital Uber, no stairs required, ascend or not, cosmic cable code, suspended belief. None of those is as good as Earth's erection. That's a score for me. But I would make the argument that you should get vaccinated because the vote has been. All right, next one. It's pretty easy. It's supposed to be mostly for free, but it's pretty easy. You just have to put like a really long string into Earth's orbit, and it just stays up there. It doesn't need to be like taut at the bottom. I mean, it stays taut, I should say. Yeah.
was thinking like a movie like I don't know. Yeah, but some horror movies are like really bloody and violent and gory, and others are just like psychological thrillers. Uh, well, I mean, I've seen some that are also good, but they're gory, like Saw. Saw has some interesting psychological elements to it. Um, yeah, Saw 2. And then Saw 3. I like Saw 2 and Saw 3. Um, actually, Saw 2 is my favorite. Sure enough. Then there's, like, what's that movie? Uh, they're all the same. I just remember. Oh, if you don't know what happens, basically they're like, I think Saw 3. They're stuck in a house and they can't get out, and there are all kinds of booby traps that are set up, and so like they have to like, I don't know. I just remember like there are ones where like they have to stick their head in like a fish bowl, and the fish bowl is like full of like, needles, or like they have to like there'll be like a key. They're like it would be like this. They are handcuffed, and in order to get out of the handcuffs, they have to stick their hand in a key, stick their hand in a fish bowl that's full of needles to get the key at the bottom to be able to get themselves out. But okay, like silence. Yeah, exactly. And okay, Silence of the Lambs. If I recall, there's not like any murder in that. I mean, I don't recall that there is. It's not like bloody and gory. It's just a psychological thing. With Jodie Foster and Anthony Hopkins. Yeah. I like it. Okay, so I think like that we made in Sora, where it's like really bright and happy and stuff, can be really freaky. Um, Yeah. Like in Five Nights at Freddy's, but you just there's no way to escape. I almost think that like those kind of movies or ideas or whatever, just frustrating the audience can do. Where I don't know, like, they're almost like dreams. Like I've had dreams where all I need is like to be able to talk to somebody, but I can't talk to them or something. Or I'm not saying that like that's not that doesn't have dreams, but like the idea would be like a Five Nights at Freddy's, and every time you try to get out, I don't like this game as much as I like the game about poop paper. But you want to make a liminal movie, then just make it. I don't know, like whatever your idea is, just almost like a scary toy store, I guess. Like something with great color. Dog, I got a kind of crazy idea. Okay, imagine, so it's a movie. Imagine it's a toy store. All of the toys are meant to damage the people, but they don't know how they will damage them. It's like, imagine some freaky serial killer like guy starts a toy store. Everybody's like, cool, it's a new business in the neighborhood or whatever. But like, he makes sure that the toys have like lead paint on them, and the ones that have brought children's mouths, or he has like time, like some of them on timers, and then they'll all like just like it'll be like one day. Oh, dude, this is a fucking cool idea. All right, so there's a serial killer, or not a serial killer, but like some somebody who's done something bad, he gets out of jail. And the first thing that he does is start his toy store. So the toy store is like all of the toys are actually like they hurt you. Like the all around the what do you call the pop closers? The thing that the Jack in the Box. Like it normally works fine, but if you use it after 1 year, it explodes at the bottom. Or like the paint that he uses on the toys that little children put in their mouths. If you do it for a year, it will cause like poison. He like that could be everything. Okay, so then you have some police officer, some detective or something, who is like suspicious that this guy's doing something wrong, but can't put their finger on it, and then eventually figures it out that this guy's like this psychological creep and has to get all the toys back from those children before it does damage to them. It's a thought.
Yeah, that's a thought. Like the cop goes into the guy's toy store and buys something for his kid, and it's just like one day hears it ticking, like takes it apart, and realizes that there's a bomb, and that this bomb is meant to go off on like I don't know. This guy's like the first date that he went into jail, or some kind of important date for this guy, and then he has to go and track down all of the toys in the town, or they will really hurt people. I mean, I guess they could just do a recall. They would just be like, yeah, anybody who bought this, Jack the Box, like return it or whatever. But I don't know. I'll be right back. Use the restroom. Be right back. Dude, as I was watching my game, this is a fucking really good one. This is a really good one. And I think you probably could do good things for hygiene. All right, so imagine some kid, like let's just say like an 18-year-old kid who is working at McDonald's and chooses never to wash their hands and go back to work. And you would be like up close and personal. Like, yeah, exactly. Um, but the idea is that it would follow the people. Oh, this is a good idea. Okay, so yeah, exactly. But basically, this. Um, they would go and they'd make like the burger or whatever, and you would follow the burger to the person when they eat it. The person eats it. The person gets sick, and then like it like ruins their life in one way or another. Like maybe they throw up in the car, they get in a car accident. Or maybe they give it to their child and the child gets really sick. But like basically everything. Yeah, but with hygiene. Yeah, and then at the end, you could either make it so that they can connect the dots and they know, or even cooler because they just never find out. That could be. That could be, but I almost like it where they never find out. So they had their whole life ruined because of this restaurant, and all the only people who know why it happened are is the audience. Everybody else would just be like, "Oh, that was just a normal thing," because that would make you think as an audience member, like when something bad happens. Yeah, I guess it'd be like a house inspector. Um, but I mean, okay, so you could, if you want to get into that really like psychologically, psychological element, you could have it be like there's someone who is purposefully poisoning these things, and but I almost like it where they don't, where um, it's almost just like what actually happens. Like that's the scariest part about it is that shit is happening every single day in every single city, and it's affecting people's lives and they don't know. It would make them rethink about going to the restaurants and things. It would be like, I don't understand why food service people don't have to wear. Yeah, but you know they don't. Exactly. All that shit. I just don't understand why. Yeah, all that. Dude, that would be a thing with that movie. I don't know what you just gotta call that movie hygiene. That hygiene movie. But imagine like it's just a normal thing. Like you have one person who doesn't wash their hands, and that non-hand washing makes someone sick. There's another part of it where the person who works the restaurant just sneezes, and that makes someone a different kind of sick. There's another kind where they use some kind of like I don't know lip balm or something that someone's allergic to on a straw or something, and that gets someone sick. There's another thing, but that could be like an allergic reaction. There's another thing where that could be it. The person um, somebody's like no pickles and they accidentally put pickles on there and it like causes somebody immense trauma. Did you ever see the movie Crash? Like Crash is like that, where like there's a bunch of different stories intertangled into like one event, and that this would be similar, where the one event is just a bunch of people going to. It would be like 5 minutes in line at a McDonald's at the drive-through, and all the shit that happens, and they don't know why it all happened, but it just happened do with one person's hygiene. Did you ever see the movie Clip? I mean, that's not hard to do. It would just be like every single day, X amount of people go to restaurants globally, but they never know how the actions of one person can affect all of their lives. And it would just go through the different scenarios. Exactly. It would be the health inspector. Yeah, but those are all like global pandemics. This would just be like the actions in a small town. And like, okay, so yeah, it's a good idea. Like, and the person doesn't even have to be a bad person. They don't even have to be malicious about it. It literally could just be like, um, they're going to the bathroom, somebody's knocking on the door. Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up! I gotta go to the bathroom. I gotta go to the bathroom. And so they just didn't have time to wash their hands. And then they're going to, make somebody's burger, and they just barely undercook it, but nevertheless, it gives somebody salmonella. And then, they just accidentally sneeze and don't use the Dracula method, and that gives somebody the flu. And then they accidentally give somebody regular Coke instead of Diet Coke, or not even that. It could be like the tubes were switched or something, and the person's a diabetic, and they go into a diabetic shock, and like every single thing, and it could just be these little things that maybe the person couldn't even really control, or at least were influenced by other people, and it caused this havoc amongst all the other people. All right, how about this one? Name a comic book character that doesn't exist that should, and their superpower. Their Taik. All right, and would he be a hero or a villain? Right. Okay. Name a villain that doesn't exist that should. Rusty Wait. Okay. Dude, I just had an idea for one. I don't know if it would necessarily work, but let me think if this works as a. I don't know if it works as a superhero. It's more about that move, like a movie. But It's almost like it would be a comedy. I'm trying to think how it would be funny though. I'll say it in a second, but like I want to give examples of how it would be funny. Give it to me. Did you ever see Jackass? One of the Jackass movies where they have roller skates on in a disco themed U-Haul truck. Did you ever see this? I think it was Jackass, the first Jackass. I love it. Don't you love Jackass? Okay, the show's amazing too. Yeah, so it's um, it's just basically it's hilarious. They're in a U-Haul and Preston Lacey, the fat guy, is the driver, and then they're all dressed up like disco guys on roller skates, and he just drives in a parking lot and they just go flying all over the place. Anyway, when you said disco roller skates, I just figured, oh, he's gonna say that Jackass did. All right, what's the name of the disco roller skate? All right. So this is a funny premise. Disco. Yeah, that's actually good. But you could even change the phrase DIS. That's good. Disco, like, but it's DISCGO. So it's like disc go. Do you ever play Ultimate Frisbee? Do you, do you ever play Ultimate Frisbee? Do you know that it used to be called Ultimate Frisbee until the Whammo company threatened to sue? Now it's just called Ultimate. They'd sue like the tournaments that use their trademark without permission. Yeah, they were all trademark infringement. No, but when there's a Coca-Cola tournament, the Coca-Cola company will go and sue them. get sued from advertising it on Facebook as well. Coca-Cola will report an issue. The issue will be this infringes on my trademark, and then they won't let you use that advertising. I, yeah, I don't know how this could be funny. It would be a comedy, I think. It's almost like it could be a game. I want to think of it. Okay, this this would be. So don't they have a dating show? Don't they have a dating show called Love Is Blind? But does that have real blind people? Okay, okay, perfect. I thought that show actually has blind people. So my dating show would be for the blind. Exactly. Love really is blind. But yeah, that would be my thing. Um, okay, so okay. Oh, dude, no, I got it. I got it. I got it. I don't know if this is funny, but it kind of is. It'd be more for like a YouTube channel. Okay, so they go to Pornhub, and I don't go to Pornhub, but I don't know. I guess does it look like YouTube with different? Okay, yeah, it could work, but that's too specific. Hold on. Yeah, no, that's not it though. No, you know how? Um, okay, so like Pornhub gives you a list of like randomized pornography on its main page, right? So it would be like bingo. Basically, you know how bingo, like, like you have like a start or whatever, and you can have like people play bingo against each other by just whatever the front page of porn. So, so like if you have like a milf on your front, then you put that. You get what I'm saying? It would that's pretty easy. That would just be like milk and hog and like facial and like all the cards are the same. All the cards are the same. But then when you open up Pornhub, it's always different to each person. And so then you put one down for each, whatever you have. And then if you don't have bingo, then you refresh the page until you get bingo. It's actually not a bad idea. No, it's not a dating show. It would just be like it would be more like a YouTube show. But it would be a way for it would be really good for Pornhub, but it would be a way to promote pornography. Like that's like a thing that people want to do, which it would be. Um, yeah. Well, okay. So like Kill Tony has a similar version where they made Kill Tony bingo cards, and every time they mentioned like Tony being gay, it was you put one down. Every time they mentioned Red Band being fat, there was another one. Or every time somebody bombed, you put one down. So it would be basically the same, but I don't know where you would show it. Because you couldn't really show it on YouTube, and you couldn't show it on TV. And Pornhub, that's not where people go to. But I don't know. You asked me a question. I can answer it. Okay, how about this one? This would be big. I don't know if they go for it, but you just have celebrities on, and you give them different food combinations until they throw up on camera. Yeah. Oh, you want a love show? Okay. I already gave it to you. Love really is blind. Okay. Um. Okay. Here's one. You get a 10, like a really good looking chick, and a guy who is like a 5 or below, and you get like three pairs like that, and the couple that can stay together the longest amount of time gets a cash prize. But here's the catch: they can't know when the other people broke up with each other. So some of them might just be together forever, or like for like 10 years, just because they think that there's a prize at the end. But in reality, yeah. No, it would be like $1 million.
I have a very um, okay, so you have one person versus a bunch of kids with like pads and Nerf weapons, and you just have the one adult fight the children so that nobody gets hurt. But see how many children the adult can fight off before the children overtake them. Yeah, so essentially that. I thought of a game that I think could be very profitable if you just made a game where you could set people up like that, but generally using animals. So it would just run simulations of like 10 hippos versus 30 giraffes. You see which ones you get. think that game would be fun. You could just keep setting things up. Yeah, so there, yeah. Hey, that reminds me. When are we gonna play table soccer? Okay, you suck here. Just so you know. All right, give me another good idea before you go to bed. How's it work? Dude, I got one. Have you ever seen? I think they did this or Australia or someplace. Okay, so they got a bunch of people with the same kind of dog. I've seen it done with like golden retrievers. You have a golden retriever, don't you? Like a dog. Oh, okay. Well, so not I mean not that. I'm sure that, but there aren't that many percent dogs. All right, so just imagine like golden retrievers. Okay, so this event that I've seen is like they try to break the Guinness World Record of like the most amount of the same kind of dog with its owners in one spot. All right, so you host one of those events where you just have people and their dogs, and the object is to see which dog can identify the owner fastest, and you just do it that way. Be like, who's the best dog? Yeah, so you could maybe put them behind like behind a like a tent or something, some kind of wall, so that they could only use their scent. I guess it would be like dog or like animal game shows, but I bet those are pretty difficult too. Nevertheless, that's fun. Um, all right. Dude, this would be so big. Hold on. I know I interrupted you. This actually is the best fucking idea I've had. Okay, you ready for this? You get two fighters, two guys who are like MMA, UFC guys, who both agree with this. They're both wearing parachutes. They go up in a plane, and the object is to kick the other guy out of the plane and throw him out of the plane. Isn't that a good idea? Wait, and if that happens, then you go right back up and do it again. You go until there's no tie. There you go. That's a 10 out of 10 idea right now. Wait, we got to come up with a name for it. Let's do something like that. Um, that would be so cool, wouldn't it? Absolutely. Absolutely. It would, Yeah, anything like that. Just basically a battle in the air, and the loser gets thrown out of the plane, and then they have to skydive from. So here's the thing: they could have uh, like a team. Yeah, and they do that. Like there was this video, the Red Bull video. They wouldn't insure it in the United States. I think they did it. They did it in other countries. But basically, Red Bull paid a guy to jump out of a plane without a parachute, and they did. And then they had other parachutist guys go fly up to him and put a parachute on him mid air. Okay, is it fantasy? He did. Oh, I thought. Hold on. I've seen like every. I don't think jack off is necessary. Well, Jackass. It's called the Jack. What's it called? Hey, Jack. That's so funny. Sky Jack. Alright, this is super. I'll just have to watch it. Lena and Steve skydive. Alright, well that's hilarious. Alright, I like the idea. Of, I think you just call it sky fight. Dude, I want to see that. That would be so cool. That would be like the better than the UFC. It's just like okay. So then, how about this one? Hold on. How about this one? This works. You get a big net, like a big circus net, at the bottom, and then you just go up in one of those helicopters without doors on the side, and have him fight in that, and then throw the guy over. Then he doesn't need a parachute. He just lands in a net. No. The net's just barely above the ground, but enough that if you fall in the net, you won't hit the ground. Like 300. They're like 300 feet in the air. 300 feet. Okay, maybe 100 feet. Yeah, but you bring up a good point. Like the guy that's not unconscious, you can't really control. Like he's gonna die. So you just have him fall in the net. Right. So that's why if that happens, dude, can you imagine? Okay, so imagine it's not UFC where you punch in the face and stuff. It's just grappling. And if you both get thrown out of the plane, then you have to go and do it again. And that's the next round. So it would get so intense because these guys are exhausted. And it's like, wow, this, go. Oh, dude, I got even better. Instead of having the thing with the, instead of having the thing where you have to fly up the side, have you ever seen the C-130s where it's like out the back, where like the back comes down like a garage door? Yeah, that kind of. Well, I mean, I was just thinking like a regular plane that you jump on it, but C-130 would be tight. Okay, I'm down for that. That would be cool. Yeah, I love it. I love it. Right. I love it. Phenomenal. Absolutely. Hey, I've got one. This actually could be done. I don't know how much fun it is. It's not as cool as that idea, but you just have. Okay, so let's say you have. This is a game show where all you have to do is we show you a picture. Let's say there are 16 people. All right, so we show you a picture, and it's you have to guess whether it's AI or a real person, and then whatever people are right, then it goes to down to 8 or whatever. Whatever people are right, then it goes down to 4 and 2. Yeah, but you could make it so that you could make like little freckles or whatever, birthmarks or their hair is right. No, it could be that obvious. But that's a game that I play on Reddit. There's a Reddit subreddit that's dedicated to that. And people, it's called like AI or not. And people just like will show a picture and you get like AI is so good that it sucks a lot of times. Mastodon. Dude, you know how I had that idea about the dogs? What if you reversed it and you had to have the people find their own dog? I mean, I guess you could just use whatever sound you want. Yeah. Okay, so then no sound. Dogs in a soundproof room. Here's one. Oh, fuck. Dog, I live that. That's my life. No, that's boring as fuck. Oh, just who can solve captures the fastest, like Rubik's Cube? I like that. I like that. That's a good idea. All right, how about this one? It's like Judge Judy, but it has a celebrity judge, and they get to choose whatever they want to happen. Yeah, that's exactly right. That's exactly what Judge Judy is. It's arbitration. So, like, let's say there's some disagreement. And Steve-O is the judge. Steve-O could be like, all right, you have to drink. Exactly. So Steve-O could make it like, all right, you have to drink his spit, a glass full of his spit, and he has to smell your fart. No, you do, you do. You still have to do that, but then Steve-O can put his twist on it. Like, all right, and you know he's gonna want to do that. Yeah, yeah, exactly. Well, that's kind of combining two game shows. So it should just be celebrity judges, and they just listen to it, and then they just make their own decision. But they have no legal background, so they're just like so it'd be like I don't know, two people fighting over a dog, like a couple, and let's say a couple thought the couple
adopted the dog when they were together, and now they need to find, well, like, where's the dog going to be with the what owner? And so Steve would be like, well, we could cut the dog in two, and then the true lover of the dog would be like, no, 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 let the other person have it because they don't want to see the dog hurt. And then Steve would be like, all right, you love the dog so much that you get the dog. You mean like the Mercedes Benz car? Yeah, I know what you're saying. Yeah, it's made by Mercedes Benz. Yeah, what about it? Not life insurance. Wouldn't it be auto insurance? Well, auto insurance can as well. And usually that would be covered under your auto insurance. But I get what you're saying. If you end up dying, then your life insurance is going to pay out. Um, I don't like those kinds of judgments that they make in the insurance industry. So I would say no. Because, okay, so then why wouldn't you say, like, oh, but if you're a bicyclist, which would totally get destroyed by any other vehicle, basically, then your life insurance should be through the roof. No. Yeah, I mean, that gets complicated, though. I don't like those kinds of rules. I kind of like that treating people equally. All right. Uh, what other? Okay. Yeah. I still do that. Everybody has to make that. Okay, I like that. I mean, that really could just be a game show in itself where you line up 10 people and they just have to hit the golf cart. Dude, imagine guys get really good at it. They can aim their shots really well, or like be able to like lob their shots perfectly and hit that guy. It's not a bad idea. Dude, I think it could be an Olympic sport. They already have like the biathlon and they can go to like shoot or archery and stuff. So it's just like archery for golf. No, it's just essentially it would be like archery, but for the dragon. It's a good idea. I think it's entertaining in itself. You give a guy a bucket of balls and see how many times he can hit the thing, and you've got like 10 people going at once. It'd be a pretty intense competition. Exactly. I think it's a good idea. Yeah, I actually just saw some. I I saw something about this. Um, there's an airport in Chicago, Midway, that has like a really short runway, and they have to make sure people do that because they have to brake so quickly. So yeah, I think it's a necessity in some airports. Right. So you're saying why do they need that sign? Yeah, I mean, yeah. Um, I think it's just so that you do it within a time, and you never know. There's stuff that you can do. Like it's really for the land design because sometimes they have to brake really hard, and everybody and everything was quite cool. I've never been on a flight like that. I've been on some bad turbulence flights, but never anything where, uh, well, like you had to have your seatbelt on during it, but never anything on the ramp. I think that geoguessr should just be could be its own television show. Well, this is different than geoguessr, but I think it was a game or something that I saw where they put you down in a random place in the world, and you have to get to an airport using Google Earth, and then that gets you home or whatever. It's different than GeoGuessr. GeoGuessr is like how many miles away from you are you from the pin. This would basically force you to take streets and stuff to get to the airport. But I guess there aren't that many airports in you can memorize where the airports are. But okay, this is a good idea. They put you down somewhere randomly on Earth and then give you a place that you have to find. And it could be sponsored by different companies. So like find the nearest Starbucks. And so the person would like have to geoguess the nearest Starbucks in that area. Or the nearest McDonald's. Or the nearest Home Depot or whatever.
not even have a McDonald's. They may have to take they may have to go and take like a train to another place that didn't have it, because they just have to assume where they're going to find these places. Where would they find the Starbucks? Maybe at an airport, maybe in a mall, or whatever it is. That's a thought. Yeah, I don't know if they have this where you were, but they have this show called Supermarket Sweep that I always thought was a really good show, where they just have people in the supermarket and they just try to get high priced items and such. It doesn't work that well anymore. I mean, I guess it would, but did you say a hollow drum? Did you say a hollow drum? Yeah, okay. I know what you're saying. I didn't know what the reference is. Okay. What about Doug? I think this would be a hilarious show. It reminds me of this thing I remember when I was a kid. And, okay, so here's what you do: you spit into a glass. It's a race. The race is this: you versus somebody else. You spit into a glass, and you have to fill the glass up with your saliva. And when you're done, you have to drink the whole glass. That's the entire show. Yeah, I get that, but I don't think that would be that. Like that could get somebody really sick. So if you drink the glass, I think it'd be fine. Yeah, it does. But yeah, I saw when they did they had like a really good trampoline, which was, or not trampoline, treadmill, which was really cool.
Why didn't they just take the full amount? Yeah. That's bullshit. Yeah, exactly. Winner's gonna win, baby. All right, big dog. It's been real. It's been fun. Unless you're gonna play me in, are you gonna play me in games, or are you going to take a nap? Just go take a nap. I'm gonna do the same. All right. Thanks, big dog. Enjoy your Yeti and Mastodon knowledge and sky fight. You're welcome. Appreciate it. Take care. I'll be back when the kid comes back. Peace.
There and hatred. Right. That comes more towards the end of the 19th century, with the influence of Darwin. I mean, I can't blame Darwin for it, but Darwinians, who start to talk about, the competition between nations, the natural competition. The weak ones fall away, the strong ones get ahead. You get this sort of combination also with, modern anti-Semitism and with racial thinking. The racial thinking at the end of the 19th century is very powerful. So now, at the end of the 19th century versus the beginning of the middle of the 19th century, you could be a German and be a Jew, and there's no contradiction. Yeah, as long as you speak the language and you dress and think and act and share the culture. By the end of the 19th century, people say, no, they're not Germans. They're Jews. They're different. They have different blood. They have different. They don't say genes yet, but that's sort of a sense of people, and that's when there's this sense of superiority to and inferiority. That they're inferior to us. And that we're the strong ones, and we have to, and Hitler, by the way, just adopts this hook, line, and sinker. I mean, there are a whole series of thinkers at the end of the 19th and beginning of the 20th century who he cites in Mein Kampf, which is written in the early 1920s, that, basically pervades this racial thinking. So nationalism changes. So nationalism in and of itself is not bad. It's not bad, to share culture and language and, folk ways and sense of common belonging. There's nothing bad about it inherently. But then what happens is it becomes, frequently is used, it becomes, especially at fascism, becomes dangerous.
And it's especially dangerous when two conflicting groups share geographic location. That's right. So, like with the Jews, I'm a Russian Jew, and it's always interesting. I take pride in I love the tradition of the Soviet Union, of Russia. I love America. So I love these countries. They have a beautiful tradition in literature and science and art and all those kinds of things. But it's funny that people, not often, but sometimes, correct me that I'm not Russian. I'm a Jew. And it's a nice reminder, yes, that that is always there. That desire to create these groups, and then when they're living in the same place, for that division between groups, that hate between groups, can explode. And I wonder, why is that there? Why does the human heart tend so easily towards this kind of hate?
That's a big question in and of itself. The human heart is full of everything, right? It's full of hate, it's full of love, it's full of indifference, it's full of apathy, it's full of energy. So, I mean, hate is something, that, I think, and along with hate, the ability to really hurt and injure people is something that's within all of us. It's within all of us. And it's just something that's part of who we are, and part of our society. So, we're shaped by our society. Our society can do with us often what it wishes. That's why it's so much nicer to live in a more or less beneficent society like that of a democracy in the West than to live in the Soviet Union, right? I mean, because you have more or less the freedom to do what you wish, and not to be forced into situations in which you would have to then do nasty to other people. Some societies, as we talked about, are more have proclivities towards asking of its people to do things they don't want to do, and forcing them to do so. So, freedom is a wonderful thing. To be able to choose not to do evil is a great thing. Whereas in some societies, you feel in some ways for not so much for the NKVD bosses, but for the guys on the ground, in the 1930s, or not so much for the Nazi bosses, but for the guys, in the police battalion that were told go shoot those Jews, you know, and you do it, not necessarily because they force you to do it, but because your social situation, um, encourages you to, and you don't have the courage not to.
Yeah, I was just, as I often do, rereading Viktor Frankl's Man's Search for Meaning, and he said something which I often pull out sort of lines. The mere knowledge that a man was either a camp guard or a prisoner tells us almost nothing. Human kindness can be found in all groups, even those which, as a whole, would be easy to condemn. So that's speaking to you feel for those people at the lowest level implementing the orders
Yo, how are you?
of those above.
And also, you worry yourself.
How are you?
What happened if you were given those same orders? I mean, what would you do?
Yeah, you can mute
What
that one.
kind of reaction would you have in a similar situation?
Hey, how are you?
And you don't know.
I could see myself in World War
The one
II
with the podcast.
fighting for almost any country that I was born in.
How's your day going? Excellent. Hey, excellent. Well, pleasure to meet you. How are you, Nick? Which, do you mind if I tell you about myself? Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm Rabbi Rothschild. I stream like 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year for World Peace. I've been doing it for more than 3.5 years live on YouTube. I'm live on 18 different YouTube streams right now. I have more data archived to the internet than any person in global history. I'm like a real life Truman show. We've seen the death of a queen, the birth of AI, the coronation of a king, and everything in between. No, it's just in my head. I've said it like multiple times a day. Yes. We talk about some things that aren't normally discussed in society, like ending world hunger, with the use of technology such as floating greenhouses, saltwater greenhouses, agricultural drones, hydroponics, vertical farming, clouds, and just people within my Discord. Um, I talk about things like ending world thirst through the use of desalination technology, pumping earth seawater out of land to make it drinkable. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's worth tens of millions of dollars, actually close to $100 billion. It's known as Harry Potter Balthasar Canadian. It one of the things that we do within that community is build wells in developing nations such as Nigeria. I talk about other things that may be of interest to you, things like anti-gravity, antimatter, faster than light travel, things like alien disclosure, de-extinction. People don't know this, but the first successful de-extinction took place in the year 2003 with the Pyrenean ibex. That's exactly correct, yeah. So the Pyrenean ibex was a goat located in northern Spain, southern France that was once extinct, that scientists were able to de-extinct. Fast forward to the year 2021, a company out of Dallas, Texas, known as Colossus Scientific, they've made it their goal that by 2028 to reintroduce the woolly mammoth into the Arctic Circle, utilizing African elephant surrogates. They've already reintroduced the dire wolf. Excellent. They then want to reintroduce the Tasmanian tiger, followed by the dodo bird, which is really fascinating. I talk about other things that may be of interest to you. The fact that data is the number one resource more valuable than food, water, gold, air, petroleum. And I have more data on any person in global history, which may make me an influential person someday. And if that's true, I want to help. I want to help you. I want to help your friends. I want to help your family. I want you to be able to never have to work again and start charities and help the world, other philanthropic organizations. When you were born, the average life expectancy was around 80. I would increase that. If you want to need 100, 120 with use of technology, this is all with your consent. But things like oxygen therapy, human growth hormone, stem cells, cryonics, cryogenics, thermal therapy, cold shock therapies, things like perhaps immersion therapy. But eventually, you may be 120 years old and you may say, Rabbi, my body's starting to break down. What's the next plan? Well, if you want this with your consent, you may be able to utilize a technology known as mitochondrial technology, where we scan the brain, absolutely, scan the brain into a computer like a CAT scan or an MRI, knowing where every atom is in your central nervous system and your peripheral nervous system. And later download as an Android, an avatar, a cyber, a cybernetic being, a clone of yourself, a robot, an ethereal man, whatever you want to be. No, we most certainly are. We're already doing it with mice, and scientists expect to be starting to do it within the next 10 years. Yeah. No, no, I love your honesty. That's courage that just saying that you didn't understand. I understand. What he's saying is a very um, ambiguous idea, but I think he's really discussing like the idea of being within a mountain. being able to experience the different feelings of being in that environment. All right, whatever floats your boat, big dog. Wouldn't it just be life support? Whatever makes you happy. Yeah, the key is living forever within reason. You don't want to live forever because that could be a major punishment. You could be tortured forever. You want to live forever within reason. When you no longer want to live forever, you want to be able to end it all. Well, that's a little bit about me. Nope. Did you find me from the fish tank Discord? Oh, okay. Do you know about the fish tank? Okay. Okay. All right. Well, look, you should know that you're always welcome here. I do my best to be a positive person, to have a positive outlook, an optimistic outlook on life, and to just give people hope. So if there's anything that you ever need from me, I'm here to help you, okay?
I appreciate it. I can't say the same in terms of the outlook on life, but I do appreciate it.
Absolutely.
No, I can worry about it. If I needed it to change, I can do what it is. Don't worry.
Thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to meet you.
Word up. Nice meeting you.
Well, with that, I'm going to continue with my podcast. Feel free to enjoy. And if excellent. Take care, friends. Hope you don't. No pleasure meeting you.
There's a love of community. There's a love of country that's just, at least to me, comes naturally. Just love of community. And countries want this community. And I can see fighting for that country, especially when you're sold a story that you're fighting evil. And I'm sure every single country was sold that story effectively. And then when you're in the military, you have a gun in your hand, or you're in the police force, and you're ordered, go to this place and commit violence, it's hard to know what you would do. It's a mix of fear, it's a mix of maybe you convince yourself, what can one person really do? And over time, it's again that slippery slope. Because you could see all the people who protest, who revolt, they're ineffective. So, like, if you actually want to practically help somehow, you're going to convince yourself that you can't. One person can't possibly help.
Right.
And then you have a family, so you want to make sure you want to protect your family. You tell all these stories, and over time, you naturally convince yourself to dehumanize the other. Yeah, I think about this a lot. Mostly because I worry that I wouldn't be a good German.
Yeah, no, that's right. That's right. And one of my tasks as a teacher, right, of students, and I have classes on genocide. I have one now, and another one, by the way, on Stalin. But the one on genocide, one of my tasks is to try to get the students to understand this is not about weird people who live far away in time and place, but it's about them. And that's a hard lesson, but it's an important one. That this is in all of us. It's in all of us, and there's nothing, and you just try to gird yourself up, to try to figure out ways that maybe you won't be complicit, and that you learn how to stand by your principles. But it's very hard. It's extremely difficult, and you can't. The other interesting thing about it is it's not predictable. They've done a lot of studies of Poles, for example, who during the war saved Jews. Well, who were the Poles who saved Jews versus those who turned them in? It's completely unpredictable. Sometimes it's the worst anti-Semites who protect them because they don't believe they should be killed. Right? And sometimes, it's not predictable. It's not as if the humanists among us, are the ones who, consistently show up, and experience danger, in other words, and are ready to take on danger, to defend, your fellow human beings. Not necessarily. Sometimes simple people do it, and sometimes they do it for really simple reasons. And sometimes people you would expect to do it don't. And you got that mix, and it's just not predictable.
One thing I've learned in this age of social media is it feels like the people with integrity and the ones who would do the right thing are the quiet ones. In terms of humanists, in terms of activists, there's so many points to be gained of declaring that you would do the right thing. It's simple, quiet folks. Because I've seen quite, on a small, obviously much smaller scale, just shows of integrity and character when there was sacrifice to be made and it was done quietly. the sort of the small heroes. Those are, you're right, it's surprising, but they're often quiet. That's why I'm distrustful of people who kind of proclaim that they would do the right thing.
Right. And there are different kinds of integrity too. I mean, I edited a memoir of a Polish, underground fighter, the underground who was in Majdanek, the concentration camp of Majdanek. And it's just an interesting mix of different kinds of integrity. On the one hand, it really bothered him deeply when Jews were killed or sent to camp or that sort of thing. On the other hand, he was something of an anti-Semite. He would, sometimes if Jews were his friends, he would help them. And if they weren't, sometimes he was really mean to them. And there are various levels. A concentration camp is a terrible social experiment in some ways, right? But you learn a lot from how people behave, and what you see is that people would behave sometimes extraordinarily well in some situations and extraordinarily poorly in others, and it's mixed, and you can't predict it, and it's hard to find consistency. I mean, that's the other thing. It's I think we claim too much consistency for the people we study and the people we think about in the past. They're not consistent. Anyone would agree are consistent, right?
Well, let me ask you about human nature here on both sides. So first, what you learn about human nature for studying genocide? Why do humans commit genocide? What lessons? First of all, why is a difficult question, but what insights go into humans that genocide is something that happens in the world?
That's a really big and difficult question, right? And it has to be parsed, I think, into different kinds of questions. Why does genocide happen? Which the answer there is frequently political, meaning, why Hitler ended up killing the Jews? Well, it had a lot to do with the political history of Germany and wartime history of Germany, right? In the 30s. And, it's traceable to them. Like you mentioned it yourself. You can't imagine Hitler in the mid-20s turning into anything of the kind of dictator he ended up being and the kind of mass murderer he ended up being. So, and the same thing goes, by the way, for Stalin, Soviet Union, and Pol Pot. I mean, these are all essentially political movements where the polity state sees, by a ideological or single party movement, and then is moved in directions where mass killing takes place. Now, the other question, separate that question out. The other question is, why do ordinary people participate? Because the fact of the matter is, just ordering genocide is not enough. Just saying, go get them is not enough. There have to be people who will cooperate and who will do their jobs, both at the kind of meso level, the middle level of the bureaucracy, but also at the everyday level. People who have to pull the triggers and that kind of thing, and, force people into the gas chamber, and grab people, in Kiev in September 1941 at Babin Yar and push them, towards the ravine where the machine gunners are going to shoot them down. And those are all sorts of different questions. The question of, especially the lower level people who actually do the killing is a question which I think we've been talking about, which is that within all of us, there was the capability of being murderers and mass murderers. I mean, to participate in mass murder. I won't call them laws of social psychology, but the character of social psychology. We will do it in most cases. I mean, one of the shocking things that I learned just a few years ago studying the Holocaust is that you could pull out. In other words, if they order a police battalion to go shoot Jews, you didn't have to do it. You could pull out. They weren't going to. They never killed anybody. They never executed anybody. They never even punished people for saying no. I'm not going to do that. So people are doing it voluntarily. They may not want to do it. They give them booze to try to numb pain of murder because they know there is pain. I mean, people who experience pain when they murder people, but they don't pull out. And so it's the character of who we are in society, in groups. And we're very, very influenced. I mean, we're highly influenced by the groups in which we operate and, who we talk to and who our friends are within that group and who is the head of the group. And I mean, you see this even, you see it in any group, whether it's in the academy, right, at Stanford, or whether it's, in a labor union, or whether it's in a church group in Tennessee or wherever, people pay attention to each other and they're unwilling frequently to say, no, this is wrong. Even though all of you think it's right, it's wrong. I mean, you just don't do that usually, especially in societies that are authoritarian or totalitarian, right? Because it's harder because there's a backup, right? There's the NKVD there, and there's the Gestapo there are other people there. So you just, they may not be forcing you to do it, but your social being plus this danger in the distance, you do it.
But then if you go up the hierarchy, the very top to the dictator, presumably, you could go to like middle management or bureaucracy. I think the higher you get up there, the more power you have to change the direction of the Titanic.
Right.
But nobody seems to do it.
Right. Or what happens, and it does happen, it happens in the German army. I mean, it happens in the case of the Armenian genocide, where we know there are governors who said, no, I'm not going to kill Armenians. What kind of business is this? They're just removed. They're removed, and you find a replacement very easily. So, you do see people who stand up. And again, it's not really predictable who it will be. I would maintain. I mean, I haven't done a study of the Armenian governors who said no. I mean, the Turkish governors who said no to the Armenian genocide. But, there are people who do step aside every once in a while in the middle level. And again, they're German generals who say, hey, what is this business in Poland when they start to kill Jews, or in Belarus? And, they're just pushed aside. If they don't do their job, they're pushed aside. Or they end up doing it, and they usually do it.
What about on the victim side? I mentioned man's search for meaning. What can we learn about human nature, the human mind, from the victims of genocide? So Viktor Frankl talked about the ability to discover meaning and beauty, even in suffering. Is there something to be said about, in your studying of genocide that you've learned about human nature?
Well, again, I don't. I have to say I come out of the study of genocide with a very pessimistic nature. A very pessimistic,
Even on the victim side?
even on the victims. I mean, the victims will eat their children, right? Ukrainian case, they have no choice. The victims will rob each other. The victims will form hierarchies within victimhood. So you see, let me give you an example. Again, I told you I was working on Majdanek. And there's, in Majdanek, at a certain point at 42, a group of Slovak Jews were arrested and sent to Majdanek. Those Slovak Jews were who somehow they stuck together. They were very competent. They were, many of them were businessmen. They knew each other, and for a variety of different reasons within the camp. And again, this shows you the diversity of the camps, and also, these images of black and white in the camps are not very useful. They ruled the camp. I mean, they basically had all the important jobs in the camp, including jobs like digging other Jews and persecuting other Jews, and persecuting other peoples, which they did. And this Polish guy, who I mentioned to you, who wrote this memoir, hated because of what they were doing to the Poles, right? And he, he's incensed because aren't these supposed to be the intervention? These things, and look what they're doing. They're treating us, like dirt. And they do. They treat them like dirt. So, in this kind of work on my Donic, there's certainly parts of it that, were inspiring. People helping each other, people trying to feed each other, people giving warmth to each other. There's some very heroic Polish women who end up having a radio show called Radio Majdanic, which they put on every night in the women's camp, which is, to raise the spirits. And they, sing songs and do all this kind of stuff, to try to keep themselves from, the horrors that they're experiencing around them. And so you do see that, and you do see, human beings acting in support of each other. But, Primo Levi is one of my favorite writers about the Holocaust and about the camps. And, I don't think Primo Levi saw anything. He had pals, who he helped and who helped him. But he describes this kind of, terrible and human environment which no one can escape. Really. No one can escape. He ends up committing suicide, because of his sense of, we don't know exactly why, but probably because of his sense of what happened in the camp. Later he goes back to Italy and becomes a writer. So I don't, especially in the concentration camps, it's really hard to find places like Viktor Frankl where you can say, I am moved in a positive way, by what happened. There were cases, there's no question. People hung together, they tried to help each other, but they were totally caught in this web of genocide.
See, so there are stories, but the thing is, I have this sense, maybe it's a hope, that within most, if not every heart, there's a kind of like flame of compassion and kindness and love that waits, that longs to connect with others, that ultimately unmasks, overpowers everything else. If you just look at the story of human history, the resistance to violence and mass murder and genocide feels like a force that's there. And it feels like a force that's more powerful than whatever the dark momentum that leads to genocide is. It feels like that's more powerful. It's just quiet. It's hard to tell the story of that little flame that burns within all of our hearts. That longing to connect to other human beings. And there's something also about human nature and us as storytellers that we're not very good at telling the stories of that little flame. We're much better at telling the stories of atrocities.
No, I think maybe I fundamentally disagree with you. I don't disagree that there is that flame. I just think it's just too easily doused. And I think it's too easily goes out in a lot of people. And like I say, I come away from this work a pessimist. There is this work by a Harvard psychologist, now I'm forgetting,
Steven Pinker.
Yes, Steven Pinker, that shows over time, and initially I was quite skeptical of the work, but in the end I thought he was quite convincing that over time the incidence of homicide, goes down. The incidence of rape goes down. The incidence of genocide, except for the big blip, in the middle of the 20th century, goes down. Not markedly, but it goes down generally. That international norms are changing how we think about this and stuff like that. I thought he was pretty convincing about that. But think about, we're modern people. We've advanced so fast in so many different areas. We should have eliminated this a long time ago. How is it that we're still facing this business of genocide in Myanmar and Xinjiang, in Tigray, in Ethiopia, the potentials of genocide there, and all over the world. We still have this thing that we cannot handle, that we can't deal with. And, again, electric cars and planes that fly from here to, Beijing. Think about the differences between 250 years ago or 300 years ago and today. But the differences in genocide are not all that great. I mean, the incidence has gone down. I think Pinker is demonstrating. I mean, there are problems with this methodology, but I'm with you on that book. I thought in the end it was quite well done. So, I do not. I have to say, I'm not an optimist about what this human thing can do. And someone once said to me, when I posed a similar kind of question to a seminar, a friend of mine at Berkeley once said, "Remember original sin?" Well, I don't. That's very Catholic, and I don't really think in terms of original sin. And in some ways, the point is we carry this with us. We carry with us a really potentially nasty mean streak that can do harm to other people.
But we carry the capacity to love too.
Yes, we do.
And so
Yes, we do. That's part of the deal.
you have a bias in that you have studied some of the darker aspects of human nature and human history. So it is difficult from the trenches, from the muck, to see a possible sort of way out through love. But it's not obvious that that's not the case. You mentioned electric cars and rockets and airplanes. To me, the more powerful thing is Wikipedia, the internet. Only 50% of the world currently has access to the internet, but that's growing. And information and knowledge and wisdom, especially among women in the world. As that grows, I think it becomes a lot more difficult if love wins. It becomes a lot more difficult for somebody like Hitler to take power, for genocide to occur, because people think. And the masses, I think, the people have power when they're able to think. And they can see the full kind of, first of all, when they can study the work. They can know about the fact that genocide happens, how it occurs, how the promises of great charismatic leaders lead to great destructive mass genocide. And just even studying the fact that the Holocaust happened for a large number of people is a powerful preventer of future genocide. Like one of the lessons of history is just knowing that this can happen, learning how it happens, that normal human beings, leaders that give big promises, can also become evil and destructive. The fact, knowing that can happen, is a powerful preventer of that. And then you kind of wake up from this haze of believing everything you hear, and you learn to just, in your small local way, to put more love out there. I believe it's possible. It's not. So to push back, it's not so obvious to me that in the end, I think in the end, love wins. That's my intuition. It is but money on it. I have a sense that this genocide thing is more and more going to be an artifact of the past.
Well, I certainly hope you're right. I certainly hope you're right. And, it could be you are. We don't know. But the evidence is different. The evidence is different. And, the capacity of human beings to do evil to other human beings is repeatedly demonstrated. Whether it's in massacres in Mexico or, ISIS and the Yazidi Kurds, or, you could just go on and on. Syria, Syria used to be a country, and now it's, it's been a mass grave, and people have left in the millions, for other places. And, I'm not saying, the Turks have done nice things for the Syrians, and the Germans welcomed in 1 million or so, and actually reasonably absorbed them. That's all. I'm not saying bad things only happen in the world. There are good and bad things that happen. You're absolutely right. And but I don't think we're on the path to eliminate these really bad things from happening. I just don't think we are, and I don't think there's any. I don't think the facts demonstrate it. I mean, I hope you're right, but I think otherwise it's just an article of faith. Well, which is it's perfectly fine. It's better to have that article of faith than to have an article of faith which says things should get bad, things like that.
Well, it's not just fine. It's the only way if you want to build a better future. So optimism is a prerequisite for engineering a better future. So so a historian has to see clearly into the past.
Right.
An engineer has to imagine the future that's different from the past, that's better than the past. Because without that, they're not going to be able to build a better future. So there's a kind of saying like you have to consider the facts. Well, at every single moment in history, if you allow yourself to be too grounded by the facts of the past, you're not going to create the future. So that's kind of the tension that we're living with. To have a chance, we have to imagine that the better future is possible. But one of the ways to do that is to study history,
which engineers don't do enough of. Which is a real problem. That's a real problem.
Well, basically, a lot of disciplines in science and so on don't
Right.
get enough of.
Right.
Can you tell the story of China from 1958 to 1962, what was called the Great Leap Forward, orchestrated by Chairman Mao Zedong, that led to the death of tens of millions of people, making it arguably the largest famine in human history?
Yes. I mean, it was a terrible set of events that led to the death. People will dispute the numbers. 15 million, 17 million, 14 million, 20 million people died.
And you could say 30, 40, 50 million.
Some people go that high too. That's right. Essentially, Mao and the Communist Party leadership, but it was mostly Mao's doing, decided he wanted, to move the country into communism. And part of the idea of that was rivalry with the Soviet Union. Mao was a good Stalinist, or at least felt like Stalin was the right kind of communist leader to have, and he didn't like Khrushchev at all, and he didn't like what he thought were Khrushchev's reforms, and also Khrushchev's pretensions to moving the Soviet Union into communism. So Khrushchev, started talking about giving more power to the party, less power to the state, and if you have more power to the party versus the state, then you're moving into communism. So what Mao decided to do was to engage in this vast program of, building what were called people's communes. And these communes, were enormous conglomerations of essentially collective farms. And what would happen on those communes is there would be places for people to eat, and there would be places for the kids to be raised in, essentially kind of separate homes, and they would be schooled. Everybody would turn over their metal, which was one of the actually turned out to be a terribly negative phenomenon, their metal pots and pans to be melted to then make steel. These big communes would all have little steel plants, and they would build steel, and the whole countryside would be transformed. Well, like many of these sort of a true megalomaniac project, like some of Stalin's projects too. And this particular project, then, the people had no choice. They were forced, to do this. It was incredibly dysfunctional for Chinese agriculture, and ended up, creating, as you mentioned, a terrible famine that everybody understood was a famine as a result of this. I mean, there were also some problems in nature at the same time, like flooding, bad weather, and that sort of thing. But it was really a man-made famine. And Mao said at one point, who cares? If millions die, it just doesn't matter. We've got millions more left. I mean, he would periodically say things like this that showed that, like Stalin, he had totally different, to the fact that people were dying. in large numbers. It led again to cannibalism and to terrible wastage all over the country, and millions of people died, and there was just no stopping it. There were people in the party who began to kind of edge towards telling Mao this wasn't a great idea, and that he should back off, but he couldn't back off. And the result was, catastrophe in the countryside, and all these people dying. And then they, compounding the problem was the political elite, which then, if peasants would object or if certain people would say no, they beat the hell out of them. They would beat people, who didn't do what they wanted them to do. So it was really, really a horrific set of events on the Chinese countryside. I mean, and people wrote about it. I mean, we learned about it. There were people who were keeping track of what was going on, and eventually wrote books about it. So so we have pretty good documentation. Not so much on the numbers. Numbers are always a difficult problem. I'm facing this problem, by the way. This is a little bit separate with the Holodomor, where Ukrainians are now claiming 11.5 million people died in the Holodomor. And most people assume it's somewhere in the neighborhood of 4 million, 4.5 million maybe. So you have wildly different numbers that come out, and we have different kinds of numbers, as you mentioned, too, with the Great Leap Forward. So it was a huge catastrophe for China, and Mao only backed off when he had to, and then revived it a little bit with the Red Guards movement later on, when he was upset that the bureaucracy was resisting him a little bit when it came to the Great Leap, but he had to back off. It was such a terrible catastrophe.
So one of the things about numbers is that you usually talk about deaths, but with famine and starvation, the thing I often think about that's impossible to put into numbers is the number of people and the degree to which they were suffering. The number of days spent in suffering.
Oh, yeah.
And so, I mean, death is. Death is just one of the consequences of suffering. And to me, it feels like 1, 2, 3 years, or months and years of not having anything to eat is worse. And that's so those aren't put into numbers often.
That's right. And the effect on people long term, in terms of their mental health, in terms of their physical health, their ability to work, all those kinds of things. I mean, Ukrainians are working on. There are people working on this subject now. The long-term effect of the hunger famine on them, and I'm sure there's a similar kind of long-term effect on Chinese peasantry of what happened. You're destroying
Multi-generational.
Yeah, it's multi-generational. That's right. That's right. And it's a really. You're absolutely right. This is a terrible, terrible way to die, and it lasts a long time. And sometimes you don't die, you survive, but in the kind of shape where you can't do anything. You can't function. Your brain's been injured. But no, it's a really these families are really horrible.
Right. So when you talk about genocide, it's often talking about murder.
Yeah.
Where do you place North Korea in this discussion? We kind of mentioned it. So in the arduous march of the 1990s, where it was mass starvation, many people describe mass starvation going on now in North Korea. When you think about genocide, when you think about atrocities going on in the world today, where do you place North Korea?
So step back when there were all these courts that were set up for Bosnia and for Rwanda and for other genocides in the 1990s, and then the decision was made by the international community, then basically to set up the International Criminal Court, which would then try genocide in a more modern period and a more contemporary period. And the ICC lists 3 crimes, basically. The genocide, crimes against humanity, and war crimes. And subsumed crimes against humanity are a lot of the kinds of things you're talking about with North Korea. I mean, it's torture, it's artificial, sometimes artificial famine or famine, that is not necessary, right? Not necessary to have it. And there are other kinds of, mass rape and stuff like that. There are other kinds of things that fit into the crimes against humanity. And that's sort of where I think about North Korea as committing crimes against humanity, not genocide. Again, remember, genocide is meant to be. I mean, some people, there's disagreement among scholars and jurists about this. Some people think of genocide as the crime of crimes, the worst of the three that I just mentioned. But some think of them as co-equal. And the ICC, the International Criminal Court, is dealing with them more or less as co-equal, even though we tend to think of genocide as the worst. So, I mean, what I'm trying to say is that, I don't want to split hairs. I think it's sort of morally and ethically unseemly, to split hairs about what is genocide, what is a crime against humanity. This is for lawyers, not for historians.
Terminology-wise.
Yeah, that you don't want to get into that because it happened with Darfur a little bit, where the Bush administration had declared that Darfur was a genocide. The UN said no, it's it wasn't genocide; it was a crime against humanity. And then that confused things versus clarified them. I mean, we damn well knew what was happening. People were being killed, being attacked, and so on the one hand, I think the whole concept of the way of thinking about history, using genocide as an important part of human history is crucial. On the other hand, I don't like to get involved in the hair splitting. What's genocide? What's not? So that North Korea, I tend to think of, like I said, as committing crimes against humanity and forcibly incarcerating people, torturing them, that kind of thing. Routinely incarcerating, depriving them of certain kinds of human rights can be considered a crime against humanity. But I don't think of it the same way I think about genocide, which is an attack on a group of people. Let me just leave it at that.
What in this, if we think about, if it's okay, can we loosely use the term genocide here? Just let's not play games with terminology.
Right.
Just bad crimes against humanity.
Right.
Of particular interest than the ones that are going on today still. Because it raises the question to us, what do people outside of this, what role do they have to play? So what role does the United States, or what role do I, as a human being who has food today, who has shelter, who has a comfortable life, what role do I have when I think about North Korea, when I think about Syria, when I think about maybe the Uyghur population in China?
Well, I mean, the role is the same role I have, which is to teach and to learn and to get the message out that this is happening. Because the more people who understand it, the more likely it is that the United States government would try to do something about it. Within the context of who we are and where we live, right? And so, I write books, you do shows, or maybe you write books too. I don't know.
But I do not write books, but I tweet.
You tweet.
Okay, in eloquent. But that's not the. I guess that's not the voice. Yes, certainly this is true. In terms of a voice, in terms of words, in terms of books, you are I would say, a rare example of somebody that has powerful reach with words. But I was also referring to actions. In the United States government, what are the options here? So war has costs, and war seems to be, as you have described, sort of potentially increase the atrocity, not decrease it. If there's anything that challenges my hope for the future, is the fact that sometimes we're not powerless to help, but very close to powerless to help. Because trying to help can often lead to, in the near term, more negative effects than positive effects.
That's exactly right. I mean, the unintended consequences of what we do can frequently be as bad, if not worse, than trying to relieve the difficulties that people are having. So I think you're caught a little bit, but it's also true. I think that we can be more forceful. I think we can be more forceful without necessarily war. There is this idea of the so-called responsibility to protect, and this was an idea that came up, after Kosovo, which was 1999, and when the Serbs looked like they were going to engage in a genocidal program in Kosovo, and it was basically a program of ethnic cleansing, but it could have gone bad and gotten worse, not just driving people out, but beginning to kill them. And the United States and Britain and others intervened. And Russians were there too, as you probably recall. And I think correctly, people have analyzed this as a case in which genocide was prevented or stopped. In other words, the Serbs were stopped in their tracks. I mean, some bad things did happen. We bombed Belgrade, the Chinese embassy, things like that. But it was stopped. And following upon that, there was a kind of international consensus that we needed to do something, like because of Rwanda, Bosnia, and the positive example of Kosovo, right? That genocide did not happen in Kosovo. I think that argument, has been substantiated. Anyway, and this notion of the or this doctrine or whatever of the responsibility to protect them was adopted by the UN in 2005 unanimously. And what it says is there's a hierarchy of measures that should be, well, let me take a step back. It starts with the principle that sovereignty of a country is not, you don't earn it just by being there and being your own country. You have to earn it by protecting your people. So this was all agreed with, all the nations of the UN agreed, Chinese and Russians too, that, sovereignty is there because you protect your people against various depredations, right? Including genocide, crimes against humanity, forced imprisonment, torture, and that sort of thing. If you violate that justification for your sovereignty, that you're protecting your people, that you're not protecting them, the international community has the obligation to do something about it. Right? Now, then they have a kind of hierarchy of things you can do, starting with, I'm not quoting exactly, but, starting with kind of push and pull, trying to convince people, don't do that, to Myanmar, don't do that to the Republic, right? Then it goes down the list, and you get to the sanctions, or threatening sanctions, and then the sanctions, like we have against Russia. But you go down the list, right? You go down the list, and eventually you get to military intervention at the bottom, which they say is the last thing. You really don't want to do that. And not only do you not want to do it, but it just as you said, just as you pointed out, it can have unintended consequences. Right? And we'll do everything we can short, of military intervention. But, if necessary, that can be undertaken as well. And so the responsibility to protect, I think, is it was not implementable. One of the things it says in this last category, right, the military intervention, is that the intervention cannot create more damage than it relieves, right? And so for Syria, we came to the conclusion, that the international community in some ways said this in so many words, even though the Russians were there, obviously, we ended up being there, and that sort of thing. The international community basically said, there's no way you can Syria. There's just no way without causing more damage, that you would relieve. So, in some senses, that's what the international community is saying about, Xinjiang and the Uyghurs too. you can't even imagine what hell would break loose if there was some kind of military trouble, to threaten the Chinese. But you can go down that list with the military leadership of Myanmar, and you can go down that list with the Chinese Communist Party, and you can go down the list, with others who are threatening, with Ethiopia and what it's doing in Tigray. And, you can go down that list and start pushing. I think what happened, there was more of a willingness in the 90s and right at the turn of the century, to do these kinds of things. And then, when Trump got elected, he basically said, America first and out of the world, we're not going to do any of this kind of stuff. And now Biden has the problem of trying to rebuild consensus on how you deal with these kinds of things. I think it's not impossible. I mean, here I tend to be maybe more of an optimist than you. I think it's not impossible that the international community can, muster some internal fortitude and push harder, short of war, to get the Chinese and to get the again Myanmar and to get others to kind of back off of violations of people's rights the way they are routinely doing it.
So that's in the space of geopolitics, that's the space of politicians and UN and so on.
Yes.
The interesting thing about China, and this is a difficult topic, but there's so many financial interests that not many voices with power and with money speak out against China. Because it's a very interesting effect, because it costs a lot for an individual to speak up, because you're going to suffer. I mean, China just cuts off the market. Like, if you have a product, if you have a company, and you say something negative, China just says, okay, well then they knock you out of the market. So any person that speaks up, they get shut down immediately. Financially, it's a huge cost, sometimes millions or billions of dollars. And so what happens is everybody of consequence, financially, everybody with a giant platform is extremely hesitant to speak out. It's a different kind of hesitation that's financial in nature. I don't know if that was always the case. It seems like in history, people were quiet because of fear, because of threat of violence. Here, there's almost like a self-interested preservation of financial of wealth, and I don't know what to do that. I mean, I don't know if you can say something there, like the genocide going on because people are financially self-interested.
Yeah, no, I think the analysis is correct, and it's not only corporations, but it's it's the American government that represents the American people that also feels compelled not to challenge the Chinese on human rights issues.
But the interesting thing is, it's not just, I know a lot of people from China, and first of all, amazing human beings, and a lot of brilliant people in China. They also don't want to speak out, and not because they're sort of quote unquote like silenced, but more because they're going to also lose financially. They have a lot of businesses in China. They're running. In fact, the Chinese government and the country has a very interesting structure, because it has a lot of elements that enable capitalism within a certain framework. So you have a lot of very successful companies, and they operate successfully. And then the leaders of those companies, many of whom have either been on this podcast or want to be on the podcast, they really don't want to say anything negative about the government. And the nature of the fear, I sense, is not the kind of fear you would have in Nazi Germany. It's a very it's a mellow, like, why would I speak out when it has a negative effect on my company, on my family, and in terms of strictly financially. And that's difficult. That's a different problem to solve. That feels solvable. It feels like it's a money problem. If you can control the flow of money, where the government has less power to control the flow of money. It feels like that's solvable. And that's where capitalism is good. That's where a free market is good. So it's like, that's where a lot of people in the cryptocurrency space, I don't know if you follow them, they kind of say, okay, take the monetary system, the power to control money away from governments, make it a distribute, like allow technology to help you with that. That's a hopeful message there. In fact, a lot of people argue that kind of Bitcoin and cryptocurrencies deal with some of these authoritarian regimes that lead to violations of basic human rights. If you can control, if you can give the power to control the money to the people, you can take that away from governments. That's another source of hope, where technology might be able to do something good. That's something different about the 21st century than the 20th. There's technology in the hands of billions of people.
I mean, I have to say, I think you're naive when it comes to technology. I mean, I'm not someone who understands technology, so it's wrong of me, to argue with you because I don't really spend much time with it. I don't really like it very much, and I'm not, I'm neither a fan nor a connoisseur. So I just don't really know. But what human history has shown, basically, and that's a big statement. I don't want to pretend I can tell you what human history has shown. But, technology and a bomb, I mean, that's a perfect example of technology. What happens when you discover new things? It's a perfect example of what's going on with Facebook now. It's an absolutely perfect example. I once went to a lecture by Eric Schmidt about the future, and about all the things that were going to happen and all these wonderful things like, you wouldn't have to translate yourself anything. You wouldn't have to read a book. You wouldn't have to drive a car. You don't have to do this. You don't have to do that. What kind of life is that? So, my view of technology is it's subsumed, to the political, social, and moral needs of our day. It should be subsumed to that day. It's not going to solve anything by itself. It's going to be you and me that solve things, if they're solved. There are political systems that solve things. Technology is neutral on one level. It is simply a human. They're talking now about how artificial intelligence, is going to do this and is going to do that. I'm not so sure there's anything necessarily positive or negative about it, except it does obviously make work easier and things like that. I like email and I like, word processing and that sort of, all that stuff is great. But actually solving human relations in and of itself, or international relations, or conflict among human beings. I see technology as causing as many problems as it solves, and maybe even more.
Maybe.
Yeah.
The question is, so like you said, technology is neutral. I agree with this. Technology is a toolkit, is a tool set that enables humans to have wider reach and more power. Yes. The great reason I can read your books is, I would argue, so first of all, the printing press, and then the internet. Wikipedia, I think, has immeasurable effect on humanity. Technology is a double-edged sword. It allows bad people to do bad things and good people to do good things. It ultimately boils down to the people, and whether you believe the capacity for good outweighs the capacity for bad. And so you said that I'm naive. It is true. I'm naively optimistic. I would say you're naively cynical about technology. And here we have one overdressed naive optimist and one brilliant, but nevertheless technologically naive cynic. And we don't know. And we don't know whether the capacity for good or the capacity for evil wins out in the end. And like we've been talking about, the trajectory of human history seems to pivot on a lot of random seeming moments. So we don't know. But I remain, as a builder of technology, I remain optimistic. And I should say, kind of, when you are optimistic, it is often easy to sound naive. And I'm not sure what to make of that small effect. And not to limit our specific words, but I've noticed that people who kind of are cynical about the world somehow sound more intelligent.
No. The issue is how can you be realistic about the world? It's not optimistic or pessimistic. It's not cynical. The question is, how can you be a realist? Right?
Yes.
And realism depends on a combination of knowledge and wisdom and good instincts and that sort of thing. And that's what we strive for.
Yes.
Is a kind of realism. We both strive for a kind of realism. But I mean, here's an example I would give you. What about, again, we've got this environmental issue, right? And technology has created. It's created. I mean, the growth of technology. I mean, we all like to be heated well in our homes, and we want to have cars that run quickly and fast on gas, and this. We all. I mean, we're all consumers, and we all profit from this. I don't. Not everybody profits from it, but but we want to be comfortable. And technology has provided us with a comfortable life, and it's also provided us, with this incredible danger, which it's not solving, at least not now.
Okay.
And it may solve, but it's only, my view is, what's going to happen? A horrible catastrophe. It's the only way we will direct ourselves to actually trying to do something about it. We don't have the wisdom and the realism and the sense of purpose. What's her name? Greta goes blah blah blah, something like that in her last talk about the environmental summit in Glasgow, whatever it was, and we just don't have it unless we're hit upside the head really really hard, and then maybe the business with nuclear weapons. I think somehow we got hit upside the head. We realized, oh man, this could really do it to the whole world. And so we started, serious arms control stuff. And, but up to that point, it was just something about, Khrushchev's big bomb, his big hydrogen bomb, which he exploded in the Times. I think it was the anniversary or something like that. I mean, just think what we could have done to each other.
Well, that's the double-edged sword of technology.
Yeah,
I
agree.
There's a lot of people that argue that nuclear weapons is the reason we haven't had World War III. So nuclear weapons, mutually assured destruction, leads to a kind of we've reached a certain level of destructiveness with our weapons, where we were able to catch ourselves, not to create, like you said, hit really hard. This is the interesting question about kind of hard and really hard upside the head. With the environment, I would argue, see, we can't know the future, but I would argue as the pressure builds, there's already, because of this created urgency, the amount of innovation that I've seen that sometimes is unrelated to the environment, but kind of sparked by this urgency. It's been humongous, including the work of Elon Musk, including the work of you could argue that the SpaceX and the new exploration of space is kind of sparked by this environmental urgency. I mean, connected to Tesla and everything they're doing with electric vehicles and so on. There's a huge amount of innovation in the space that's happening. I could see the effect of climate change resulting in more positive innovation that improves the quality of life across the world than the actual catastrophic events that we're describing, which we cannot even currently predict. It's not like there's going to be more extreme weather events. What does that even mean? There's going to be a gradual increase in the level of water. What does that even mean in terms of catastrophic effects? It's going to be pretty gradual. There's going to be migration. We can't predict what that means. And in response to that, there's going to be a huge amount of innovators born today that have dreams and that will build devices and inventions and from space to vehicles to the software world that enable education across the world, all those kinds of things that will, on mass, on average, increase the quality of life on average across the world. So it's not at all obvious that the things, the technologies that are creating climate change, global warming, are going to have a net negative effect. We don't know this. And I'm kind of inspired by the dreamers, the engineers, the innovators, and the entrepreneurs that build, that wake up in the morning, see problems in the world, and dream that they're going to be the ones who solve those problems. That's the human spirit. And I'm not exactly. It is true that we need those deadlines. We need to be freaking out about stuff. And the reason we need to study history and the worst of human history is then we can say, "Oh shit, this too can happen." It's a slap in the face. It's a wake up call that if you get complacent, if you get lazy, this is going to happen. And that, listen, there's a lot of really intelligent people, ambitious people, dreamers, skilled dreamers that build solutions that make sure this stuff doesn't happen anymore. So I think there's reason to be optimistic about technology, not in a naive way. There's an argument to be made in a realistic way that, like, with technology, we can build a better future. And that Facebook is a lesson in the way Facebook has been done, is a lesson how not to do it, and that lesson serves as a guide of how to do it better, how to do it right, how to do it in a positive way. And the same every single sort of field of technology contains within it the lessons of how to do it better. And I mean, without that, what's the source of hope for human civilization? That by way of question, you have truly studied some of the darkest moments in human history. Put on your optimist hat. Yes, there glimmers of it. Yes. What is your source of hope for the future of human civilization?
Well, I think it resides in, some of what you've been saying, which is in the persistence of this civilization over time, despite, the setbacks. Yeah, two enormous world wars, the nuclear standoff, the horrible things we're experiencing now with climate change and migration and stuff like that. That despite these things, we are persisting and we are continuing. And like you say, we're continuing to invent and we're continuing to try to solve these problems. And, we're continuing to love as well as hate. And, I'm basically, I have children and grandchildren, and I think they're going to be just fine. I'm not a doom and bloomer. I'm not a Cassandra saying the world is coming to an end. I'm not like that at all. I think that things will persist. Another, by the way, source of tremendous optimism on my part, the kids I teach. I teach unbelievably fantastic kids, who are sort of like you say, they're dreamers and they're problem solvers and they have enormously humane values and ways of thinking about the world, and they want to do good. If you take the kind of, this has probably been true all the way along, but the percentage of do-gooders, is really enormously large. Now, whether they end up working for some kind of shark law firm or something, or that kind of thing, or whether they end up human rights lawyers, as they all want to be, right? Yeah. Always a different kind of question, but certainly, these young people are talented, they're smart, they're wonderful values, they're energetic, they work hard, they're focused. And of course, it's not just Stanford. It's all over the country. You have young people who really want to contribute, and they want to contribute. It's true. Some of them end up, working to get rich, I mean, that's inevitable, right? But the percentages are actually rather small, at least at this age. Maybe when they get a mortgage and family, that sort of thing. Financial well-being will be more important to them. But right now, you catch this young generation, and they're fantastic. They're fantastic, and they're not what they're often portrayed as being. Kind of silly and naive and knee-jerk leftists. And they're not at all like that. They're really fine young people. So that's a source of optimism for me too.
What advice would you give to those young people today, maybe in high school and college, at Stanford, maybe to your grandchildren, about how to have a career they can be proud of, have a life they can be proud of?
Pursue careers that are in the public interest, in one fashion or another, and not just in their interest. And that would be, it's not bad to pursue a career in your own interest. As long as it's something that's useful and positive for for their families, whatever. But yeah, so I try to advise kids to find themselves somehow, find it who they want to be, what they want to be, and try to pursue it. And the NGO world is growing, as you know, and a lot of young people are kind of throwing themselves into it, and Human Rights Watch and that kind of stuff, and they want to do that kind of work, and it's very admirable.
I tend to think that even if you're not working in human rights, there's a certain way in which if you live with integrity, I believe that all of us, or many of us, have a bunch of moments in our lives when we're posed with a decision. It's a quiet one. Maybe it'll never be written about or talked about, where you get to choose whether you, there's a choice that is difficult to make. It might require sacrifice, but it's the choice that the best version of that person would make. That's the best way I can sort of say how to act with integrity. It's the very thing that would resist the early days of Nazi Germany. It sounds dramatic to say, but those little actions. And I feel like the best you can do to avoid genocide on scale is for all of us to live in that way, to within those moments, unrelated potentially to human rights, to anything else, is to take those actions. Like I believe that all of us know the right thing to do.
I know that's right. I think that's right. You put it very well. Couldn't have done it better myself. No, I agree. I agree completely that there are, to live with truth, which is what Václav Havel used to say. This famous Czech dissident, talked about living in truth, but also to live with integrity. Yeah, and that's really super important.
And let me ask you about love. What role does love play in this whole thing in the human condition? In all the study of genocide, it does seem that hardship in moments brings out the best in human nature, and the best in human nature is expressed in love.
Well, as I already mentioned to you, I think hardship is not a good thing for it's not the best thing for love. It's better to not have to suffer and not have to. Yes, I think it is. I think it's as I mentioned to you, studying concentration camps. This is not a place for love. It happens, but it's not really a place for love. It's a place for raping. It's a place for torture. It's a place for killing, and it's a place for human action one to another. And also, as I said, among those who are suffering, not just between those who are. And then there are whole gradations. The same thing in the Gulag. There are gradations all the way from the criminal prisoners who beat the hell out of political prisoners, who then have others below them, maybe death. So everybody's beating the hell out of everybody else. So I would not idealize in any way suffering as a source of beauty. A source of beauty and love. I wouldn't do that. But see, I think it's a whole lot better for people to be relatively prosperous. I'm not saying super prosperous, but to be able to feed themselves and be able to feed their families and house their families and take care of themselves, um, to foster loving relations between people. And, I think it's no accident that, poor families have much, worse records when it comes to crime and things like that, and also to wife beating and to child abuse and stuff like that. I mean, you don't want to be poor and indigent and not have a roof over your head and be homeless. And it doesn't mean again, homeless people are mean people. That's not what I'm trying to say. What I'm trying to say is that what we want to try to foster in this country and around the world. And one of the reasons, I mean, I'm very critical of the Chinese in a lot of ways, but we have to remember they pulled that country out of horrible poverty, right? And there's still poor people in the countryside. There's still problems, with want and need among the Chinese people. But there were millions and millions of Chinese who were living at the bare minimum of life, which is no way to live. And no way again to foster love and compassion and getting along. So I want to be clear, I don't speak for history. I'm giving you, there used to be historians in the 19th century who really thought they were speaking for history. I don't think that way at all. I mean, I understand I'm a subjective human being with my own points of view and my own opinions, but
I'm trying to remember this in this conversation that you're, despite the fact that you're brilliant, you've written brilliant books, that you're just human.
well, I am.
With an opinion.
That's it. Yeah, no, that's absolutely true. And I tell my students that too. I make sure they understand this is not history speaking. This is me and Norman, and I'm trying, and this is what it's about. I mean, I spent a long time studying history and have enjoyed it enormously. But I'm an individual with my points of view, and one of them is that I've developed over time is that human want is a real tragedy for people, and it hurts people, and it also causes upheavals and difficulties and stuff. So I feel for people. I feel for people in Syria. I feel for people in Ethiopia, in Tigray, when they don't have enough to eat, and what that does. I mean, it doesn't mean they don't love each other, right? It doesn't mean they don't love their kids, but it does mean that it's harder, to do that and to. And
I'm not so sure. It's obvious to me that it's harder. There's suffering. There's suffering. But the numbers we've been talking about deaths, been talking about suffering, but the numbers we're not quantifying. The history that you haven't perhaps been looking at is all the times that people have fallen in love deeply with friends, with the romantic love, the positive emotion that people have felt. And I'm not so sure that amidst the suffering, those moments of beauty and love can be discovered. And if you look at the numbers, I'm not so sure the story is obvious. I mean, again, I suppose you may disagree with Viktor Frankl. I may too, maybe depending on the day. I mean, he says that if there's meaning to this life at all, there's meaning to the suffering too, because suffering is part of life. There's something about accepting the ups and downs, even when the downs go very low, and within all of it, finding a source of meaning. I mean, he's arguing from the perspective of psychology, but just this life is an incredible gift, almost no matter what. And it's easy to look at suffering and think if we just escape the suffering, it will all be better. But we all die. There's beauty in the whole thing. And it is true that it's just, from all the stories I've read, especially in famine and starvation, it's just horrible. It is horrible suffering. But I also just want to say that there's love amidst it, and we can't forget that.
No, I don't forget it. I don't forget it.
And I think it's from the stories. Now, I don't want to make that compromise or that trade, but the intensity of friendship in war, the intensity of love in war, is very high. So I'm not sure what to make of these calculations, but if you look at the stories, some of the people I'm closest with, and I've never experienced anything even close to any of this, but some of the people I'm closest with, people I've gone through difficult times with, there's something about that. There's a society or a group where things are easy. The intensity of the connection between human beings is not as strong. I don't know what to do with that calculus, because I too agree with you. I want to have as little suffering in the world as possible, but we have to remember about the love and the depth of human connection and find the right balance there.
No, there's something to what you're saying. There's clearly something to what you're saying. I was just thinking about when I lived there, the people on the streets were so mean to one another. They never smiled. And you grew up there? No, but you're too young.
No, I remember one. I came out when I was 13.
Okay, so anyway, I remember living there and just how hard people were on each other on the streets. And when you got inside people's apartments, when they started to trust you, the friendships were so intense and so wonderful. So in that sense, I mean, they did live a hard life, but there was enough food on the table, and there was a roof over their heads.
There's a certain line.
There are lines. I don't think there's one line, but it's kind of a shady. And the other story I was thinking was, it's not a story, it's a history, a book by a friend of mine who wrote about love in the camps, in the refugee camps for Jews in Germany after the war. So these were Jews who had come mostly from Poland, that some survived the camps, came from awful circumstances, and then they were put in these camps, which were not joyful places. I mean, they were guarded sometimes by Germans even, but they're basically under the British control, and they were trying to get to Israel, trying to get to Palestine right after the war. And how many pairs there were, how many people coupled up. But remember, this is after being in the concentration camp. It's not being in the concentration camp. And it's also being free, to more or less free, to express their emotions and to be human beings after this horrible thing which they suffered. So I wonder whether there's, as you say, some kind of calculus there where, the level of suffering is such that it's just too much for humans to bear, and which I would suggest. I have to study this myself. I'm just giving you my point of view, my off the cuff remarks here. But it was very inspiring to read about these couples who had met right in these camps and started to couple up, and get married and try to find their way to Palestine, which was a difficult thing to do then.
When did you live in Russia and the Soviet Union? What's your memory of that time?
Well, so a number of different times. So I went there, first went there in 69, 70. Wow. A long time ago. And then I lived in Leningrad mostly, but also in Moscow in 1975. So it was detente time. But it was also a time of political uncertainty and also hardship, for Russians themselves, standing in long lines. I remember this for food, for getting anything was almost impossible. It was a time when Jews were trying to get out. In fact, I just talked to a friend of mine from those days who I helped get out and get to Boston. Lovely people who had managed to have a good life in the United States after they left. But it wasn't an easy time. It wasn't an easy time at all. People set fire to their doors. Their daughter was persecuted in school. Once they declared that they wanted to immigrate and that sort of thing. So it was a lot of anti-Semitism. So it was a tough time. Dissidents, hung out with some dissidents. One guy was actually killed. We think nobody knows exactly, but his art studio was. He had a separate studio in Leningrad today. Just a small studio where he did his art, and somebody set it on fire. I think it was KGB, but you never really know. And he died in the fire. So it was not it was a tough time. and you were followed. You knew you were being reported on as a foreign scholar, as I was. There was a formal exchange between the United States and the Soviet Union, and they let me work in the archives, but then Ivanov got to work in the a physics lab at Rochester or something like that. So it was an exchange which sent historians or literary people or some social scientists to Russia, and they sent all scientists here to grab what they could from MIT and those places.
How's your Russian? Do you have any knowledge of Russian language that has helped you to understand?
Oh, yeah. I mean, I can read it fine, and the speaking, comes and goes, depending on whether I'm there or whether I've been there recently, or if I spend some time there. Because I really need, I have Russian friends who speak just Russian, so when I'm there, I can communicate pretty well. I can't really write it, unfortunately. I mean, I can, but it's not very good. But I get along fine.
What's your fondest memory of the Soviet Union, Russia, friends? Was it vodka involved, or was vodka involved? Was it
a little bit? I'm not much of a drinker.
Yeah.
So I would, they just make fun of me. I make fun of myself. It's easy enough. I don't like, heavy drink. I've done a lot of that.
Yeah.
Not a lot. I've done some of that, but I never really enjoyed it. I would get sick and stuff. But no, it's friends. One friend I made in the dormitory. It was a dormitory for foreigners, but also Siberians who had come, to Leningrad to study. And so I met a couple of guys, and one in particular from Omsk became a wonderful friend. And we talked and talked and talked outside. We would go walk outside because we both lived in, people were listening and stuff. And he would say, well, this is an story. So we would talk history. And he'd say, well, this was the case, wasn't it? I said, no, sorry. It's not sure it wasn't the case. It was, we think Stalin actually had a role in killing Kirov. I mean, we're not sure, but it's no. Yeah. So, we had these conversations. And he was what I don't know if he would agree with me or not. We're still friends. So he was,
he's going to check in with
naive. Maybe he'll listen to the blog, or I'll send it to him or something. He was a kind of naive Marxist-Leninist, and he thought I was, I had this capitalist ideology. He'd say, "What ideology do you have?" And I said, "I don't have an ideology. I try to just put together kind of reason and facts and accurate stories and try to tell them in that way. No, you must be, you're a bourgeois, this or that." I said, "No, I'm really not." And so we would have these talks and these kind of arguments, and then, sure enough, we corresponded for a while, and then he had to stop corresponding because he became a kind of local official in Omsk. And he sort of migrated more and more to being a Democrat. And he was then in the Democratic movement under Gorbachev, and Council of People's Deputies, which they set up, which was elected as a Democrat from Omsk, and had a political career through the Yeltsin period. And once Putin came along, it was over. He didn't like Putin, and Putin didn't like the Yeltsin people, right? Who tried to be, some of them tried to be Democrats. And Sasha was one who really did. He just published his memoirs in Russian, by the way, which were very good. Командировки в власть. That's what it's called. It's hard to translate in English. Командировки в власть. I translated it.
This is so beautiful. Like, do you find that the translation is a problem or no? It's such a different.
Yes, translation is very difficult.
With the Russian language, it's the only language I know deeply, except English, and it seems like so much is lost of
yes,
paint, the poetry, the beauty of the people.
And translators are to be treasured, and good ones. Those who do the translations, when you read, things in translation, sometimes they're quite beautiful, whether it's Russian or Polish or German or anything, French.
Yeah, I'm actually traveling to talk to the famous translators, the Dostoevsky, Tolstoy, and I'm just going to do several conversations with them about, like, you could just sometimes just grab a single sentence and just talk about the translation in that sentence. That's and also, as you said, I would love to be a fly on the wall with some of those friends you had, because the perspective on history, non-academic, sort of without just as human beings, is so different.
Yeah.
From the United States versus Russia. When you talk about the way the World War II was perceived and all those kinds of things, it's fascinating. History also has an opinion and perspective, and so sometimes stripping that away is really difficult. I guess that is your job, and at its highest form, that is what you do as a historian. Well, Norman, спасибо большое, что сегодня собрал. I really appreciate your valuable time. It's truly an honor to talk to you. Thank you for taking us through a trip through some of the worst parts of human history, and talking about hope and love at the end. So I really appreciate your time today. Great. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Norman Neymar. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Stalin. A single death is a tragedy. 1,000,000 deaths is a statistic. Thank you for listening, and hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Albert Rabbi, CEO of Pfizer. If you'd like to skip ahead to our conversation, the timestamp is always below. If not, please allow me to say a few words about truth and human nature, specifically about two groups of people throughout history that seek to lay claim to the truth. The first group tell you that only they possess the truth, that the government will save you, the company will save you, the science, the authorities, the experts, the institutions will save you. The second group, too, tell you that only they possess the truth, that the government will hurt you, the company will hurt you, the science, the authorities, the experts, the institutions will hurt you. Both groups have the benevolent and the malevolent, their heroes and their charlatans. And I think the hard truth is that no one in this world can tell you with absolute certainty which is which. You have to use your mind. This is the burden of being human, of being free. Don't blindly follow any leader, neither the emperor nor the martyr who points out that the emperor has no clothes. But then there's the lessons of history. Vaccines have saved hundreds of millions of lives in the past century, and in general, the advance of medicine has saved billions of lives. If you ignore the power of science, you're not being honest with the lessons of history. And if you ignore the corrupting nature of power and money and institutions, including governments and companies, that led to the suffering and death of hundreds of millions in the past century, you are once again not being honest with the lessons of history. I announced that I will be having this conversation with Albert Bourla, Pfizer CEO. A lot of people wrote to me. I'm glad to say that I was and am and always will be listening and learning with an open mind from everyone. My own opinion, for as little as it is that the development of the COVID vaccines is one of the greatest accomplishments of science in recent history. For the rest, from safety and efficacy to policy and economics, I stand humbled before a complicated world full of fear and anger. A small number of malicious people from all walks of life will use that fear and anger to divide us, because the division makes them money, it gives them power. I took 2 shots of the Pfizer vaccine. This was my decision. I don't ever want to force this on anyone, and I certainly don't want to dismiss your concerns, or worse, you as a person, if you choose not to get vaccinated. I can assure you one thing. In this conversation, and in any conversation, the choice of questions I ask and words I say is mine and mine alone. When my words fall short, as they often do, it is only because of the limitations of my mind and of my speaking ability. It is not due to pressure or fear. I'm not afraid of anyone. I'm
cannot be bought by anything, with money, power, or fame. I hope to prove this to you, to myself, in the coming years. This life is short. To me, without integrity, it is not worth living. People sometimes talk down to me, call me naive. Perhaps they are right, but it is who I am. I think this life, this world, this, our human civilization is beautiful. And, as Dostoevsky said, beauty will save the world. This is a Let's Frequent podcast, and here's my conversation with Albert Barba. The development of the COVID-19 vaccine was one of the greatest accomplishments of science in recent history. No matter what, this should give people hope for the future, and yet it is more a source of division. I hope we can discuss both the inspiring and the difficult ideas in this conversation, so that we can do our small part in healing this division. I hope so. Take me through the day of November 8th, 2020, when the Pfizer team were waiting for the results of the phase 3 clinical trials.
We had assembled in a very small office that we're having in Connecticut, very few people. There were 5, I think. And in another place, what we call the Data Monitoring Committee, which is a group of experts, independent experts, they are on Pfizer. We're going to have the opportunity to apply the data and then tell us if the study needs to continue, or if it's successful, or if it failed. And we were waiting for their call. So the call came a little bit later than what we expected, which created a lot of anxiety to all of us, but came around, I think, 2 o'clock.
You're just sitting there waiting. What were you feeling?
Sitting there waiting and teasing one another, drinking coffee, making jokes.
So, how did you feel like when you heard the results, the successful results?
Free, liberated, happy. Like if a huge weight that was on my shoulders was lifted.
I heard you said, "I love you" to the team.
I did.
Okay.
This is how we speak in Mediterranean.
Listen, maybe it's the Russian thing too. I love love, so I appreciate that kind of celebration. So looking back from that moment to before, how much did it cost to develop the Pfizer-BioNTech vaccine? What was it like making the decision to make that investment when the risk is very high and you don't know if it's going to be successful?
We do a lot of that anyway. This is what we do in our daily work. We are putting money, we are investing in research, which is highly risky. The difference in that case was that we didn't risk at all. We did all in. We put everything in one go so that we don't lose time. And usually we would spend 50 millions, and then if that goes well, then we would spend another 15, then if it goes well, then 100. Here we put all together a little bit more than $2 billion, $2.3 billion. And it was a significant decision, but it was a very easy decision to make in the context of what we were living at that time. It was a pandemic, people were scared, we were scared, we didn't know how tomorrow would look like. We were living in unprecedented situations, and we knew that we had capabilities that may help. So there was not a second question or choice. We go all in.
When you make decisions like that, you're the CEO of a company that needs to make money and that hopes to do a lot of good in the world. How much of both of those things are part of the calculation? So when you said it was an obvious choice, I think you've said a bunch of things of the kind of saying we need to go all in, sort of very boldly diving in. How much was that the world is facing uncertainty and fear and potentially destructive pandemic in the early days, just when you're seeing the full uncertainty before us, don't know how it's going to unroll, and how much of it is this may also be a good financial decision to take this risk?
Yeah. I think about it all the time, and I know very well that if you focus too much on making money, you will never make it. You should focus on what is the real value driver. And the real value driver is to to make breakthroughs that change patients' lives. If you don't do that, you'll never make it. If you do that, don't worry. Things will fall into place and also money will fall. But the mentality of the companies will be how to help the patient. And that's what the management was, that the shareholders were, because that's the only way that we can create value. In this particular case, we're not thinking at all about what are we going to make when we sell it or if we don't sell it, because what we were focusing 100% was how to bring a solution to the world that will help all of us change the way, the fear that was bring hope to the world. And as always, when you do that, you will have good returns as well.
On a philosophical level, on a human level, do you ever worry that the pressure to cover the costs that were invested in developing new drugs and develop this vaccine harms your ability to conduct unbiased studies?
Not at all, because the studies are highly regulated. Everybody knows what regulators, when I say regulator, FDA, European authorities, UK authorities, Israeli authorities, Japanese authorities, Canadian authorities, want to see how the study needs to be conducted and what exactly they need to see to approve it or not. So clearly, everybody takes into consideration how much money I'm going to invest and what is the chance that I'm going to lose them. But what you can do is just change the rules of the game so that you won't lose the money. There are very well established methodologies that would say with very high precision if your medicine is effective, if your medicine is safe. And those are there for all and all playing the same role.
Do you have an intuition about why the FDA trying to get 75 years to release the Pfizer data? They're trying to request that we will not be released for 75 years. And then maybe the broader version of that question is, do you think people should have sort of full transparency and immediate access to the data? Immediate, on the scale of weeks, not years.
I think the relations with regulators, they have been always very transparent. There are a lot of laws that they are forcing regulators and companies to put out their interactions and what exactly is going. Now, to go into specific details of some discussions, I don't know what is the reason that FDA wants to take the time, and I'm sure they have a good reason.
Well, let me just say my side of it. It doesn't look like a good reason. It looks like, maybe it's because I come from the Soviet Union. This is not you saying this is me saying this. Is there seems to be a bureaucracy that gets in the way of transparency. That's always the challenge with government. The government is very good at making sure there's oversight over companies, people and so on. But they slow things down, which is a feature and a bug. And in this case, they slowed down so much. I think the reason that they set it at 75 years is because they set a rate of being able to only review 500 pages of data a day or something like that. And that's a very kind of bureaucratic thing, where in reality, you just show the data. And it's not like something is being hidden, but in a battle to win people's trust, to inspire them with science, it feels like transparency is one of the most beautiful things. One of the most powerful things that the FDA has. FDA has the potential to be one of the great institutions of our country. And this is one example that it feels to me like a failure. So from your perspective, you're saying, I'm sure they have a good reason. So to you, the FDA is this black box that you submit things to. Once they approve, you know that those are the rules, it's approved. That's it.
But this is not a black box. We know very well what is the process. Everybody knows very well what are the process. The review process also, it is very detailed. They have scientists of very, very high caliber. Not every regulator anymore, but the Europeans, the Brits, the FDA clearly, they have very, very high caliber of science that they are going into a lot of details. And also, basically everything for study is really released by law in the specifications of the product. That is a very detailed document, but it is issued that has basically the this also has been discussed. I don't know about specific documents if they take the time to release, but clearly this is not a black box type.
A lot of this stuff is how do you effectively communicate to the world about the incredible science that's been done, about the processes that were followed.
I agree with you.
And sometimes it's just ineloquence in communication. It's not that there's a failure process, it's ineloquence in communication and silence. Silence in the moment when clearly a lot of people are bothered and have questions. This is when you speak out and you explain exactly why, as opposed to letting the sort of trust build up and linger. Because the result is there's a very large percentage of the population that just, it divides people, and science suffers with it. And also the effectiveness of solutions suffers, like the vaccine and so on. I asked a few folk if they had challenging questions for me.
I'm sure many of them answer your call.
Yeah, many friendly folks out there. By the way, I'm sweating not because this is a difficult conversation. It is, but it's also hot in here for the record. So one of the folks is Mr. Jordan Peterson. I don't know if you know who that is. He's a psychologist, an intellectual, an author. He suggested to me that I raise the concern that there's a close working relationship between Pfizer, FDA, and CDC. So we talked about FDA. Do you worry that this affects both positive and negative Pfizer's chances of getting drugs approved? The fact that there's people that worked at the FDA that now work at Pfizer, FDA, that there's a kind of pipeline. Does this worry you that it affects your ability to do great, unbiased work?
I have zero doubts that this is not affecting at all their ability to be unbiased and regulate. And in order for the system also reinforces that by creating significant time barriers. If someone moves from an industry to VA, you won't be able to deal with topics for a period of time, and then for even an enhanced period of time with topics that are related to the company he or she may come from. I think these regulators, they are really very strict. Rightly so. If anything, I think sometimes that maybe they should be a little bit more open-minded, particularly when it comes to new technologies, rather than trying to judge and implement the same framework of evaluation of new technologies. Well, they are always, as regulators, on the conservative side. But always, they are unbiased and they are trying the best. And it's not only one or two people. They have processes to make sure that there are self-checks and balances within the agencies, both in CDC and in the FDA. Difficult decisions, they bring external experts that they should express. Easy decisions, they are internal experts that they are debating a lot, and if there are disagreements, they elevate them. So I think we are lucky to have good regulators. I think I agree with what you said before. As with all governmental agencies, there is bureaucracy, and the bureaucracy needs to be addressed. And by saying bureaucracy is not relaxing, the bar needs to remain high, but being focusing on what matters rather than on the detail.
So you don't, I've been reading quite a bit about history. You don't worry about human nature and corruption that can seep in. You're saying institutionally there's protections against this.
I think there is always the fear of corruption, particularly when you speak about public servants. But clearly the risk is very different country by country. And speaking about an agency by agency, I think the regulatory agencies have a very good track record and history of the US, of Europe, of England, of very, very good track record of integrity.
It's something I think about. So I grew up in the Soviet Union, and I need to perhaps introspect this a little bit. But when I was growing up, ethically, there was a sense that bribery is the only way you can get stuff done. That was the system of the time. Like you get pulled over by a police officer, like obviously you need to bribe them. It was like the way of life. And then so coming to this country, it was beautiful to see that the rule of law has so much power. And ultimately, the rule of law, when enacted, when it holds up, it gives people freedom to do the best work of their lives. But there's still human nature. And that worries me a lot here. And again, it goes back to the perception, the communication. When there's people that have worked at Pfizer and an FDA, CDC, you look at the resume, they have those things on their resume, it worries people. Are these great leaders that we are supposed to see as authorities, are they playing a game on us?
I would say that I recognize what you said about what happened, or what I'm sure that what you described in the country that you're coming from, it was how you experienced it. And I know that there are other countries that you need to do these things to do your job. I don't think it's the case in this country, particularly when it comes to those agencies that you mentioned. I think they have a very high track record. And also, I don't think that there are a lot of people that are worried about it or doubt. I'm sure, like everywhere, there will be a minority, but the vast majority of the Americans, the vast majority of the Europeans, the vast majority of the Brits, the vast majority of the Israelis, they trust what FDA or EMA or CDC or MHRA would say.
Still, there's currently a distrust of big pharma in the public. Maybe this is something I'd love to hear you comment on. There's distrust of science when it's tangled up with corporations and government institutions that we've talked about. But they have to be entangled to achieve scale, oversight, and to achieve the kind of scale that Pfizer has been able to accomplish. How can Pfizer regain the public trust? How can you regain the public trust, do you think? Not regain, but sort of take steps to increase public trust.
Reputation is something that you can lose in packets, but you can earn it back in drops. And once you lost it, you are going to take a lot of effort to bring it back. And the pharmaceutical industry lost it. It's clear that the reputation of the industry in the last decade was on the lowest that we have. And, for many reasons for that, but clearly there are reasons that are related also to the behavior of the industry. That needed to change, and I'm hopeful that very few would disagree that the industry is a very different industry right now. That being said, I truly believe that if there is one lesson that stands out from the main lesson that we learned during COVID, is the power of science in the hands of the private sector. I think it was the private sector that came with solutions with diagnostic tests when we didn't have, solutions with respirators when we didn't have, solutions with treatments, solutions with vaccines. And I think that demonstrated very clearly to the world the value of thriving life sciences sector, private life sciences sector to society. That also affected very positively the reputation, both of the sector and of Pfizer. I'm not going to make the mistake to consider given. I'm not going to make the mistake that because our reputation is high, that will remain so. We need to earn it every day with everything we do, with everything we say, with the way we behave. And I hope that we'll rise to this occasion and we will do that.
You've been at Pfizer for 28 years. Time flies when you're having fun. And you become CEO in 2019. It is a company you love, a company you believe in. It's a company that has developed drugs and has helped millions of people. So when we ask yet another hard question on this topic of reputation, in 2009, Pfizer pleaded guilty to the illegal marketing of arthritis drug Bextra and agreed to a $2.3 billion settlement. How do you make sense of the fact that this happened
to a company you love and that you believe in?
The Dexter case in 2009 was related to things that happened in 2003. And the things that happened in 2003 were things that basically several of our reps did off-label promotion. So they spoke about, with the physicians, about off-label use of the product, and they shouldn't. And
Can you clarify? So off-label are things that the FDA didn't approve, extra stuff. You basically say this drug does extra stuff that the FDA never approved.
correct. And this is something that it is allowed when physicians are speaking to physicians, but it is not allowed for the pharmaceutical companies to refer to these studies, because usually are studies that are happening with label. And apparently several of our reps in 2003, they did it, and we had to settle in 2009, and we paid a very big fine, as you said. The fine was related not to the severity of the conduct, but the size of the revenues. So the fines are, if Dexter was a small product, we get a small fine. Dexter was a very big product, and we got a very large fine. Very bad what happened in 2003. I don't think that these things happened since then. We have a stellar record from 2009 until now of complying with every single regulation. We have internal processes to make sure that these are not happening by individuals that may have an interest. For example, to get a promotion, they may try and do things that they are not the right things. And we have, more important, a culture in this company that really sets aside people that they think different. So I didn't like what happened in 2003, but I believe a lot has changed in the 20 years of almost 20 years.
So you're developing drugs, you're developing solutions to help millions of people. There's risk involved. And so there will be lawsuits heading back your way because there's a lot of lawyers in the world, partially. How do you put that into the calculation of how you try to do good in the world? That some of the cost is the lawsuits. How do you not fall victim to thinking that it's just the cost of doing business, and then some of the losses might actually represent real pain that people are going through?
I think that we try always to do the right thing, and that's, as I said, very well embedded into our culture. If you don't do the right thing, sooner or later you will pay for it, one way or another. And right now, for us doing the right thing, it is being able to find innovations to issues that are real, diseases that they do not have good coverage, good treatments right now. We try to find treatments that significantly surpass the current standards of care. And we try not only to comply with what regulators are asking us to do, this is what we need to do, the safety or the efficacy, but exceed that. No matter what we do on that, I'm sure that people will find opportunities, because as you said, there are a lot of lawyers to sue us. But we believe in the justice system, and we believe that eventually, if you are doing the right thing, you will be on the right side of the history.
I'm really glad you say that, because focusing on doing the right thing, no matter the money, I believe is the best way to make money.
That's exactly what I said.
And also, in another way, in other realms, creating a product that people love is the best way to make money.
Yep.
So focusing on the core of the thing that makes people feel good, that makes value to people's lives. So I'm now in Austin, Texas. My good friend Joe Rogan, he's been highlighting to me this aggressive marketing on mainstream media channels by Pfizer. So let me ask the general marketing question. Do you see this as a conflict of interest? Is it my bias in reporting of news? That a lot of us, a lot of people, me included, look to these mainstream channels of news for kind of authority of like what the heck's going on in the world. And if Pfizer is sponsoring many of these shows, there's a worry, it may be a perception thing, but there's also a natural worry that you would influence what they're talking about because they're afraid of losing the sponsorship. It's subtle, but at scale, they might have a serious impact. You worry about this.
I think people could go one way or another because of multiple reasons. From our perspective, I don't think we have aggressive marketing. What do we do? Go on TV and we are having ads about our product, and they're highly regulated. I think it is the right of people to know, to learn that if there is a product like that. It's very clearly that we cannot say things. So they are off-label, but they're not approved. We need to have, every time we go on TV, as you know, FDA is forcing us to say also the bad things that can happen. For medicine, sometimes that takes more time than the good things. And I don't think that we are doing aggressive marketing. Now, people could be influenced and could be biased in the podcast or the other type of media activities that they have from multiple different reasons.
Yeah, I know, but it's still pressure. It's human nature. I mean, it's one of his perceptions, but I worry about it. Like I have a ton of sponsors for this podcast, for example, and none of them ever ask me to anything. They're just, I think likely that kind of pressure is not happening for Pfizer, but there's implied pressure sometimes, and I worry about that a lot because I look at academia. Like I look for the good people. I tend to believe most people are good or have the capacity to be good and desire to be good. When I came to MIT, I was a little bit disappointed, maybe heartbroken. How much pressure, I think unjustified pressure people felt from financial constraints, especially at MIT when there's, I think, a lot of money. People still felt constraints, and it wasn't bringing out the best of them. They weren't supporting each other, they weren't loving each other, like celebrating each other's successes. I don't want to blame money on everything, money constraints, but when you have sponsors, just I personally worry that it doesn't bring the best out of people. And so I feel like I want to put some responsibility on sponsors and great big companies like Pfizer to kind of not get in the way of the best of human nature, whether it's sponsoring podcasts, mainstream media, like, I don't know, athletes, whatever.
You need to know that we are so careful with sponsorships. First of all, we have very few, very few. We have a team that for every single one could be $2,000. They would try to see if there is a conflict of interest in the way we do it, and also what is the reputation of the persons or the programs that we are sponsoring. So I don't think our friend, I think, was from Texas.
Yes.
Yeah. I don't.
Joe Rogan, yes.
Yes. I don't think he got it right that we do those type of things. We don't.
Oh, in terms of like having a negative effect on.
Not even having aggressive sponsorship.
Yeah, when you clip them all together.
And most of the sponsorship that we have, it is more on patient-related organizations, rather than they're very careful not to sponsor other things that can be perceived, not even influence, but perceived that we may influence. So we're very careful with that. This is not the case with us.
So, with the incredibly fast development of the vaccine, could you tell me the story, the engineering, the science, the human story of how you could do it so fast? By November, you even had the ambition to do it by October in the initial days. How do you,
8 days late.
in that time, how do you show that the vaccine is safe and effective? Given that I think previous vaccines have taken years to do that.
Yeah. The vaccines take years to do that, and the time that it takes, it is basically the vast majority of the time to conduct minor phase 3 study, that is the confirmatory study. And you do that because the phase 3 study costs a lot of money. In our case, it costs almost $1 billion. So you don't want to go and risk $1 billion in blinded data. Normally, before you do a lot of experiments, make sure that the product that you're putting in the phase 3 is the right one. We didn't have that time, so we risked all the money. So we condensed all the time towards this phase 3. But the phase 3 study had to follow all the rules that any study follows whenever this is tried.
Could you just briefly describe the basics of what is phase 1, what is phase 2, what is phase 3?
Let's say that there are so many phases when you try, first of all, to find what is the right vaccine. We tried from 20 different vaccines, we nailed down 4, and for those 4, we selected eventually 2 and then eventually 1. Once you have those selections, what is the dose you're going to use? And then we tried multiple different doses to see which one we think is the best.
What does trying entail in most early days?
You go, first of all, with smaller doses in humans, and then after you have done a lot of experiments in animals, so that you can feel that it's safe enough to go to humans, and then go with very low dose. And then you gradually increase the dose, and then you monitor those humans to make sure that there are not any, let's say, reactogenicity to what you're giving them. At the same time, you start to measure what it's doing in terms of your responses. So you do that with multiple vaccines, and you do that with multiple doses, and you do that with multiple ages, people, young people, old people. And eventually, from the 20 vaccines with multiple doses, to multiple schedules, is it after 3 weeks the second dose, or is it after 4 weeks, or after 6 months? All of that will inform you that I think this is the vaccine, this is the dose, this is the scheme that I believe will give me the best result. And when you have that, then you go to do what we call the phase 3. This is a very big study, thousands of people, where you use the vaccine that you think is the right one, and a placebo. The placebo and the vaccine, they look identical. Nobody knows if he's injected a placebo or a vaccine. The physician that makes the injection, the doctor doesn't know if he's injecting placebo or vaccine. He knows a barcode. Only the computer knows. In order to go into this computer, there are keys, and there are at least 2 people that need to put their keys so that someone can see the data. And those people, they have legal obligations never to do that, right? So before a certain point. So all of that is blind. The idea is that when you go into this study, you need to make sure that you are going with the right one. That's why it takes so much time. But the study is the study. You need to have a significant number of people that will give the 2, and then you let them live their lives, and then you see how many of them get the disease, and then you see if there are differences in percentage of infections for the vaccinated compared to the non-vaccinated. At the same time, you're monitoring all of them to see if there are differences in the safety profile. Because the placebo had the same heart attacks with those that they didn't. They got the vaccine. Of course, heart attacks will happen if you have 50,000 people, because it's part of life. These are all these processes are very, very, very well established since years. What we did the last one was exactly the same as we did always. We just didn't lose time. We were not careful with money. Instead of recruiting 50,000 people over a year, because we had, let's say, 30 hospitals doing the recruitment, we went with 150 hospitals doing the recruitment. That cost a lot of money. But instead of recruiting them in a year, we recruited them in 3-4 months. So I did these type of things by taking return on investment, taking cost out of the equation, and we were able to achieve this result. But it's not the process, believe me. It is the heart of it. People don't know what they can and what they cannot do. And if anything, they have a serious tendency to underestimate what they can do. And always, when you ask them something that is seemingly impossible, they will think out of the box to be able to do it. We discussed it all the time. Instead of 8 years, we then asked them to do it in 6. We asked them to do it in 8 months. Our normal manufacturing yearly production of Pfizer was 200 million doses of vaccines every year. That's what we are doing in the last 10 years. ask them to make 300 million doses for a new vaccine. You ask them to make 3 billion doses for a new vaccine. The discovery phase of a new molecule, like the treatment that we have now, the pill against COVID, takes 4 years. You didn't ask them to do it in 3, you ask them to do it in 4 months, which is what they did. When you're setting this type of goal, they know immediately that they cannot just think within the box. And immediately this is where the human ingenuity and the heart comes. And this is how they surprise all of us.
So there's incredible science and engineering going on here.
Absolutely.
This is what's bothering me, that the conversation in public often not about that.
It's about politics, of course.
Politics. I spent the day with Elon Musk yesterday. He works with rockets. Similar situation with Pfizer in the sense that there's NASA and then there's private company. And that's a source of incredible inspiration to people. No politics, very little politics. So this is part of the thing I'm hoping to do our little part in this conversation to help untangle a little bit, just reveal the beauty and the power of the thing that was done here, especially with the vaccine, but other things that are being done with the antiviral drug. Let me just kind of linger on the safety. What can you say? There's a lot of people that are concerned that the Pfizer vaccine, by the way, of which I took 2 shots, no booster yet, is unsafe. What do you say to people that say that?
No, they should not fear something like that. It's completely wrong. There is no medical product in the history of humanity that has been tested as much as this vaccine. It has been administered to hundreds of millions of people. And because of the importance of COVID, they have been scrutinized, those people, constantly. Right now, healthcare authorities are looking for every single signal around the world of people that they got the vaccine and try to see if it is vaccine related. There are electronic medical records that will tell us when and what happened to the person when he did got the vaccine. And we know now more, we have so high certainty that it is so safe, exactly as the data sheet says about this vaccine, more than any other product. They should not be afraid of something like that, and they should not listen to information, but it is misinformation that is spread on them.
Well, I don't like the word misinformation because, again, back to the Soviet Union, anyone who opposes the state is spreading misinformation. You can basically call anything misinformation. That's the unfortunate times we're living in. You can call anyone, you can basically call anybody a liar and say, I'm the sole possessor of the truth. And just no offense to me, just because you wear a tie doesn't mean you're any more likely to be in the possession of the truth than anyone else. So
I wouldn't disagree with that at all. I don't think that
as somebody who's not wearing a tie,
as you can, people can see that I'm not wearing a tie and you are. But it's not about being able, those that they have the power to impose on the others the stigma that what you're saying is misinformation. But there are a few things that the society can accomplish. Science is one of them. And data is, and analytics of data is another one. And to say that something which is highly scientific by people that they are not scientists, I think that it is not what you're describing, what used to happen in the Soviet Union or in any other autocratic regime in the world right now.
But I definitely do think that the scientists, the public science communicators I've listened to over COVID, really disappointed me because they have not spoken with empathy. They haven't sufficiently, in my view, put their ego aside and really listened to people. yes, people that don't have a PhD, people who have not really, maybe not even taken like a biology course in college or something like that. But still, they have children. They worry. They fear. They don't know who to trust. They don't know if they should listen to the CEO of Pfizer, who might have other incentives in mind, who might just care about money and nothing else. So they just use common sense and they ask questions. And I think to them, talking down to them as if they're not intelligent and so on is something scientists have done, almost like rolled their eyes, and that disappoints me because I think that's kind of what is the source of division.
Humility is a virtue.
Yes.
And
Yes.
the fact that you're educated doesn't mean that you are having either humility or empathy, or you have good human qualities. This was never and would never be a metric of judging this type of virtues. Those that they do this, they're wrong. And actually, they are not doing good service to the public health because they undermine. People are not stupid. They see if you're not be respecting them, if you're not respecting their need to learn, because that affects their health, the mother, the kid. So I fully agree with you that we should be very patient to explain again and again and again what is happening. And the vast majority of the people that they don't get vaccinations right now is because they're afraid. It's not for any other reason. It's not that they have an agenda. What I'm saying is there is a small number of people that they have made business for them to profit from this anxiety. I'll give you an example. I have been arrested by FBI. This is what someone wrote. I read it. I laughed. Okay, this is where they take. There was a reason why they wrote it. Pfizer CEO was arrested by FBI because they want to create doubt in the minds of the people, but they're afraid and say, look, if FDA arrests people, likely I will not do the vaccine. But I laughed. A week later, the wife of the Pfizer CEO died. There is a picture in this website of my wife. Someone sends to me. Now I'm pissed. I'm not laughing. I try to find my kids. Tell them if you read something, mom is fine. Don't worry. Then I remember that she has very old parents back in Greece. Start calling them, making sure, because you know that will be picked up by newspapers and they will publish it. Okay. They are those people that wrote these things. They know very well that my wife didn't die and died because she was vaccinated. Right? So this is the narratives that they are on purpose for to profit from the stress and the anxiety of good people.
And that's something that people that listen to this, that kind of dog institutions, I do also want to say that there's quite a few folks who realize they can make money from saying the man is lying to you, the government is lying to you, it's all corrupt, it's all a scam, big pharma is lying to you, they're manipulating you. I'm surprised at how much money can be made from that. And it's sad. So you have to, just as people use their common sense to be skeptical when listening to politicians and powerful figures, they should be skeptical. But also, when listening to sort of the conspiracy theorists, or not even the conspiracy theorists, but people who raise questions about institutions, think on your own. Think critically with an open mind. That everyone can be manipulating you, but also everybody has the capacity to do good. And I think science in its pure form, not when entangled with institutions, is a beautiful thing. And in the hands of many companies, it is a beautiful thing that's here. Still, you have a lot of incentive as having created the vaccine at Pfizer, this incredible technology, to sing and praise it. So there's kind of, people are skeptical, like how much do we trust, how excited Albert is about this vaccine. So, for example, not to do a Shakespearean analysis of your Twitter, but I think you tweeted something about a study with 100% efficacy of the vaccine or in stopping the transmission or something like that. Do you regret sort of being like over-representing the effectiveness of the vaccine, technically saying correct things, but just kind of like highlighting the super positive things that may be misinterpreted, saying 100%?
No, I never said something 100%. But every time I speak, if the number is 100%, I rush to say that in biology there is nothing 100%, because always there will be when you go to the millions. Okay, there were in the study things that were 100%, for example, deaths, or in South Africa when we tried, there was 100% efficacy. Clearly, small numbers. When the numbers will become much bigger, the 100% will not hold, but will be 95, 96. So still, the direction of this is the point. So I'm very, very careful what I tweet, and in addition to how careful I am, I have people that they are looking at it, they are having second or third opinion. Make sure that we don't. Why? Because I know that people are listening right now, everything I say, and I want to make sure that they continue not only being clear as to what I want to say, so there are no misunderstandings, but also I maintain the trust of the people. I don't think that someone who only cherry picks information and only emphasizes positive things is someone that it is the one to be trusted. And I want me and Pfizer to be trusted.
So many felt the vaccine was presented as a cure that wouldn't require regular booster shots. Was that something you believed early on? Did you always believe that many regular shots would be required? And maybe in a bigger picture, how many do you think this would, for the Pfizer vaccine, is it something you see that's taking a booster shot regularly, like annually?
Yes. In the beginning, when we had the first months of vaccine, people would ask me, do we need another one? And I said, we don't know. I was very clear about it. Then around April, May, I started seeing the first data, and I made statements that I think we will need a booster around 8 to 12 months after the second dose. And then after that, annual revaccination. This is what I said, believe is one of the most likely scenarios. And it was based on the data that I had. But then Delta came. And because I always make the caveat that with absent a new variant, with everything we know. With Delta, it was proven that we need the booster to move to the 6 months. And this is what happened. And I still said, I think the booster is 6 months, and then I think annual revaccination. Like, we have to monitor to see the data, but this is the likely scenario. Now, we have Omicron. And Omicron says that 2 doses might be challenging. We don't know exactly yet, but 3 doses work. So clearly a lot of countries already started moving now the 3rd dose, not from 6 months to 3. So that they will reduce the period that people will not be protected with the 3rd dose. With Omicron, if how long this will last. And frankly, I don't know if we will need a new vaccine tailor-made to Omicron based on everything we know so far. We are monitoring, and we will know way more in the weeks to come. If there is a need for a new vaccine, we will have it. And if there is a need for mass production of this new vaccine, I can also feel very comfortable that we will not lose any of our capacity that we have developed. Right now, we are running at 1 billion, almost approximately, doses per quarter, 4 per year. And if we have to switch and have half of that in the new, half of that in the old, we will do still 4 billion doses. So I think the world should feel very, very comfortable that if there is a need, we will be ahead of the market.
Yeah, he delivered or produced 3 billion this year in vaccines, and you're on track to do 4 billion next year.
Yeah.
And if we had a lot more time, we'll talk about how the heck you achieve that kind of scale. It's truly incredible. Let me ask the policy question. What are your feelings about vaccine mandates? In terms of, do you think the most effective way to vaccinate the population is to require it? Or
to go with the American way, to give people the freedom to choose?
I think it is a very difficult topic and a very difficult decision for whoever needs to make it. And clearly it's not me. It is the public health officials of every country that they have to make this decision. I have to make the decision for 5 employees. And I had to balance the fear of those that they work, that they want to feel that the others are vaccinated, and the fear of those that they don't want to get the vaccine. And eventually, I came to the decision that we will mandate at 5. We are flexible, we are giving exceptions, of course, for health, maybe some religion, but we decided to mandate. Now, at Pfizer, when we did this decision, we were at 90% vaccination rates when we said we were going to mandate. And that took it up to 96. It worked, right? This 10% was never going to move, I felt. Because no matter what, you have a small number of people that really are scared and they don't feel comfortable to do anything. It worked in our case. We took it to 96%. I'm happy for those. A lot will not disease and some will not die. But it's not to me to say, because the debate, it's serious debate. And there are a lot of pros and cons. You need to push people if you need to give them the freedom. And it comes with the territory. If you are elected to run a country, you should be ready to make difficult decisions.
And no matter what decision you make, there will be fake stories written about you, as we talked about earlier.
You will not be able to please everyone.
Yes. Well, let me just say that I think, again, coming from the Soviet Union, I think at the public level, at the federal level, mandates is a really bad idea. Even if it's good for the health of the populace, there's something about preserving the freedom that's really powerful about this country. Like doing the hard work of convincing people to get vaccinated, to choose to get vaccinated if they want, but still have the freedom not to. That's a really powerful freedom. To me, it's super lazy to mandate. People should understand the science and want to get vaccinated. Do you think children should get vaccinated?
Maybe.
So, age ranges 5 to 16. There's a lot of parents that that fear for the well-being of their children. Can you empathize with those parents? Can you steel man their arguments against the vaccine for their children?
Because people know who I am. I had the opportunity to interact with parents before that was, let's say, approved. And there were so many, way more. That I had a lot of empathy because they were afraid for their kids because they didn't have a vaccine. And they were the ones that were speaking at that time. Bring me a vaccine. When I get the vaccine, I really fear. I feel that this is unfair, but I'm protected. My husband is protected. My old son is protected, and my little sweetheart, because she is below the age, is not protected. Now that we have the vaccines, I'm sure that those that they are afraid of the vaccine, not of the disease, which are smaller now, maybe also they will have, if they are afraid of them, I'm sure that they will be afraid even more about their kids because they love, I would say, more than they love themselves. So it's going to be this situation. And again, the same. How can you do to demonstrate, to convince people, to win the minds and the hearts of the people that this is the right thing?
What do you think about that calculation? Because the risk for kids is very low. Kids do die. Kids do go to the hospital from COVID.
Yes.
But the rate is very low.
The rate is lower, but kids, they do die. And how can you say that I'm not going to protect the kid for something that it is likely to happen? And it is not only that. What happens in the school when they stop the education process because the kid got the disease and they don't have vaccines so that they can control it. That's a big disruption and that's a big risk for the health of the kids that it shouldn't be a debate. Look, How many kids are having polio right now? Way fewer number than those that they're having COVID in the hospital. But everybody's getting the vaccine. It's
Well, polio was deadlier for kids.
but it's not now. So why stop a kid to do it now? Because it needs to be protected.
Well, the unique thing about the COVID vaccine is a new type of technology too. So there's an extra concern. Choosing to vaccinate a child, you're making a choice that could potentially hurt them. That's the way parents that are hesitant about the vaccine think.
I think choosing to vaccinate children makes a choice so that something could not potentially hurt, which is the disease. That's why we are doing vaccinations since ever. I know that there are people that they're concerned for themselves and for their kids. What I know it is that I'm a scientist and I'm a parent, and I am telling you that vaccines is a very good thing for kids, and thank God we were able to develop.
So we've talked quite a bit about the vaccine, but there's an incredible new technology that Pfizer's developing with Paxlovid, the antiviral for COVID. Where does that stand? How does that work? And how were you able to develop it in 4 months, like you said, and all of that in just a few minutes?
First of all, what this is about is a real game changer. This is a course of treatment that you get only if you get the disease, you get COVID. Then what happens is that you will take for 5 days pills day and night, and twice a day for 5 days. And instead of 10 people from those that disease go to hospital, only one will go. This is, and with all the caveats that the numbers are small, no one died. It was 100% efficacy on death. Of course, I'm sure that in real world, when the numbers are getting very high, we may have 99 instead of 100. But these are spectacular results for something that you can take home and stay home. The biggest problem right now in Europe, in the US, when we have surges, every time that we have a surge of COVID, it is that the ICUs are full, the hospitals are paralyzed, they have to postpone elective surgeries, they have to postpone other operations because they don't have the capacity because of that. Keeping people out of the hospitals, home, keeping people without time, it is something that we didn't have before. And this is a significant game changer.
I have to ask a controversial, difficult question. What are your thoughts about ivermectin? Has it sufficiently been studied? Has Pfizer considered it in its, like I said, incredible development of the antiviral, as a comparator, that kind of thing? Just investigate it in general. The reason I bring it up is I've read quite a few criticisms of people. There's been some comparisons of Paxlovid to ivermectin, and I think people should look up. There is Dr. John Campbell that describes that comparison and makes that claim, and there's quite a lot of people that debunk or argue against that. You can do your own research, but there is a lot of people that kind of see this free drug patents on it and say this could be the savior. So can you just speak to that comparison? And
it's not the first time. If you remember, there were other compounds that were claimed that they are the solution to COVID, and clearly they were proving that they're not. There are compounds that are solutions and compounds that are not. I, as a scientist, I discussed with our scientists, they don't see any reason why a medicine like ivermectin, which is parasiticide, to be able to act on COVID, and so they don't see that there's any connection, and they haven't seen any paper to describe someone that used it that will have any results. I'm sure that there will be some people that will claim, because people are claiming anything, but I don't think that if there was any paper in any peer-reviewed magazine, a reliable scientific magazine, to support this claim. So we are focusing on saving people's lives. We are not focusing on craziness.
Well, to push back, there is quite a lot of papers, but the studies are small, so there's no conclusive evidence. And that's
I
the
haven't
point.
seen any that it is reliable.
Right.
I don't know where are these small or big. They're reliable. I haven't seen any.
Well, some of the big ones have been retracted, which means they weren't legitimate. Yes.
Yeah. So
So this is definitely something that people need to look at. The people that kind of question the effectiveness of it, I think definitely something to think about. And I think it's the reason that
it was
Paxlovid.
chloroquine before.
Yes.
For God's sake.
And that's why
How
Paxlovid.
many people died because of that?
Yeah, this is the dangerous thing. This is the sad thing. So,
Paxlovid has been studied in thousands of people and will be under the scrutiny not only of regulators, but as we will go into the implementation, as it happened in many countries, they will monitor to see what's happening. Let's say that whatever we do, once it is out there, within few weeks, they will know all hospitals if it works or not, because they will see the statistics.
we've gone through one of the more difficult periods in recent human history over the past few years, like as a society. What gives you hope about the future for our human civilization? You look into the next few years.
I think the human ingenuity. I think although there is, the world always is progressing, although there are a lot of things that need to be fixed in the society of 2020. The society of 2020 is better at large than things 50 years back, 100 years back, in all different aspects, from poverty, for human rights, from science, from quality of life, from any other aspect. I'm positive that humans can create and always create a better future, and will continue doing so.
You have helped save the lives of millions of people, helped improve the quality of their lives, but you yourself are just one biological organism with an expiration date. Do you ponder your mortality? Do you think about your death? Are you afraid of death?
That's a very interesting question. I was discussing with a lot of people that I was fearless of death. I couldn't care less when I was young. The first time that I started feeling that I want to be around was when I had kids. And then I started feeling that, oh gosh, I hope I will be around to see their wedding. I hope they will be around to see their children. So if there is something that scares me, it's the possibility that I will not be part of their lives anymore, and I will not be watching. I hope there is life upstairs, so I will be able to watch them from there.
From upstairs, get a nice overview. Let me ask the big ridiculous question, and you only have 2 minutes or less to answer it. What is the meaning of life? What's the meaning of this whole thing? You said ingenuity is the thing that gives you hope. We seem to be all busy trying to help each other, trying to build a better world. Why are we doing that?
I would repeat something that Steve Jobs has said: death is life's biggest invention. It eliminates the old and gives place to the new. Life is all about moving forward. Life is all about creating new things. Maybe everyone is a contributor, but no one is the owner.
And always creating something new,
Always.
adding something beautiful into the world, maybe a little bit of love.
Hopefully.
Albert, thank you so much. It's a huge honor that you go through some of these difficult questions with me today, and that you give your extremely valuable time for this conversation. Thank you so much for talking to me.
Thank you for your interest, and I'm happy, as I was telling you before, that I can brag with my kids that I was in your podcast because you're their hero.
You made it.
I made it.
Thank you. Thanks for listening to this conversation with Albert Rabbi. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Oscar Wilde. The truth is rarely pure, and never simple. Thank you for listening. Hope to see you next time.
following is a conversation with Peter Wang, one of the most impactful leaders and developers in the Python community, former physicist, current philosopher. And someone that many people told me about and praised as a truly special mind that I absolutely should talk to. Recommendations ranging from Travis Oliphant to Eric Weinstein. So here we are. This is the Less Friedman podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Peter Wang.
You're one of the most impactful humans in the Python ecosystem. So you're an engineer, leader of engineers, but you're also a philosopher. So let's talk both in this conversation about programming and philosophy. First, programming. What to you is the best or maybe the most beautiful feature of Python? Or maybe the thing that made you fall in love or stay in love with Python?
Well, those are three different things. What I think is most beautiful, what made me fall in love when we stay in love. When I first started using it was when I was a C++ computer graphics performance nerd.
In the 90s?
In late 90s. And that was my first job out of college. And we kept trying to do more and more like abstract and higher order programming in C++, which at the time was quite difficult. The templates, the compiler support wasn't great, etc. So when I started playing around with Python, that was my first time encountering really first-class support for types, for functions, and things like that. And it felt so incredibly expressive. So that was what kind of made me fall in love with it a little bit. And also, once you spend a lot of time in a C++ dev environment, the ability to just whip something together that basically runs and works the first time is amazing. So really productive scripting language. I mean, I knew Perl, I knew Bash, I was decent at both, but Python just made everything, it made the whole world accessible, right? I could script this and that and the other network things, little hard drive utilities. I could write all of these things in the space of an afternoon. And that was really, really cool. So that's what made me fall in love.
Is there something specific you could put your finger on that you're not programming in Perl today? Like why Python for scripting?
I think there's not a specific thing as much as the design motif of both the creator of the language and the core group of people that built the standard library around him. There was a taste to it. I mean, Steve Jobs, used that term in somewhat of an arrogant way, but I think it's a real thing that it was designed to fit. A friend of mine actually expressed this really well. He said, Python just fits in my head. And there's nothing better to say than that. Now, people might argue modern Python, there's a lot more complexity, but certainly as version 5.152, I think was my first version, that fit in my head very easily. So that's what made me fall in love with it.
Okay, so the most beautiful feature of Python that made you stay in love. It's like over the years, what has you do a double take, you return to often as the thing that brings you a smile?
I really still like the ability to play with meta classes and express higher order things when I have to create some new object model to model something, right? It's easy for me because I'm pretty expert as a Python programmer. I can easily all sorts of level things together and use properties and decorators and other kinds of things and create something that feels very nice. So that to me, I would say that's tied with the NumPy and vectorization capabilities. I love thinking in terms of the matrices and the vectors and these kind of data structures. So I would say those two are kind of tied.
So the elegance of the NumPy data structure, like slicing through different multi-dimensional.
Yeah, there's just enough things there. It's a very simple, comfortable tool. It's easy to reason about what it does when you don't stray too far afield.
Can you put your finger on how to design a language such that it fits in your head? Certain things like the colon or the certain notation aspects of Python that just kind of work. Is it something you have to kind of write out on paper, look and say it's just right? Is it a taste thing, or is there a systematic process? What's your sense?
I think it's more of a taste thing. But one thing that should be said is that you have to pick your audience, right? So the better defined the user audience is, or the users are, the easier it is to build something that fits in their minds because their needs will be more compact and coherent. it is possible to find a projection, right, a compact projection for their needs. The more diverse the user base, the harder that is.
Yeah.
And so as Python has grown in popularity, that's also naturally created more complexity as people try to design any given thing. There will be multiple valid opinions about a particular design approach. And so I do think that's the downside of popularity. It's almost an intrinsic aspect of the complexity of the problem.
Well, at the very beginning, aren't you an audience of one? Aren't all the greatest projects in history were just solving a problem that you yourself had?
Well, so Clay Shirky, in his book on crowdsourcing, or in his kind of thoughts on crowdsourcing, he identifies the first step of crowdsourcing is me-first collaboration. You first have to make something that works well for yourself.
Yeah.
It's very telling that when you look at all of the impactful big projects, well, they're fundamental projects now in the SciPy and PyData ecosystem, they all started with the people in the domain trying to scratch their own itch. And the whole idea of scratching your own itch is something that the open source or the free software world has known for a long time. But in the scientific computing areas, these are assistant professors or electrical engineering grad students. They didn't have really a lot of programming skill necessarily, but Python was just good enough for them to put something together that fit in their domain, right? So it's almost like it's a necessity is the mother of invention aspect, and also it was a really harsh filter for utility and compactness and expressiveness. Like it was too hard to use that they wouldn't have built it because that was just too much trouble. Right? It was a side project for them.
And also necessity creates a kind of deadline. It seems like a lot of these projects are quickly thrown together in the first step, and that, even though it's flawed, that just seems to work well for software projects.
Well, it does work well for software projects in general, and in this particular space, but one of my colleagues, Stan Siever, identified this, that all the projects in the SciPy ecosystem, if we just rattle them off, there's NumPy, there's SciPy, built by different collaborations of people, although Travis is the heart of both of them. But NumPy coming from numeric and NumPy, these are different people. And then you've got Pandas, you've got Jupyter, or IPython, there's Matplotlib, there's just so many others that I'm not going to justice. I try to name them all, but all of them are actually different people. And as they rolled out their projects, the fact that they had limited resources meant that they were humble about scope. A great famous hacker, Jamie Zawiski, once said that every geek's dream is to build the ultimate middleware, right? And the thing is, with these scientists turned programmers, they had no such dream. They were just trying to write something that was a little bit better for what they needed in MATLAB, and they were going to leverage what everyone else had built. So naturally, almost in kind of this annealing process or whatever, we built a very modular cover of the basic needs of a scientific computing library.
If you look at the whole human story, how much of a leap is it? We've developed all kinds of languages, all kinds of methodologies for communication. It just kind of like grew this collective intelligence. Civilization grew, it expanded. We wrote a bunch of books, and now we tweet. How big of a leap is programming, if programming is yet another language? Is it just a nice little trick that's temporary in our human history, or is it like a big leap in the almost us becoming another organism at a higher level of abstraction, something else?
I think the act of programming or using grammatical constructions of some underlying primitives, that is something that humans do learn, but every human learns this. Anyone who can speak learns how to do this. What makes programming different has been that up to this point, when we try to give instructions to computing systems, all of our computers, well, actually, it's not quite true, but I'll first say it, and then I'll tell you why it's not true. But for the most part, we can think of computers as being these iterated systems. So when we program, we're giving very precise instructions to iterated systems that then run at incomprehensible speed and run those instructions. In my experience, some people are just better equipped to model systematic iterated systems in their head. Some people are really good at that, and other people are not. And so when you have, like, for instance, sometimes people have tried to build systems that make programming easier by making visual drag and drop. And the issue is you can have a drag and drop thing, but once you start having to iterate the system with conditional logic, handling case statements and branch statements and all these other things, the visual drag and drop part doesn't save you anything. you still have to reason about this giant iterated system with all these different conditions around it. That's the hard part, right? So handling iterated logic, that's the hard part. The languages we use then emerge to give us ability and capability over these things. Now, the one exception to this rule, of course, is the most popular programming system in the world, which is Excel, which is a data flow and a data-driven, immediate mode, a data transformation-oriented programming system. And it's actually not an accident that that system is the most popular programming system, because it's so accessible to a much broader group of people. I do think as we build future computing systems, you're actually already seeing this a little bit. It's much more about composition of modular blocks. They themselves actually maintain all their internal state, and the interfaces between them are well-defined data schemas. And so to stitch these things together using like IFTTT or Zapier or any of these kind of, I would say compositional scripting kinds of things, HyperCard was also a little bit in this vein. That's much more accessible to most people. It's really that implicit state that's so hard for people to track.
Yeah, okay, so that's modular stuff, but there's also an aspect where you're standing on the shoulders of giants. So you're building like higher and higher levels of abstraction. And you do that a little bit with language. So with language, you develop sort of ideas, philosophies from Plato and so on, and then you kind of leverage those philosophies to try to have a deeper and deeper conversation. But with programming, it seems like you can build much more complicated systems. Like without knowing how everything works, you can build on top of the work of others. And it seems like you're developing more and more sophisticated expressions, ability to express ideas in a computational space.
I think it's worth pondering the difference here between complexity and complication. Okay, right?
Back to Excel.
Well, not quite back to Excel, but the idea is, when we have a human conversation, all languages for humans emerged to support human relational communications, which is that the person we're communicating with is a person, and they would communicate back to us. And so we sort of hit a resonance point, right, when we actually agree on some concepts. So there's a messiness to it, and there's a fluidity to it. With computing systems, when we express something to the computer that's wrong, we just try again. So we can basically live many virtual worlds of having failed at expressing ourselves to the computer until the one time we expressed ourselves right. Then we kind of put in production and then discover that it's still wrong, a few days down the road. So I think the sophistication of the things that we build with computing, one has to really pay attention to the difference between when an end user is expressing something onto a system that exists versus when they're extending the system to increase the system's capability for someone else to then interface with. And we happen to use the same language for both of those things, and usually in most cases, but it doesn't have to be that. Excel is actually a great example of this, kind of a counterpoint to that.
Okay, so what about the idea of, you said messiness?
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you put the software 2.0 idea, this idea of machine learning, into the further and further steps into the world of messiness? The same kind of beautiful messiness of human communication. Isn't that what machine learning is? Is building on levels of abstraction that don't have messiness in them. That at the operating system level, then there's Python, the programming languages that have more and more power. But then finally, there's neural networks that ultimately work with data, and so the programming is almost in the space of data, and the data is allowed to be messy. Isn't that a kind of program? So the idea of software 2.0 is a lot of the programming happens in the space of data. Back to Excel. All roads lead back to Excel. In the space of data, and also the hyperparameters and neural networks. All of those allow the same kind of messiness that human communication allows.
It does, but my background is in physics. I took like 2 CS courses in college, so I don't have. I did cram a bunch of CS in prep when I applied for grad school, but still, I don't have a formal background in computer science. But what I have observed in studying programming languages and programming systems and things like that is that there seems to be this triangle. It's like these beautiful little iron triangles that you find in life sometimes. And it's the connection between the code correctness and kind of expressiveness of code, the semantics of the data, and then the kind of correctness or parameters of the underlying hardware compute system. So there's the algorithms that you want to apply. There's what the bits that are stored on whatever media actually represents, the semantics of the data, within the representation, and then there's what the computer can actually do. And every programming system, every information system, ultimately finds some spot in the middle of this little triangle. Sometimes some systems collapse that into just one edge.
Are we including humans as a system in this?
No, I'm just thinking about computing systems. Okay, and the reason I bring this up is because I believe there's no free lunch around this stuff. So if we build machine learning systems to sort of write the correct code that is at a certain level of performance, so it'll sort of select, right, with how parameters we can tune kind of how we want the performance boundary in SLA to look like for transforming some set of inputs into certain kinds of outputs. That training process itself is intrinsically sensitive to the kinds of inputs we put into it. It's quite sensitive to the boundary conditions we put around the performance. So I think even as we move to using automated systems to build this transformation, as opposed to humans explicitly from a top-down perspective, figuring out, well, this schema and this database and these columns get selected for this algorithm, and here we'll put a Fibonacci heap for some other thing. Human design or computer design, ultimately what we hit, the boundaries that we hit with these information systems is when the representation of the data hits the real world is where there's a lot of slop and a lot of interpretation. And that's where actually I think a lot of the work will go in the future, is actually understanding kind of how to better, in the view of these live data systems, how to better encode the semantics of the world for those things. There'll be less of the details of how we write a particular SQL query.
Okay, but given the semantics of the real world and the messiness of that, what does the word correctness mean when you're talking about code?
Mm-hmm. There's a lot of dimensions to correctness. Historically, and this is one of the reasons I say that we're coming to the end of the era of software, because for the last 40 years or so, software correctness was really defined about functional correctness. I write a function, it's got some inputs, does it produce the right outputs? If so, then I can turn it on, hook it up to the live database, and it goes. And more now, we have, in fact, I think the bright line in the sand between machine learning systems or modern data-driven systems versus classical software systems is that the values of the input actually have to be considered with the function together. Is that this whole thing is correct or not? And usually there's a performance SLA as well. Like, did it actually finish?
What's SLA?
Sorry, service level agreement. So it has to return within some time. You have a 10 millisecond time budget to return a prediction of this level of accuracy, right? So these are things that were not traditionally in most business computing systems for the last 20 years at all. People didn't think about it. But now we have value dependence on functional correctness. So that question of correctness is becoming a bigger and bigger question.
What does that map to the end of software?
We've thought about software as just this thing that you can do in isolation with some test trial inputs and in a very, very sort of sandboxed environment. And we can quantify how does it scale, how does it perform, how many nodes do we allocate at once to build this many inputs. When we start turning this stuff into prediction systems, real cybernetic systems, you're going to find scenarios where you get inputs that you're going to want to spend a little more time thinking about. You're going to find inputs that it's not clear what you should do, right? So the software has a varying amount of runtime and correctness with regard to input. And that is a different kind of system altogether. Now it's a full-on cybernetic system. It's a next-generation information system that is not like traditional software systems.
Can you maybe describe what is a cybernetic system? Do you include humans in that picture? So is it human in the loop kind of complex mess of the whole kind of interactivity of software with the real world, or is it something more concrete?
Well, when I say cybernetic, I really do mean the software itself is closing the observe-orient decide act loop by itself. So humans being out of the loop is in fact what, for me, makes it a cybernetic system. And
humans are out of that loop.
When humans are out of the loop, when the machine is actually sort of deciding on its own what it should do next to get more information, that makes it a cybernetic system. So we're just at the dawn of this, right? I think everyone talking about ML/AI, it's great, but really the thing we should be talking about is when we really enter the cybernetic era, and all of the questions of ethics and governance and all correctness and all these things, they really are the most.
Okay, let me just linger on this. What does it mean for the human to be out of the loop in a cybernetic system? Because isn't the cybernetic system that's ultimately accomplishes some kind of purpose that at the bottom, the turtle's all the way down. At the bottom, turtle is a human.
Well, the human may have set some criteria, but the human wasn't precise. So, for instance, I just read the other day that earlier this year, maybe it was last year at some point, the Libyan army, I think, sent out some automated killer drones with explosives. And there was no human in the loop at that point. They basically put them in a geofenced area, said find any moving target, like a truck or vehicle that looks like this, and boom. That's not a human in the loop, right?
So increasingly less there is in the loop, the more concerned you are about these kinds of systems, because there's unintended consequences. Like less the original designer and engineer of the system is able to predict. Even one with good intent is able to predict the consequences of such a system.
That's right. There are some software systems, right, that run without humans in the loop that are quite complex. That's like the electronic markets, and we get flash crashes all the time. We get, in the heyday of high frequency trading, there's a lot of market microstructure, people doing all sorts of weird stuff that the market designers had never really thought about, contemplated, or intended. So when we run these full-on systems with these automated trading bots, now they become automated, killer drones, and then all sorts of other stuff. We are. That's what I mean by we're at the dawn of the cybernetic era and the end of the era of just pure software.
Are you more concerned if you're thinking about cybernetic systems, or even like self-replicating systems, so systems that aren't just doing a particular task, but are able to sort of multiply and scale in some dimension, in the digital or even the physical world? Are you more concerned about like the lobster being boiled, so the gradual, with us not noticed, collapse of civilization, or a big explosion, like oops, kind of a big thing where everyone notices, but it's too late?
I think that it will be a different experience for different people. I do share a common point of view with some of the climate, people who are concerned about climate change and just the big existential risks that we have. But unlike a lot of people who share my level of concern, I think the collapse will not be quite so dramatic as some of them think. And what I mean is that I think that for certain tiers of, let's say, economic class or certain locations in the world, people will experience dramatic collapse scenarios. But for a lot of people, especially in the developed world, the realities of collapse will be managed. There will be narrative management around it so that they essentially insulate, the middle class will be used to insulate the upper class from the pitchforks and the flaming torches and everything.
It's interesting because so my specific question wasn't as general. My question was more about cybernetic systems or software.
Okay.
It's interesting, but it would nevertheless perhaps be about class. So the effect of algorithms might affect certain classes more than others.
Absolutely.
I was more thinking about whether it's social media algorithms or actual robots. Is there going to be a gradual effect on us where we wake up one day and don't recognize the humans we are? Or is it something truly dramatic where there's, like a meltdown of a nuclear reactor kind of thing, Chernobyl, catastrophic events that are almost bugs in a program that scaled itself too quickly?
Yeah, I'm not as concerned about the visible stuff. And the reason is because the big visible explosions, this is something I said about social media, is that, at least with nuclear weapons, when a nuke goes off, you can see it, and you're like, well, that's kind of bad, right? I mean, Oppenheimer was reciting the Bhagavad Gita, right, when he saw one of those things go off. So we can see nukes are really bad.
He's not reciting anything about water.
Well, right, but then when you have social media, when you have all these different things that conspire to create a layer of virtual experience for people that alienates them from reality, from each other, that's very pernicious. That's impossible to see, right? And it kind of slowly gets in there. So
you've written about this idea of virtuality on this topic, which you define as the subjective phenomenon of knowingly engaging with virtual sensation and perception and suspending or forgetting the context that it's simulacrum. So let me ask, what is real? Is there a hard line between reality and virtuality? like perception drifts from some kind of physical reality. We have to kind of have a sense of what is the line that's we've gone too far.
Right, right. For me, it's not about any hard line about physical reality as much as a simple question of does the particular technology help people connect in a more integral way with other people, with their environment, with all of the full spectrum of things around them. So it's less about, oh, this is a virtual thing and this is a hard real thing. More about when we create virtual representations of the real things. Always some things are lost in translation. Usually many, many dimensions are lost in translation, right? We're now coming to almost 2 years of COVID with people on Zoom all the time. You know it's different when you meet somebody in person, when you see them. I've seen you on YouTube lots, right? But the seeing in person is very different. And so I think when we engage in virtual experiences all the time, and we only do that, there is absolutely a level of embodiment. There's the level of embodied experience and participatory interaction that is lost. And it's very hard to put your finger on exactly what it is. It's hard to say, oh, we're going to spend $100 million building a new system that captures this 5% better, higher fidelity human expression. No one's going to pay for that, right? So when we rush madly into a world of simulacrum and virtuality, the things that are lost it's difficult. Once everyone moves there, it can be hard to look back and see what we've lost.
So is it irrecoverably lost, or rather, when you put it all on the table, is it possible for more to be gained than is lost? If you look at video games, they create virtual experiences that are surreal and can bring joy to a lot of people, can connect a lot of people. It can get people to talk a lot of trash. So it can bring out the best and the worst in people. So is it possible to have a future world where the pros outweigh the cons?
It is. I mean, it's possible to have that in the current world. But when literally trillions of dollars of capital are tied to using those things to groom the worst of our inclinations and to attack our weaknesses in the limbic system, to create these things into id machines versus connection machines, then those good things don't stand a chance.
Can you make a lot of money by building connection machines? Is it possible, do you think, to bring out the best in human nature, to create fulfilling connections and relationships in the digital world and make a shit ton of money?
If I figure it out, I'll let you know.
But what's your intuition without concretely knowing what's the solution?
My intuition is that a lot of our digital technologies give us the ability to have synthetic connections or to experience virtuality. They have co-evolved with sort of the human expectations. It's sort of like sugary drinks. As people have more sugary drinks, they need more sugary drinks to get that same hit, right? So with these virtual things, and with TV and fast cuts and TikToks and all these different kinds of things, we're co-creating essentially humanity that sort of asks and needs those things. It now becomes very difficult to get people to slow down. It gets difficult for people to hold their attention on slow things and actually feel that embodied experience, right? So mindfulness now more than ever is so important in schools and as a therapy technique for people, because our environment has been accelerated. And McLuhan actually talks about this in the electric environment of the television, and that was before TikTok and before front-facing cameras. So I think for me the concern is that it's not like we can ever switch to doing something better, but more of the humans and technology, they're not independent of each other. The technology that we use kind of molds what we need for the next generation of technology.
Yeah, but humans are intelligent and they're introspective, and they can reflect on the experiences of their life. So, for example, there's been many years of my life where I ate an excessive amount of sugar, and at a certain moment I woke up and said, why do I keep doing this? This doesn't feel good, like long term. And I think, so going through the TikTok process of realizing, okay, when I shorten my attention span, actually that does not make me feel good longer term. I'm realizing that, and then going to platforms, going to places that are away from the sugar. So in so doing, you can create platforms that can make a lot of money to help people wake up to what actually makes them feel good long term, develop, grow as human beings, And it just feels like humans are more intelligent than mice looking for cheese. They're able to sort of think. I mean, we can contemplate our mortality, right? And contemplate things like long-term love, and we can have a long-term fear of certain things like mortality. We can contemplate whether the experiences, sort of the drugs of daily life that we've been partaking in, is making us happier and better people. And then once we contemplate that, we can make financial decisions in using services and paying for services that are making us better people. So it just seems that we're in the very first stages of social networks that just were able to make a lot of money really quickly, but in bringing out sometimes the bad parts of human nature, they didn't destroy humans. They just fed everybody a lot of sugar, and now everyone's going to wake up and say, "Hey, we're going to start having like sugar-free social media."
Right. Well, there's a lot to unpack there. I think some people certainly have the capacity for that. And I certainly think, I mean, it's very interesting, even the way you said it. You woke up one day and you thought, well, this doesn't feel very good. Yeah. Well, that's still your limbic system saying this doesn't feel very good, right? You have a cat brain's worth of neurons around your gut, right? And so maybe that saturated and that was telling you, hey, this isn't good. Humans are more than just mice looking for cheese or monkeys looking for sex and power, right? So
let's slow down. Now now a lot of people are arguing on that one.
Well, we're more than just that, but we're at least that, and we're very, very seldom not that. So I don't actually disagree with you that we could be better, and that better platforms exist, and people are voluntarily noping out of things like Facebook and noping out of.
Yeah. Awesome term.
It's a great term. Yeah, I love it. I use it all the time. You're welcome.
To nope out of that.
I want to nope out of that, right? It's going to be a hard pass, and that's great. But that's, again, to your point, that's the first generation of front-facing cameras, of social pressures, and you as a self-starter, self-aware adult have the capacity to say, yeah, I'm not going to do that. I'm going to go and spend time on long-form reads. I'm going to spend time managing my attention. I'm going to do some yoga. If you're a 15-year-old in high school and your entire social environment is everyone doing these things, guess what you're going to do? You're going to kind of have to do that because your limbic system says, hey, I need to get the guy or the girl or the whatever, and that's what I'm going to do. And so one of the things that we have to reason about here is the social media systems, or social media, I think, is our first encounter with a technological system that runs a bit of a loop around our own cognition and attention. It's not the last. It's far from the last. And it gets to the heart of some of the philosophical Achilles heel of the Western philosophical system, which is each person gets to make their own determination. Each person is an individual that's sacrosanct in their agency and their sovereignty and all these things. The problem with these systems is they come down and they are able to manage everyone en masse. And so every person's making their own decision, but together the bigger system is causing them to act with a group dynamic that's very profitable for people. So this is the issue that we have, is that our philosophies are actually not geared to understand what is it for a person to have a high trust connection as part of a collective, and for that collective to have its right to coherency and agency. That's something like when a social media app causes a family to break apart, it's done harm to more than just individuals, right? So that concept is not something we really talk about or think about very much, but that's actually the problem, is that we're vaporizing molecules into atomic units, and then we're hitting all the atoms with certain things that's like, yeah, well, that person chose to look at my app.
So our understanding of human nature is at the individual level. It emphasizes the individual too much, because ultimately society operates at the collective level.
And these apps do as well.
And the apps do as well. So for us to understand the progression and development of this organism we call human civilization, we have to think at the collective level too.
I would say multi-tiered.
Multi-tiered. So individual as well.
Individuals, family units, social collectives, and all the way up.
Okay. So you've said that individual human layered is signals and waves and multiple strata. The physical, the biological, social, cultural, intellectual. So sort of going along these lines, can you describe the layers of the cake that is a human being?
and maybe the human collective, human society?
So I'm just stealing wholesale here from Robert Pirsig, who is the author of Zen and the Art of Motorcycle Maintenance. And in his follow-on book, is a sequel to it called Lila. He goes into this in more detail, but it's a crude approach to thinking about people, but I think it's still an advancement over traditional subject-object metaphysics, where we look at people as a dualist would say, well, is your mind, your consciousness, is that just merely the matter that's in your brain, or is there something kind of more beyond that? And they say, yes, there's a soul, sort of ineffable soul beyond just merely the physical body, right? And then, and I'm not one of those people, right? I think that we don't have to draw a line between are things only this or only that. Collectives of things can emerge structures and patterns that are just as real as the underlying pieces, but they're transcendent, but they're still of the underlying pieces. So your body is this way. I mean, you just know physically you consist of atoms and whatnot, and then the atoms are arranged into molecules, which then arranged into certain kinds of structures that seem to have a homeostasis to them. We call them cells. The cells form, sort of biological structures. Those biological structures give your body its physical ability and biological ability to consume energy and to maintain homeostasis. But humans are social animals. I mean, a human by themselves is not very long for the world. So we also, part of our biology is wired to connect to other people, from the mirror neurons to our language sectors and all these other things. So we are intrinsically, there's a part of us that wants to be part of a thing. If we're around other people, not saying a word, but they're just up and down, jumping and dancing, laughing, we're going to feel better, right? And there was no exchange of physical anything. They didn't give us like 5 atoms of happiness, right? But there's an induction in our own sense of self that is at that social level. And then beyond that, Pirsig puts the intellectual level kind of one level higher than the social. I think they're actually more intertwined than that. But the intellectual level is the level of pure ideas, that you are a vessel for meanings, you're a vessel for philosophies, you will conduct yourself in a particular way. I mean, I think part of this is, if we think about it from a physics perspective, you're not, there's a joke that physicists like to approximate things. We'll say, well, approximate a spherical cow, right? You're not a spherical cow, you're not a spherical human. You're a messy human, and we can't even say what the dynamics of emotion will be unless we analyze all 4 of these layers, right? If you're Muslim at a certain time of day, guess what? You're going to be on the ground, in the rain, right? And that has nothing to do with your biological need to get on the ground or physics of gravity. It is an intellectual drive that you have. It's a cultural phenomenon and an intellectual belief that you carry. So that's what the 4-layered stack is all about. It's that a person is not only one of these things; they're all of these things at the same time. It's a superposition of dynamics that run through us that make us who we are.
So no layer is special.
Not so much no layer is special. Each layer is just different. But we are.
Each layer gets the participation trophy.
Each layer is a part of what you are. You are a layer cake, right, of all these things. And if we try to deny, right, so many philosophies do try to deny the reality of some of these things, right? Some people will say, well, we're only atoms. Well, we're not only atoms, because there's a lot of other things that are only atoms. I can reduce a human being to a bunch of soup, and they're not the same thing, even though they're atoms. So I think the order and the patterns that emerge within humans to understand, to really think about what a next generation of philosophy would look like, that would allow us to reason about extending humans into the digital realm, or to interact with autonomous intelligences that are not biological in nature. We really need to appreciate what human beings actually are, is the superposition of these different layers.
You mentioned consciousness. Are each of these layers of cake conscious? Is consciousness a particular quality of one of the layers? Is there like a spike if you have a consciousness detector at these layers? Or is something that just permeates all of these layers and just takes different form?
I believe what humans experience as consciousness is something that sits on a gradient scale of a general principle in the universe that seems to look for order and reach for order when there's an excess of energy. It would be odd to say a proton is alive, right? It would be odd to say that this particular atom or molecule of hydrogen gas is alive, but there's certainly something we can make assemblages of these things that have autopoietic aspects to them, that will create structures, that will, crystalline solids will form very interesting, beautiful structures. This gets kind of into weird mathematical territories. You start thinking about Penrose and Game of Life stuff, about the generativity in math itself, like hyperreal numbers, things like that. But without going down that rabbit hole, I would say that there seems to be a tendency in the world that when there is excess energy, things will structure out of themselves. They will then actually furthermore try to create an environment that furthers their continued stability. It's the concept of externalized extended phenotype or niche construction. So this is ultimately what leads to certain kinds of amino acids forming certain kinds of structures and so on and so forth until you get the ladder of life. So when we experience as consciousness, no, I don't think cells are conscious at that level. But is there something beyond mere equilibrium state biology and chemistry and biochemistry that drives what makes things work? I think there is. So Adrian Bajan has this constructal law. There's other things you can look at when you look at the life sciences and you look at any kind of statistical physics and statistical mechanics. When you look at things far out of equilibrium, when you have excess energy, what happens then? Life doesn't just make a hotter soup, it starts making structure. There's something there.
The poetry of reaches for order when there's an excess of energy.
Mm-hmm.
Because you brought up Game of Life. You did it, not me. Like, I love cellular automata, so I have to sort of linger on that for a little bit. So cellular automata, I guess, or Game of Life is a very simple example of reaching for order when there's an excess of energy. Or reaching for order and somehow creating complexity. It like this explosion of just turmoil, somehow trying to construct structures. And in so doing, creates very elaborate organism-looking type things.
Mm-hmm.
What intuition do you draw from this simple mechanism?
Well, I like to turn that around on its head and look at it as, what if every single one of the patterns created life, or created, not life, but created interesting patterns? Some of them don't, and sometimes you make cool gliders, and other times you start with certain things and you make gliders and other things that then construct like AND gates and NOT gates, right? And you build computers on them. All of these rules that create these patterns that we can see, those are just the patterns we can see. What if our subjectivity is actually limiting our ability to perceive the order in all of it? What if some things that we think are random are actually not that random? We're simply not integrating at a fine enough level across a broad enough time horizon. And this is again, I said, we go down the rabbit hole, Penrose stuff, or like Wolfram's explorations on these things. There is something deep and beautiful in the mathematics of all this. That is, hopefully one day I'll have enough money to where I can retire and just ponder those questions. But there's something there.
But you're saying there's a ceiling to, when you have enough money and you retire and you ponder it, there's a ceiling to how much you can truly ponder, because there's cognitive limitations in what you're able to perceive as a pattern.
Yeah.
So, and maybe mathematics extends your perception capabilities, but it's still finite. It's just like,
yeah, the mathematics we use is mathematics that can fit in our head. Did God really create the integers? Or did God create all of it, and we just happen at this point in time to be able to perceive integers?
Well, if you just did the positive energy.
She created all. And then
she just created the natural numbers, and then we screwed it all up with zero, and then I guess, okay.
We created mathematical operations so that we can have iterated steps to approach bigger problems, right? I mean, the entire point of the Arabic numeral system, and it's a rubric for mapping a certain set of operations, or folding them into a simple little expression. But that's just the operations that we can fit in our heads. And there are many other operations besides, right?
The thing that worries me the most about aliens and humans is that the aliens are all around us, and we're too dumb to see them.
Oh, certainly, yeah.
Or life, let's say just life. Life of all kinds of forms, or organisms. You know what? Just even the intelligence of organisms is imperceptible to us because we're too dumb and self-centered.
Well, we're looking for a particular kind of thing. When I was at Cornell, I had a lovely professor of Asian religions, Jane Marie Law, and she would tell this story about a Western musician who went to Japan, and he taught classical music and could play all sorts of instruments. He went to Japan, and he would ask people. He would basically be looking for things in the style of Western, chromatic scale and these kinds of things, and then finding none of it, he would say, "Well, there's really no music in Japan." But they're different scale. They're playing different kinds of instruments, right? The same thing she was using as sort of a metaphor for religion as well. In the West, we center a lot of religion, certainly the religions of Abraham, we center them around belief. And in the East, it's more about practice, right? Spirituality and practice rather than belief. So anyway, the point is here, to your point, life, I think so many people are so fixated on certain aspects of self-replication or, homeostasis or whatever. But if we kind of broaden and generalize this thing of things reaching for order, under which conditions can they then create an environment that sustains that order, that allows them? The invention of death is an interesting thing. There are some organisms on Earth that are thousands of years old, and it's not like they're incredibly complex. It's actually simpler than the cells that comprise us, but they never die. So at some point, death was invented, somewhere along the eukaryotic scale. Protists, right? There's death. And why is that? Along with the sexual reproduction, right? There is something about the renewal process, something about the ability to respond to a changing environment where it just becomes, just killing off the old generation and letting new generations try seems to be the best way to fit into the pitch.
Human historians seems to write about wheels and fire as the greatest inventions, but it seems like death and sex are pretty good. And they're kind of essential invention at the very beginning.
At the very beginning, yeah. Well, we didn't invent them, right?
Well, you didn't invent
Life,
them. I see us as one, you particular Homo sapien, but we together, it's a team project, just like you're saying.
I think the greatest Homo sapien invention is collaboration.
So when you say collaboration,
Mm-hmm.
Peter, where do ideas come from, and how do they take hold in society? Is that the nature of collaboration? Is that the basic atom of collaboration? Is ideas?
It's not ideas, but it's not only ideas. There's a book I just started reading called Death from a Distance. Have you heard of this?
No.
It's a really fascinating thesis, which is that humans are the only conspecific, the only species that can kill other members of the species from range. And maybe there's a few exceptions, but if you look in the animal world, you see like pronghorns butting heads, right? You see alpha lion, beta lion, and they take each other down. Humans, we develop the ability to chuck rocks at each other, and at prey, but also at each other. And that means the beta male can chunk a rock at the alpha male and take them down. And he can throw a lot of rocks, actually. Miss a bunch of times, but just hit once and be good. So this ability to actually kill members of our own species from range without a threat of harm to ourselves created essentially mutually assured destruction, where we had to evolve cooperation. If we didn't, then if we just continue to try to do, like, I'm the biggest monkey in the tribe and I'm going to, own this tribe and you have to go, if we do it that way, then those tribes basically failed. And the tribes that persisted and that have now given rise to modern Homo sapiens are the ones where respecting the fact that we can kill each other from range without heart, like there's an asymmetric ability to snipe the leader from range. That meant that we sort of had to learn how to cooperate with each other. Right? Come back here, don't throw that rock at me. Let's talk our differences out.
So violence is also part of collaboration.
The threat of violence, let's say. Well, the recognition, maybe the better way to put it, is the recognition that we have more to gain by working together than the prisoner's dilemma of both of us defecting.
So mutually assured destruction in all its forms is part of this idea of collaboration.
Well, and Albert Einstein talks about our nuclear peace, right? I mean, it kind of sucks with thousands of warheads aimed at each other, Russia and the US, but it's like, on the other hand, we only fought proxy wars, right? We did not have another World War III of like hundreds of millions of people dying to like machine gun fire and giant, guided missiles.
So the original nuclear weapon is a rock that we learned how to throw, essentially.
The original scope of the world for any human being was their little tribe. I would say it still is for the most part.
Eric Weinstein speaks very highly of you, which was very surprising to me at first because I didn't know there's this depth to you, because I knew you as an amazing leader of engineers and an engineer yourself. So it's fascinating. Maybe just as a comment, a side tangent that we can take. What's your nature of your friendship with Eric Weinstein? How did such two interesting paths cross? Is it your origins in physics? Is it your interest in philosophy and the ideas of how the world works? What is it?
It's very random. It's Eric found me. He actually found Travis and I.
Travis
Oliphant. Yeah, we were both working at a company called Enthought back in the mid 2000s, and we're doing a lot of consulting around scientific Python. And we've made some tools, and Eric was trying to use some of these Python tools to visualize. He had a fiber bundle approach to modeling certain aspects of economics. He was doing this, and that's how he kind of got in touch with us. And so
this was in the early.
This was mid 2000s, 07 timeframe, 06, 07.
Eric Weinstein trying to use Python,
right?
To
visualize fiber bundles, using some of the tools that we built.
That's some fun entertainment.
That's all that. It's very funny. But then, we met with him a couple of times. He's a really interesting guy. And then in the wake of the 07, 08 kind of financial collapse, he helped organize with Lee Smolin a symposium at the Perimeter Institute about, clearly, big finance can't be trusted. Government's in its pockets with regulatory capture. What the F do we do? And all sorts of people. Nassim Taleb was there, and Andy Lowe from MIT was there, and Bill Janeway. I mean, just a lot of top billing people were there, and he invited me and Travis and another one of our coworkers, Robert Kern, who is anyone in the SciPy, NumPy community knows Robert. Really great guy. So the three of us also got invited to go to this thing, and that's where I met Brett Weinstein for the first time as well. Yeah, I knew him before he got all famous for unfortunate reasons, I guess. But anyway, we met then, and kind of had a friendship, throughout since then.
You have a depth of thinking that kind of runs with Eric in terms of just thinking about the world deeply and thinking philosophically. And then there's Eric's interest in programming. Actually, never, he'll bring up programming to me quite a bit as a metaphor for stuff.
Right.
But I never kind of pushed the point of what's the nature of your interest in programming? I mean, I think you saw it probably as a tool.
Yeah, absolutely.
To visualize, to explore mathematics and explore physics. But and I was wondering, what's his depth of interest and also his vision for what programming would look like in the future. Have you had interaction with discussion in the space of Python?
No.
Programming?
Well, in the sense of sometimes he asks me, why is this stuff still so hard? Everybody's a critic. But actually, Eric...
programming,
yes. Well, not programming in general, but certain things in Python. But he actually, I think what I find in listening to some of this stuff is that he does use programming metaphors a lot, right? He'll talk about APIs or object-oriented and things like that. So I think that's a useful set of frames for him to draw upon for discourse. I haven't pair programmed with him in a very long time.
You've previously
try to help put together some visualizations on these things. But it's been a very not really pure program, but he looked at his code, right?
How legendary would be is that Git repo with Peter Wang and Eric Weinstein?
Well, honestly, Robert Kern did all the heavy lifting, so I have to give credit where credit is due. Robert is the silent but incredibly deep, quiet, not silent, but quiet but incredibly deep individual at the heart of a lot of those things that Eric was trying to do. But we did have, as Travis and I were starting our company in 2012 timeframe, we went to New York. Eric was still in New York at the time. He hadn't moved to, this is before he joined Field Capital. We just had a steak dinner somewhere, I think it was Kings, I don't know, somewhere in New York. So it was me, Travis, Eric, and then Wes McKinney, who created Pandas, and then Wes's then business partner, Adam. The five of us sat around having just a hilarious time, amazing dinner. I forget what all we talked about, but it was one of those conversations which I wish, as soon as COVID is over, maybe Eric and I can sit down, recreate it somewhere in LA, or maybe he comes here because a lot of cool people are here in Austin, right?
Exactly.
Yeah, we're all here. He should come here.
Come here.
Yeah.
So he uses the metaphor source code sometimes to talk about physics, and we figure out our own source code. So you with a physics background, and somebody who's quite a bit of an expert in source code, do you think we'll ever figure out our own source code? in the way that Eric means? Do you think we'll figure out
Well,
the
I think
nature
we're constantly working on that problem. I mean, I think we'll make more and more progress. For me, there's some things I don't really doubt too much. Like, I don't really doubt that one day we will create a synthetic, maybe not fully in silicon, but a synthetic approach to cognition that rivals the biological 20-watt computers in our heads.
What's cognition here?
Cognition,
Which aspect?
perception, attention, memory, recall, asking better questions. That for me is a measure of,
Doesn't Roomba vacuum cleaner already do that? Or do you mean, oh, it doesn't ask questions?
I mean, no. So, I mean, I have a Roomba, but it's
Well, it
not
asks
even as
questions.
smart as my cat, right? So
Yeah, but it asks questions about what is this ball? It now new feature asks, is this poop or not? Apparently.
yes, a lot of our current cybernetic system, it's a cybernetic system. It will go and it will happen. We vacuum up some poop, right? The older generations would.
New one just released. It's not vacuum up the poop.
Okay.
This is a commercial.
I wonder if it still gets stuck under my first rung of my stair. In any case, these cybernetic systems we have, they're designed to be sent off into a relatively static environment. And whatever dynamic things happen in the environment, they have a very limited capacity to respond to. A human baby, a human toddler of 18 months of age, has more capacity to manage its own attention and its own capacity to make better sense of the world than the most advanced robots today. So again, my cat, I think, can do a better job of mine too. They're both pretty clever. So I do think, though, back to my kind of original point, I think that it's not a question at all that we will be able to create synthetic systems that are able to do this better than the human, at an equal level or better than the human mind. It's also, for me, not a question that we will be able to put them alongside humans so that they capture the full broad spectrum of what we are seeing as well, and also looking at our responses, listening to our responses, even maybe measuring certain vital signs about us. So in this kind of sidecar mode, a greater intelligence could use us in our 80 years of life to train itself up, and then be a very good simulacrum of us moving forward.
So who is in the sidecar in that picture of the future exactly?
The baby version of our immortal selves.
Okay, so once the baby grows up, is there any use for people?
I think so. I think that out of epistemic humility, we need to keep up for a long time. And I would hope that anyone making those systems would believe that to be true.
Out of epistemic humility. Well, what's the nature of the humility
that we don't know what we don't know?
So we don't.
Right?
So we don't
first,
know.
First we have to build systems that help us do the things that we do know about, that can then probe the unknowns that we know about. But the unknown unknowns, we don't know. We can always know. Nature is the one thing that is infinitely able to surprise us. So we should keep biological humans around for a very, very, very long time, even after our immortal selves have transcended, have gone off to explore other worlds, gone to go communicate with the life forms living in the sun or whatever else. So, I think that's for me. These seem like things that are going to happen. Like I don't really question that they're going to happen, assuming we don't completely, destroy ourselves.
Is it possible to create an AI system that you fall in love with, and it falls in love with you, and you have a romantic relationship with it, or a deep friendship with it?
I would hope that is the design criteria for any of these systems. If we cannot have a meaningful relationship with it, then it's still just a chunk of silicon.
So then what is meaningful? Because back to sugar.
Well, sugar doesn't love you back, right? So the computer has to love you back. And what does love mean? Well, in this context, for me, love, I'm going to take a page from Ellen DeGeneres. Love means that it wants to help us become the best version of ourselves.
That's beautiful. That's a beautiful definition of love. So what role does love play in the human condition at the individual level and at the group level? Because you were kind of saying that we should really consider humans both at the individual and the group and the societal level. What's the role of love in stuff? Like we talked about sex, we talked about death, thanks to the bacteria that invented it. Like, at which point did we invent love, by the way? I mean, is that also?
No, I think love is the start of it all, and the feelings of, and this is sort of beyond just romantic, sensual, whatever kind of thing. Actually, genuine love as we have for another person, love as it would be used in a religious text, right? I think that capacity to feel love more than consciousness, that is the universal thing. Our feeling of love is actually a sense of that generativity. When we can look at another person and see that they can be something more than they are, and more than just what we, a pigeonhole we might stick them in. We see, I think there's, in any religious text, you'll find um, voiced some concept of this, that you should see the grace of God in the other person, right? That they're made in the spirit of what, the love that God feels for his creation, or her creation. And so I think this thing is actually the root of it. So I would say, I don't think molecules of water feel consciousness, have consciousness, but there is some proto micro quantum thing of love. That's the generativity, when there's more energy than what they need to maintain equilibrium. And that, when you sum it all up, is something that leads to, I had my mind blown one day as an undergrad at the physics computer lab. I logged in, and when you log into Bash for a long time, there was a little fortune that would come out, and it said, "Man was created by water to carry itself uphill." And I was logging in to work on some problem set, and I logged in and I saw that, and I just said, I logged out, and I went to the coffee shop, and I got a coffee, and I sat there on the quad, like, it's not wrong, and yet, WTF, right? So when you look at it that way, it's like, yeah, okay, non-equilibrium physics is a thing. And so when we think about love, when we think about these kinds of things, I would say that in the modern day human condition, there's a lot of talk about freedom and individual liberty and rights and all these things, but that's very Hegelian. It's very kind of following from the Western philosophy of the individual as sacrosanct, but it's not really couched, I think, the right way, because it should be, how do we maximize people's ability to love each other, to love themselves first, to love each other, their responsibilities to the previous generation, to the future generations. And those are the kinds of things that should be our design criteria, right? Those should be what we start with, to then come up with the philosophies of self and of rights and responsibilities. But that love being at the center of it, I think when we design systems for cognition, it should absolutely be built that way. I think if we simply focus on efficiency and productivity, these kind of very industrial era, all the things that Marx had issues with, right? That's a way to go and really, I think, go off the deep end in the wrong way.
So one of the interesting consequences of thinking of life in this hierarchical way, of an individual human, and then there's groups and there's societies, is I believe that you believe that corporations are people. So this is a kind of a political, dense idea, all those kinds of things. If we just throw politics aside, if we throw all of that aside, in which sense do you believe that corporations are people?
So,
and how does love connect to that?
right. So the belief is that groups of people have some kind of higher level, I would say, mesoscopic claim to agency. So where do I, let's start with this. Most people would say, okay, individuals have claims to agency and sovereignty. Nations, we certainly act as if nations, so at a very large scale, nations have rights to sovereignty and agency. Like, everyone plays the game of modernity as if that's true, right? We believe France is a thing. We believe the United States is a thing. But to say that groups of people at a smaller level than that, like a family unit, is the thing. Well, in our laws, we actually do encode this concept. I believe that in a relationship, in a marriage, right, one partner can sue for loss of consortium, right, if someone breaks up the marriage or whatever. So these are concepts that even in law we do respect. There is something about the union and about the family. So for me, I don't think it's so weird to think that groups of people have a claim to rights and sovereignty of some degree. I mean, we look at clubs, we look at churches. We talk about these collectives of people as if they have a real agency to them, and then they do. But I think if we take that one step further and say, okay, they can accrue resources. Well, yes, check. And by law they can. They can own land, they can, engage in contracts, they can do all these different kinds of things. So we, in legal terms, support this idea that groups of people have rights. Where we go wrong on this stuff is that the most popular version of this is the for-profit absentee owner corporation that then is able to amass larger resources than anyone else in the landscape, anything else, any other entity of equivalent size. And they're able to essentially bully around individuals, whether it's laborers, whether it's people whose resources they want to capture. They're also able to bully around our system of representation, which is still tied to individuals, right? So I don't believe that's correct. I don't think it's good that they're people, but they're assholes. I don't think that corporations as people acting like assholes is a good thing. But the idea that collectives and collections of people, that we should treat them philosophically as having some agency and some mass at a mesoscopic level, I think that's an important thing, because one thing I do think we underappreciate sometimes is the fact that relationships have relationships. So it's not just individuals having relationships with each other, but if you have 8 people seated around a table, right, each person has a relationship with each of the others, and that's obvious. But then if it's 4 couples, each couple also has a relationship with each of the other couples, right? The dyads do. And if it's couples, but one is the father and mother older, and then one of their children and their spouse, that family unit of 4 has a relationship with the other family unit of 4. So the idea that relationships have relationships is something that we intuitively know in navigating the social landscape, but it's not something I hear expressed like that. It's certainly not something that is, I think, taken into account very well when we design these kinds of things. So I think the reason why I care a lot about this is because I think the future of humanity requires us to form better collective sense-making units at something, around Dunbar number, half to 5x Dunbar. And that's very different than right now, where we defer sense-making to massive aging zombie institutions. Or we just do it ourselves. We go it alone. Go to the dark forest of the internet ourselves.
So that's really interesting. So you've talked about the agency, I think maybe calling it a convenient fiction at all these different levels. So even at the human individual level, it's kind of a fiction, we all believe, because we are, like you said, made of cells, and cells are made of atoms. So that's a useful fiction. And then there's nations. That seems to be a useful fiction. But it seems like some fictions are better than others. There's a lot of people that argue the fiction of nation is a bad idea. One of them lives 2 doors down from me, Michael Malice. He's an anarchist.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there's a lot of people who are into meditation that believe the idea, this useful fiction of agency of an individual, is troublesome as well. Mm-hmm. We need to let go of that in order to truly, to transcend. I don't know what words you want to use, but suffering, or to elevate the experience of life. So you're kind of arguing that, okay, so we have some of these useful fictions of agency. We should add a stronger fiction that we tell ourselves about the agency of groups in the hundreds of half a Dunbar's number, 5x Dunbar's number.
Yeah, something of that order. And we call them fictions, but really they're rules of the game, right? Rules that we feel are fair, or rules that we consent to.
Yeah, I always question the rules when I lose, like a Monopoly. That's why I usually question the rules. When I'm winning, I don't question the rules.
We should play a game of Monopoly someday. There's a tricky version of it that we could do.
What kind?
Contract Monopoly is introduced by a friend of mine to me, where you can write contracts on future earnings or landing on various things, and you can hand out you can land the first 3 times you land in Park Places free or whatever. And then you start trading those contracts for money.
And then you're creating human civilization. And somehow Bitcoin comes into it. Okay. With some of these...
Actually, I bet if me and you and Eric sat down to play a game of Monopoly and we were to make NFTs out of the contracts we wrote, we could make a lot of money. And it's a terrible idea.
Yes.
I would never do it. Yeah. But I bet we could actually sell the NFTs around.
I have other ideas to make money that I could tell you, and they're all terrible ideas. Including cat videos on the internet. Okay, but some of these rules of the game, some of these fictions it seems like they're better than others.
They have worked this far, cohere human, to organize human collective action.
But you're saying something about, especially this technological age, requires modified stories of agency. Why the Dunbar number? And also, how do you select the group of people? Dunbar numbers, I think, I have the sense that it's overused as a kind of law that somehow we can have deep human connection at this scale. Like some of it feels like an interface problem too. It feels like if I have the right tools, I can deeply connect with a larger number of people. It just feels like there's a huge value to interacting just in person, getting to share traumatic experiences together, beautiful experiences together. There's other experiences like that in the digital space that you can share. It just feels like Dunbar's number can be expanded significantly, perhaps not to the level of millions and billions, but it feels like it could be expanded. So how do we find the right interface, you think, for having a little bit of a collective here that has agency?
You're right that there's many different ways that we can build trust with each other. My friend Joe Edelman talks about a few different ways that mutual appreciation, trustful conflict, just experiencing something like, there's a variety of different things that we can do, but all those things take time, and you have to be present. The less present you are, there's just, again, a no free lunch principle here. The less present you are, the more that you can do, but then the less connection you build. So I think there is sort of a human capacity issue around some of these things. Now, that being said, if we can't use certain technologies, so for instance, if I write a little monograph on my view of the world, you read it asynchronously at some point, and you're like, wow, Peter, this is great, here's mine. I read it, I'm like, wow, Lex, this is awesome. We can be friends without having to spend 10 years, figuring all this stuff out together. We just read each other's thing and be like, oh yeah, this guy's exactly in my wheelhouse, and vice versa. And we can then, connect just a few times a year and maintain a high trust relationship. It can be expanded a little bit, but it also requires, these things are not all technological in nature, it requires the individual themselves to have a certain level of capacity, to have a certain lack of neuroticism, right? You want to use like the ocean big five sort of model. People have to be pretty centered. The less centered you are, the fewer authentic connections you can really build for a particular unit of time. It just takes more time. Other people have to put up with your crap. Like there's just a lot of this stuff that you have to deal with if you are not so well balanced, right? So yes, we can help people get better to where they can develop more relationships faster. And then you can maybe expand Dunbar number by quite a bit. But you're not going to do it. I think it's going to be hard to get it beyond 10x, kind of the rough swag of what it is.
Well, don't you think that AI systems could be an addition to Dunbar's number? So, like, why?
Do you count as one system or multiple AI systems?
Multiple AI systems. So I do believe that AI systems, for them to integrate to human society as it is now, have to have a sense of agency. So there has to be a individual, because otherwise we wouldn't relate to them.
We could engage certain kinds of individuals to make sense of them for us and be almost like, did you watch Star Trek? Like Voyager, like there's the Volta, who were like the interfaces, the ambassadors for the Dominion. We may have ambassadors that speak on behalf of these systems. They're like the Mentats of Doom, maybe, or something like this. We already have this to some extent. If you look at the biggest sort of, I wouldn't say AI system, but the biggest cybernetic system in the world is the financial markets. It runs outside of any individual's control. And you have an entire stack of people, Wall Street analysts, to CNBC reporters, whatever. They're all helping to communicate, what does this mean? Like Jim Cramer like running around and yelling stuff. Like all of these people are part of that lowering of the complexity there to meet sense, to help do sense making for people, whatever capacity they're at. And I don't see this changing with AI systems. I think you would have ringside commentators talking about all the stuff that this AI system is trying to do over here. Because it's actually a super intelligence. So if you want to talk about humans interfacing, making first contact with super intelligence, we're already there. We do it pretty poorly. And if you look at the gradient of power and money, what happens is people closest to it will absolutely exploit their distance for personal financial gain. So we should look at that and be like, oh, well, that's probably what the future will look like as well. But nonetheless, I mean, we're already doing this kind of thing. So in the future, we can have AI systems, but you are still have to trust people to bridge the sense-making gap to them.
See, I just feel like there could be like millions of AI systems that have agencies. You have, when you say one superintelligence in that context means it's able to solve particular problems extremely well. But there's some aspect of human-like intelligence that's necessary to be integrated into human society. So not financial markets, not sort of weather prediction systems, or I don't know, logistics optimization. I'm more referring to things that you interact with on the intellectual level.
Yeah.
And that, I think, requires, there has to be a backstory, there has to be a personality. I believe it has to fear its own mortality in a genuine way. Like, there has to be many of the elements that we humans experience that are fundamental to the human condition, because otherwise we would not have a deep connection with it.
Mm-hmm. But I don't think having a deep connection with it is necessarily going to stop us from building a thing that has quite an alien intelligence aspect.
Sure.
So the other kind of alien intelligence on this planet is the octopuses, or octopodes, or whatever you want to call them. Octopi. Yeah, there's a little controversy as to what the plural is, I guess. But an octopus, an octopus, it really acts as a collective intelligence of 8 intelligent arms. Right, its arms have a tremendous amount of neural density to them, and I see, if we can build, I mean, just let's go with what you're saying. If we build a singular intelligence that interfaces with humans, that has a sense of agency, so it can run this cybernetic loop and develop its own theory of mind as well as the theory of action, all these, I agree with you, that that's the necessary components to build a real intelligence. Right? There's got to be something at stake. It's got to make a decision. It's got to then run the OODA loop. Okay, so we built one of those. Well, if we could build one of those, we probably build 5 million of them. So build 5 million of them, and if their cognitive systems are already digitized and already kind of there, we stick an antenna on each of them, bring it all back to a hive mind that maybe doesn't make all the individual decisions for them, but treats each one as almost like a neuronal input at a much higher bandwidth and fidelity, going back to a central system that is then able to perceive much broader dynamics that we can't see. In the same way that a phased array radar, right? You think about how a phased array radar works. It's just sensitivity. It's just radars, and then it's hypersensitivity and really great timing between all of them. And with a flat array, it's as good as a curved radar dish, right? So with these things, it's a phased array of cybernetic systems that'll give the centralized intelligence much, much better, much higher fidelity understanding of what's actually happening in the environment.
But the more power, the more understanding the central superintelligence has, the dumber the individual fingers of this intelligence are. I think
Not necessarily. I
don't
see what it has to be.
His argument, there has to be the experience of the individual agent has to have the full richness of the human-like experience. You have to be able to be driving the car in the rain, listening to Bruce Springsteen, and all of a sudden break out in tears because remembering something that happened to you in high school.
We can implant those memories if that's what we need.
But but the central agency, I guess I'm saying for in my view, for intelligence to be born, you have to have a decentralization. Like each one has to struggle and reach. Mm-hmm. So each one in excess of energy has to reach for order, as opposed to a central place doing so.
Have you ever read some sci-fi where there's hive minds? Like the Werner Vinge, I think, has one of these, and then some of the stuff from from the Commonwealth Saga. The idea that you're an individual, but you're connected with a few other individuals telepathically as well, and together you form a swarm. So if you are, I ask you, what do you think is the experience of if you are a Borg, right? If you are if you're part of this hive mind, outside of all the aesthetics, you have the aesthetics. Internally, what is your experience like? Because I have a theory as to what that looks like.
The one question I have for you about that experience is, how much is there a feeling of freedom, of free will? Because I, obviously, as a human, very biased, but also somebody who values freedom or biased, it feels like the experience of freedom is essential for
trying stuff out, to being creative and doing something truly novel, which is at the core of.
Yeah, well, I don't think you have to lose any freedom when you're in that mode. Because I think what happens is we still think, you're still thinking about this in the sense of a top-down command and control hierarchy, which is not what it has to be at all. I think the experience, so I'll just, show my cards here. I think the experience of being a robot in that robot's form, a robot who has agency over their own local environment, that's doing sense making and reporting it back to the hive mind, I think that robot's experience would be one when the hive mind is working. It would be an experience of like talking to God, right? That you essentially are reporting to. You're sort of saying, here's what I see. I think this is what's going to happen over here. I'm going to go do this thing. I think if I'm going to do this, this will make this change happen in the environment. And God, she may tell you, that's great. And in fact, your brothers and sisters will join you to help make this go better, right? And then she can let your brothers and sisters know, hey, Peter's going to go do this thing. Would you like to help him? Because we think that this will make this thing go better. And they'll say, yes, we'll help him. So the whole thing could be actually very emergent. The sense of, what does it feel like to be a cell in a network that is alive, that is generative? And I think actually the feeling is serendipity, that there's random order, not random disorder or chaos, but random order. Just when you need it to hear Bruce Springsteen, you turn on the radio and bam, it's Bruce Springsteen, right? That feeling of serendipity, I feel like this is a bit of a flight of fancy, but every cell in your body must have, what does it feel like to be a cell in your body? When it needs sugar, there's sugar. When it needs oxygen, there's just oxygen. Now, when it needs to go and do its work and pull, like muscle fibers, right? It does its work. It's great. It contributes to the cause, right? So this is all a flight of fancy. But I think as we extrapolate up, what does it feel like to be an independent individual with some bounded sense of freedom? All sense of freedom is actually bounded, but with a bounded sense of freedom that still lives within a network that has order to it. And I feel like it has to be a feeling of serendipity.
So the cell is a feeling of serendipity, even though
it has no way of explaining why it's getting oxygen and sugar when it gets it.
So each individual component has to be too dumb to understand the big picture.
No, the big picture is bigger than what it can understand.
But isn't that an essential characteristic of the individual, is to be too dumb to understand the bigger picture? Like, not dumb necessarily, but limited in its capacity to understand. The moment you understand, I feel like that leads to, if you tell me now that there's some bigger intelligence controlling everything I do, intelligence broadly defined, meaning like, even the Sam Harris thing, there's no free will. If I'm smart enough to truly understand that that's the case, that's gonna, I don't know if I...
Well, philosophical breakdown.
Yeah.
Right? Because we're in the West and we're pumped full of this stuff of like, you are a golden, fully free individual with all your freedoms and all your liberties, and go grab a gun and shoot whatever you want to. No, it's actually, you don't actually have a lot of these, you're not unconstrained, but the areas where you can manifest agency, you're free to do those things. You can say whatever you want on this podcast. You can create a podcast, right?
Yeah.
You have a lot of this kind of freedom, but even as you're doing this, you are actually, I guess, where the denouement of this is that we are already intelligent agents in such a system, right? In that one of these like robots of 1 of 5 million little swarm robots or one of the board, they're just posting an internal bulletin board. Maybe the board cube is just a giant Facebook machine floating in space, and everyone's just posting on there. They're just posting really fast, and like,
it's called the metaverse now.
Then that's called the metaverse. That's right. Here's the Enterprise. Maybe we should all go shoot it. Yeah, everyone upvotes. They're gonna go shoot it, right? But we already are part of a human online collaborative environment and collaborative sense making system. It's not very good yet. It's got the overhangs of zombie sense-making institutions all over it. But as that washes away, and as we get better at this, we are going to see humanity improving at speeds that are unthinkable in the past. And it's not because anyone's freedoms were limited. In fact, the open source, when we started this with open source software, right? The collaboration, what the internet surfaced, was the ability for people all over the world to collaborate and produce some of the most foundational software that's in use today. Right? The entire ecosystem was created by collaborators all over the place. So these online kind of swarm kind of things are not novel. I'm just suggesting that future AI systems, if you can build one smart system, you have no reason not to build multiple. If you build multiple, there's no reason not to integrate them all into a collective sense-making substrate. And that thing will certainly have emergent intelligence that none of the individuals, probably not any human designers, will be able to really, put a bow around and explain.
But in some sense, would that AI system still be able to go like rural Texas, buy a ranch, go off the grid, go full survivalist? Like, can you disconnect from the hive mind?
You may not want to.
So to be ineffective, to be intelligent.
You have access to way more intelligence capability if you're plugged into 5 million other really, really smart cyborgs. Why would you leave?
Like there's the word control that comes to mind. So it doesn't feel like control, like overbearing control. It's just.
I think systems. Well, that's your point. I mean, look at how uncomfortable you are with this concept, right? I think systems that feel like overbearing control will not evolutionarily win out. I think systems that give their individual elements the feeling of serendipity and the feeling of agency, that will those systems will win. But that's not to say that there will not be emergent higher level order on top of it. And that's the thing. That's the philosophical breakdown that we're staring right at, which just in the Western mind, I think there's a very sharp delineation between explicit control and Cartesian and like what is the vector, where is the position, where is it going? It's completely deterministic. And kind of this idea that things emerge. Everything we see is emergent patterns of other things. And there is agency when there's extra energy.
So you have spoken about a kind of meaning crisis that we're going through.
Mm-hmm.
But it feels like since we invented sex and death, we broadly speaking, we've been searching for a kind of meaning. So it feels like human civilization has been going through a meaning crisis of different flavors throughout its history. How is this particular meaning crisis different? Or is it really a crisis and it wasn't previously? What's your sense?
A lot of human history, there wasn't so much a meaning crisis, there was just a food and not getting eaten by bears crisis, right? Once you get to a point where you can make food, there was the not getting killed by other humans crisis. So sitting around wondering what is it all about is actually a relative luxury. And to some extent, the meaning crisis coming out of that is precisely because, well, it's not precisely because, I believe that meaning is the consequence of when we make consequential decisions. It's tied to agency, right? When we make consequential decisions, that generates meaning. So if we make a lot of decisions, but we don't see the consequences of them, then it feels like, what was the point, right? But if there's all these big things happening, but we're just along for the ride, then it also does not feel very meaningful. Meaning, as far as I can tell, is my working definition of Circa 2021, is generally the result of a person making a consequential decision, acting on it, and seeing the consequences of it. So historically, just when humans are in survival mode, you're making consequential decisions all the time. So there's not a lack of meaning. It's like you either got eaten or you didn't. Right? You got some food, and that's great. You feel good. These are all consequential decisions. Only in post fossil fuel and industrial revolution could we create a massive leisure class. I could sit around not being threatened by bears, not starving to death, making decisions somewhat, but a lot of times not seeing the consequences of any decisions they make. The general sort of sense of anomie, to use the French term for it, in the wake of the consumer society, in the wake of mass media, telling everyone, hey, choosing between Hermes and Chanel is a meaningful decision. No, it's not.
I don't know what either of those mean.
Oh, there's the high-end luxury purses and stuff like that. But the point is that we give people the idea that consumption is meaning, and making a choice of this team versus that team, spectating, has meaning. So we produce all of these different things that are as if meaning, right? But really making a decision that has no consequences for us. And so that creates the meaning.
Well, you're saying choosing between Chanel and the other one has no consequence. I mean,
why is one more meaningful than the other?
It's not that it's more meaningful than the other. It's that you make a decision between these two brands, and you're told this brand will make me look better in front of other people if I buy this brand of car, if I wear that brand of apparel, right? The idea, like a lot of decisions we make, are around consumption, but consumption by itself doesn't actually yield meaning. Gaining social status does provide meaning. So that's why in this era of abundant production, we so many things turn into status games. The NFT kind of explosion is a similar kind of thing. Everywhere there are status games because we just have so much excess production.
But aren't those status games a source of meaning? Like, why do the games we play have to be grounded in physical reality like they are when you're trying to run away from life? Why can't we, in this virtuality world, on social media, why can't we play games on social media, even the dark ones?
Right, we can.
And you're saying that's creating a meaning crisis.
Well, there's a meaning crisis in that there's two aspects of it. Number one, playing those kinds of status games oftentimes requires destroying the planet because it ties to consumption, consuming the latest and greatest version of the thing, buying the latest limited edition sneaker, and throwing out all the old ones. Maybe keep some old ones, but the amount of sneakers we have to cut up and destroy every year to create artificial scarcity for the next generation, right? This is kind of stuff that's not great. It's not great at all. So conspicuous consumption fueling status games is really bad for the planet, not sustainable. The second thing is you can play these kinds of status games, but then what it does is it renders you captured to the virtual environment. The status games that the really wealthy play are all around the hard resources where they're going to build the factories, they're going to have the fuel and the rare earths to make the next generation of robots. They're then going to run game, run circles around you and your children. So that's another reason not to play those virtual status games.
So you're saying ultimately the big picture game is won if by people who have access or control over actual hard resources. So you don't see a society where most of the games are played in the virtual space.
They'll be captured in the physical space. It all builds. It's just like the stack of human being, right? If you only play the game at the cultural and the intellectual level, the people with the hard resources and access to layer 0 physical are going to own you.
But isn't money not connected to, or less and less connected to hard resources, and money still seems to work? It's a virtual technology.
There's different kinds of money. Part of the reason that some of the stuff is able to go a little unhinged is because the big sovereignties where one spends money and uses money and plays money games and inflates money, their ability to adjudicate the physical resources and hard resources of land and things like that, those have not been challenged in a very long time.
So, we went off the gold standard. Most money is not connected to physical resources. It's an idea.
Mm-hmm.
And that idea is very closely connected to status.
But it's also tied to, it's actually tied to law. It is tied to some physical hard things, right? You have to pay your taxes.
Yes, so it's always at the end going to be connected to the blockchain and physical reality. So in the case of law and taxes, it's connected to government, and government is what violence is the. I'm playing
the monopoly of violence.
Devil's advocate here. I'm popping one dough off the stack at a time. Isn't ultimately, of course, it'll be connected to physical reality, but just because people control the physical reality doesn't mean the status. LeBron James, in theory, could make more money than the owners of the teams, in theory. And to me, that's a virtual idea. So somebody else constructed a game, and now you're playing in the space of virtual, in the virtual space of the game. So it just feels like there could be games where status, we build realities that give us meaning in the virtual space. I can imagine such things being possible.
Oh yeah, okay. So I think I see what you're saying there. With the idea there, we'll take the LeBron James time and put in some YouTube influencer.
Yes, sure.
Right. So the YouTube influencer, it is status games, but at a certain level, it precipitates into real dollars. And it's you look at Mr. Beast, right?
Yeah.
He's setting off $500,000 worth of fireworks or something, right? On a YouTube video.
And also like saving, like saving trees and so on.
Sure, right. Trying to plant a million trees with Mark Rober or whatever it was. Yeah, like it's not that those kinds of games can't lead to real consequences. It's that for the vast majority of people in consumer culture, they are incented by I would say mostly thinking about middle class consumers. They're incented by advertisements, they're incented by their mimetic environment to treat the purchasing of certain things, the need to buy the latest model, whatever, the need to appear, however, the need to pursue status games as a driver of meaning. And my point would be that it's a very hollow driver of meaning. And that is what creates a meaning crisis. Because at the end of the day, it's like eating a lot of empty calories, right? It tasted good going down, a lot of sugar, but man, it was not enough protein to help build your muscles. And you kind of feel that in your gut. And I think that's, so all the stuff aside, and setting aside the discussion on currency, which I hope we get back to, that's what I mean about the meaning crisis, part of it being created by the fact that we don't, we're not encouraged to have more and more direct relationships. We're actually alienated from relating to even our family members sometimes, right? We're encouraged to relate to brands. We're encouraged to relate to these kinds of things that then tell us to do things that are really of low consequence. And that's where the meaning crisis comes from.
So the role of technology in this, so something you mentioned is Jacques Ellul, his view of technology, he warns about the towering powers of technique, which I guess is a broad idea of technology.
Yes.
So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, for him, technology is bad. It's moving away from human nature and ultimately is destructive. My question, broadly speaking, is meaning crisis. Can technology, what are the pros and cons of technology? Can it be good?
Yeah, I think it can. I certainly draw on some of those ideas, and I think some of them are pretty good. But the way he defines technique is, also Simondon as well. He speaks to the general mentality of efficiency. Homogenized processes, homogenized production, homogenized labor to produce homogenized artifacts that then are not actually, they don't sit well in the environment. So it's essentially, you can think of it as the antonym of craft. Whereas a craftsman will come to a problem, maybe a piece of wood, and they can make it into a chair. It may be a site to build a house or build a stable or build whatever, and they will consider how to bring various things in to build something well contextualized that's in right relationship with that environment. But the way we have driven technology over the last 150 years is not that at all. It is how can we, make sure the input materials are homogenized, cut to the same size, diluted and doped to exactly the right alloy concentrations. How do we create machines that then consume exactly the right amount of energy to be able to run at this high speed to stamp out the same parts, which then go out the door. Everyone gets the same Tickle Me Elmo. And the reason why everyone wants it is because we have broadcast that tells everyone this is the cool thing. So we homogenize demand, right? And we're like Baudrillard and other critiques of modernity coming from that direction. The situation was, well, it's that their point is that at this point in time, consumption is the thing that drives a lot of the economic stuff, not the need, but the need to consume and build status games on top. So we have homogenized. When we discovered, I think this is really like Bernays and stuff, right? In the early 20th century, we discovered we can create demand, we can create desire in a way that was not possible before because of broadcast media. And not only do we create desire, we don't create desire for each person to connect to some bespoke thing, the relationship with their neighbor or their spouse. We are telling them, you need to consume this brand. You need to drive this vehicle. You got to listen to this music. Have you heard this? Have you seen this movie, right? So creating homogenized demand makes it really cheap to create homogenized product. And now you have economic scale. So we make the same Tickle Me Elmo to all the kids, and all the kids are like, hey, I got a Tickle Me Elmo, right? So this is ultimately where this ties in then to runaway hypercapitalism, is that we then have capitalism is always looking for growth. It's always looking for growth, and growth only happens at the margins. So you have to squeeze more and more demand out. You got to make it cheaper and cheaper to make the same thing, but tell everyone they're still getting meaning from it. You're still like, this is so you're tickled me off, right? And we see little bits of this dripping, critiques of this dripping in popular culture. You see it sometimes. It's when Buzz Lightyear walks into the thing. He's like, oh my God, at the toy store, I'm just a toy. Like there's millions of other, or there's hundreds of other Buzz Lightyears just like me, right? That is, I think, a fun Pixar critique on this homogenization dynamic.
I agree with you on most of the things you're saying, so I'm playing devil's advocate here. But, this homogenized machine of capitalism is also the thing that is able to fund, if channeled correctly, innovation, invention, development of totally new things that, in the best possible world, create all kinds of new experiences that can enrich lives, the quality of lives for all kinds of people. So, isn't this the machine that actually enables the experiences and more experiences that will then give meaning?
It has done that to some extent. I mean, it's not all good or bad, from my perspective. We can always look backwards and offer a critique of the path we've taken to get to this point in time. But that's somewhat different. It informs the discussion, but it's somewhat different than the question of where do we go in the future, right? Is this still the same rocket we need to ride to get to the next one? Will it even get us to the next one?
Well, how does this, so you're predicting the future, how does it go wrong in your view?
We have the mechanisms, we have now explored enough technologies to where we can actually, I think, sustainably produce what most people in the world need to live. We have also created the infrastructures to allow continued research and development of additional science and medicine and various other kinds of things. The organizing principles that we use to govern all these things today a lot of them have been just inherited from, honestly, medieval times. Some of them have refactored a little bit in the industrial era, but a lot of these modes of organizing people are deeply problematic. And furthermore, they're rooted in, I think, a very industrial mode perspective on human labor. And this is one of those things. I'm going to go back to the open source thing. There was a point in time when, let me ask you this. If you look at the core SciPy sort of collection of libraries, so SciPy, NumPy, Matplotlib, right? There's IPython Notebook. Let's throw pandas in there, scikit-learn, a few of these things. How much value do you think, economic value, would you say they drive in the world today?
That's one of the fascinating things about talking to you and Travis. It's like, it's immeasurable. It's like
at least $1 billion a day, maybe?
$1 billion, sure. I mean, it's like, it's a similar question of like how much value does Wikipedia create?
Right.
It's like all of it. I don't know.
Well, I mean, if you look at our systems, when you do a Google search, right? Now, some of that stuff runs through TensorFlow, but when you look at Siri, when you do credit card transaction, like just everything, right? Every intelligence agent under the sun, they're using some aspect of these kinds of tools. So I would say that these create billions of dollars of value.
You mean like direct use of tools that leverage this?
Yeah,
even that's billions a day.
Yeah, right. Easily, I think, like the things they could not do if they didn't have these tools, right?
Yes.
So that's billions of dollars a day. Great. I think that's about right. Now, if we take how many people did it take to make that, right? And there was a point in time, not anymore, but there was a point in time when they could fit in a van. I could have fit them in my Mercedes Sprinter, right? And so if you look at that, like, holy crap, literally a van of maybe a dozen people could create value to the tune of billions of dollars a day.
What lesson do you draw from that?
Well, here's the thing. What can we do to do more of that? Like, that's open source. The way I've talked about this in other environments is when we use generative, participatory, crowdsourced approaches, we unlock human potential at a level that is better than what capitalism can do. I would challenge anyone to go and try to hire the right 12 people in the world to build that entire stack the way those 12 people did that, right? It would be very, very hard pressed to do that. If a hedge fund could just hire a dozen people and create like something that is worth billions of dollars a day, every single one of them is racing to do it, right? But finding the right people, fostering the right collaborations, getting it adopted by the right other people to then refine it, that was organic in nature. That took crowdsourcing. That took a lot of the open source ethos, and it took the right kinds of people. Right? None of those people who started that said, I need to have a part of a multi-billion-dollar a day sort of enterprise. They're like, I'm doing this cool thing to solve my problem for my friends, right? So the point of telling the story is to say that our way of thinking about value, our way of thinking about allocation of resources, our ways of thinking about property rights and all these kinds of things, they come from finite game, scarcity mentality, medieval institutions. As we are now entering, to some extent, we are sort of in a post-scarcity era, although some people are hoarding a whole lot of stuff. We are at a point where, if not now, soon, we'll be in a post-scarcity era. The question of how we allocate resources has to be revisited at a fundamental level. Because the kind of software these people built, the modalities that those human ecologies that built that software, it treats software as unproperty. Actually, sharing creates value. Restricting or forking reduces value. So that's different than any other physical resource that we've ever dealt with. It's different than how most corporations treat software IP, right? So if treating software in this way created this much value so efficiently, so cheaply, because feeding a dozen people for 10 years is really cheap, right? That's the reason I care about this right now, is because looking forward, when we can automate a lot of labor, where we can, in fact, the programming for your robot in your neck of the woods, in your part of the Amazon, to build something sustainable for you and your tribe, to deliver the right medicines, to take care of the kids, that's just software. That's just code that can be totally open sourced, right? So we can actually get to a mode where all of this additional generative things that humans are doing, they don't have to be wrapped up in a container and then we charge for all the exponential dynamics out of it. That's what Facebook did. That's what modern social media did, right? Because the old internet was connecting people just fine. So Facebook came along and said, well, anyone can post a picture, anyone can post some text. And we're going to amplify the crap out of it to everyone else. And it exploded this generative network of human interaction. And then I said, how do I make money off that? Oh yeah, I'm going to be a gatekeeper on everybody's attention. And that's how we make money.
So how do we create more than one van? How do we have millions of vans full of people that create NumPy, SciPy, that create Python? So, the story of those people is often they have some kind of job outside of this. This is what they're doing for fun. Don't you need to have a job? Don't you have to be connected, plugged in to the capitalist system? Isn't that what, isn't this consumerism the engine that results in the individuals that kind of take a break from it every once in a while to create something magical, like at the edges?
Right. The question of surplus, right? This is the question. Like, if everyone were to go and run their own farm, no one would have time to go and write high side money, right? Maybe, but that's what I'm talking about when I say we're maybe at a post-scarcity point for a lot of people. The question that we're never encouraged to ask in the Super Bowl ad is, how much do you need? How much is enough? Do you need to have a new car every 2 years? Every 5? Do you have a reliable car? You can drive once in 10 years? Is that all right? No, I had a car for 10 years. It was fine. Your iPhone, do you have to upgrade every 2 years? I mean, sort of, you're using the same apps you did 4 years ago, right?
This should be a Super Bowl ad.
This should be a Super Bowl ad. That's great. Maybe somebody
really need a new iPhone.
Maybe one of our listeners will fund something like this. But just actually bringing it back to actually the question of, what do you need? How do we create infrastructure for collectives of people to live on the basis of providing, what we need, meeting people's needs with a little bit of excess to handle emergencies, things like that, pulling our resources together to handle the really, really big, emergencies, somebody with a really rare form of cancer, or some massive fire sweeps through half the village or whatever. But can we actually unscale things and solve for people's needs, and then give them the capacity to explore how to be the best version of themselves? And for Travis, that was throwing away his shot of tenure in order to write NumPy. For others, it's there is a saying in the sci-fi community that sci-fi advances one failed postdoc at a time. And that's, we can do these things. We can actually do this kind of collaboration because code, software, information organization, that's cheap. Those bits are very cheap to fling across the oceans.
So you mentioned Travis. We're talking, and we'll continue to talk about open source. Maybe you can comment. How did you meet Travis? Who is Travis Alpine? What's your relationship been like through the years? Where did you work together? How did you meet? What's the present and the future look like?
Yeah, so the first time I met Travis was at a sci-fi conference in Pasadena.
Do you remember the year?
2005. I was working at NThought, working on scientific computing consulting, and a couple of years later, he joined us at NThought in 2007, and he came in as president. One of the founders of NThought was the CEO, Eric Jones, and we're all very excited that Travis was joining us, and that was great fun. So I worked with Travis on a number of consulting projects, and we worked on some open source stuff. I mean, it was a good time there. And then
it was primarily Python related.
Oh yeah, it was all Python, NumPy, sci-fi consulting kind of stuff. Towards the end of that time, we started getting called into more and more finance shops. They were adopting Python pretty heavily. I did some work on at a high frequency trading shop, working on some stuff. We worked together on some at a couple of investment banks in Manhattan. And so we started seeing that there was a potential to take Python in the direction of business computing. More than just being this niche like MATLAB replacement for big vector computing, what we were seeing was, oh yeah, you could actually use Python as a Swiss Army knife to do a lot of shadow data transformation kind of stuff. So that's when we realized the potential was much greater. And so we started Anaconda, it was called Continuum Analytics at the time. We started in January of 2012 with a vision of shoring up the parts of Python that needed to get expanded to handle data at scale, to do web visualization, application development, etc. And that was that, yeah. So he was CEO, and I was president for the first 5 years. And then and we raised some money, and then the board sort of put in a new CEO. They hired a professional CEO. And then Travis, you laugh at that. I took over the CTO role. Travis then left after a year to do his own thing, Quantside, which was more oriented around some of the bootstrap years that we did at Continuum, where it was open source and consulting. It wasn't sort of like gung-ho product development, and it wasn't focused on, we accidentally stumbled the package management problem at Anaconda, but we had a lot of other visions of other technology that we built in the open source. And Travis was really trying to push, again, the frontiers of numerical computing, vector computing, handling things like auto differentiation and stuff intrinsically in the open ecosystem. So I think that's that's kind of the direction he's working on in some of his work. We remain great friends and colleagues and collaborators. He's no longer day to day working at Anaconda, but he gives me a lot of feedback about this and that and the other.
Well, what's a big lesson you learned from Travis about life, or about programming, about leadership?
Wow, there's a lot. Travis is a really, really good guy. His heart is really in it. He cares a lot.
I've gotten that sense having to interact with him. It's so interesting. Such a good
he's a really good dude. And he and I, it's so interesting. We come from very different backgrounds. We're quite different as people. But we, I think we can not talk for a long time and then be on a conversation and be eye to eye on 90% of things. And so he's someone who I believe, no matter how much fog settles in over the ocean, his ship, my ship, are pointed sort of in the same direction, the same star.
Wow,
so
that's a beautiful way to phrase it. No matter how much fog there is, we're pointed at the same star.
Yeah, and I hope he feels the same way. I mean, I hope he knows that over the years now. We both care a lot about the community. For someone who cares so deeply, I would say this about Travis, it's interesting. For someone who cares so deeply about the nerd details of type system design and vector computing and efficiency of expressing this and that and the other, memory layouts and all that stuff, he cares even more about the people in the ecosystem and the community. And I have a similar kind of alignment. I care a lot about the tech. I really do. But for me, the beauty of what this human ecology has produced is, I think, a touchstone. It's an early version. We can look at it and say, how do we replicate this for humanity at scale? What this open source collaboration was able to produce. How can we be generative in human collaboration moving forward and create that as a civilization out of anything? Like, can we seize this moment to do that? Because like a lot of the other open source movements, it's all nerds nerding out on code for nerds, and this, because it's scientists, because it's people working on data, that all of it faces real human problems. I think we have an opportunity to actually make a bigger impact.
Is there a way for this kind of open source vision to make money?
Absolutely.
To fund the people involved? Is that
it's hard. It's hard, but we're trying to do that in our own way at Anaconda, because we know that business users, as they use more of the stuff, they have needs, that like business-specific needs on security, provenance. They really can't tell their VPs and their investors, hey, we're having data scientists installing random packages, who knows where, and running on customer data. So they have to have someone to talk to, and that's what Anaconda does. So we are, a governed source of packages for them, and that's great. That makes money. We take some of that and we just take that as a dividend. We take a percentage of our revenues and write that as a dividend for the open source community. But beyond that, I really see the development of a marketplace for people to create notebooks, models, data sets, curation of these different kinds of things, and to really have a long tail marketplace dynamic with that.
Can you speak about this problem that you stumbled into of package management, Python package management? What is that? A lot of people speak very highly of Conda, which is part of Anaconda, which is a package manager with a ton of packages. So first, what are package managers? And second, what was there before? What is it? And why is Conda more awesome?
The package problem is this, which is that in order to do numerical computing efficiently with Python, there are a lot of low-level libraries that need to be compiled with a C compiler or a C++ compiler or Fortran compiler. They need to not just be compiled, but they need to be compiled with all of the right settings. And oftentimes those settings are tuned for specific chip architectures. And when you add GPUs to the mix, when you look at different operating systems, you may be on the same chip, but if you're running Mac versus Linux versus Windows on the same x86 chip, you compile and link differently. All of this complexity is beyond the capability of most data scientists to reason about, and it's also beyond what most of the package developers want to deal with too. Because if you're a package developer, you're like, I code on Linux, this works for me, I'm good. It is not my problem to figure out how to build this on an ancient version of Windows, right? That's just simply not my problem. So what we end up with is we have a creator economy, or create a very creative crowdsourced environment where people want to use this stuff, but they can't. And so we ended up creating a new set of technologies like a build recipe system, a build system, and an installer system that is able to, to put it simply, it's able to build these packages correctly on each of these different kinds of platforms and operating systems, and make it so when people want to install something, they can. It's just one command. They don't have to set up a big compiler system and do all these things. So when it works well, it works great. Now the difficulty is we have literally thousands of people writing code in the ecosystem, building all sorts of stuff, and each person writing code, they may take a dependency on something else. And so all of this web, incredibly complex web of dependencies. So installing the correct package for any given set of packages you want, getting that right subgraph is an incredibly hard problem. And again, most data scientists don't want to think about this. They're like, I want to install NumPy and Pandas. I want this version of some like geospatial library. I want this other thing. Like, why is this hard? These exist, right? And it is hard because it's, you're installing this on a version of Windows, right? And half of these libraries are not built for Windows. Or the latest version isn't available, but the old version was. And if you go to the old version of this library, that means you can go to a different version of that library. And so the Python ecosystem, by virtue of being crowdsourced, we were able to fill 100,000 different niches. But then we also suffer this problem that because it's crowdsourced and no one, it's like a tragedy of the commons, right? No one really wants to support their thousands of other dependencies. So we end up sort of having to do a lot of this. And of course, the Conda Forge community also steps up as an open source community that maintains some of these recipes. That's what Conda does. Now, pip is a tool that came along after Conda to some extent. It came along as an easier way for the Python developers writing Python code that didn't have as much compiled, stuff. They could then install different packages. And what ended up happening in the Python ecosystem was that a lot of the core Python and web Python developers, they never ran into any of this compilation stuff at all. So even we have, on video, we have Guido Van Ross saying, you know what, the scientific community's packaging problems are just too exotic and different. I mean, you're talking about Fortran compilers, right? You guys just need to build your own solution, perhaps, right? So the core Python community went and built its own sort of packaging technologies, not really contemplating the complexity of the stuff over here. And so now we have the challenge where you can't pip install something. Some libraries, if you just want to get started with them, you can pip install TensorFlow. That works great. The instant you want to also install some other packages that use different versions of NumPy or some graphics library or some OpenCV thing or some other thing, you now run into dependency hell. Because you cannot, OpenCV can have a different version of JPEG over here than PyTorch over here. They all have to use if you want to use GPU acceleration, you have to all use the same underlying driver, the same GPU CUDA things. So it gets to be very gnarly, and it's a level of technology that both the makers and the users don't really want to think too much about.
And that's where you step in and try to solve this.
We try to solve it.
How much is that? And you said that you don't want to think, they don't want to think about it, but how much is it a little bit on the developer and providing them tools to be a little bit more clear of that subgraphic dependency that's necessary?
It is getting to a point where we do have to think about, look, can we pull some of the most popular packages together and get them to work on a coordinated release timeline, get them to build against the same test matrix, et cetera, right? And there is a little bit of dynamic around this, but again, it is a volunteer community. People working on these different projects have their own timelines and their own things they're trying to meet. So we end up trying to pull these things together, and then it's just incredibly. And I would recommend, just as a business tip, don't ever go into business where when your hard work works, you're visible, and when it breaks because of someone else's problem, you get flagged for it. Because that's in our situation, right? When something doesn't Conda install properly, usually it's some upstream issue, but it looks like Conda's broken. It looks like Anaconda screwed something up. When things do work, though, it's like, oh yeah, cool, it's worked. Assuming naturally, of course, it's very easy to make that work, right? So we end up in this kind of problematic scenario, but it's okay because I think we're still, our heart's in the right place. We're trying to move this forward as a community sort of affair. I think most of the people in the community also appreciate the work we've done over the years to try to move these things forward in a collaborative fashion. So
one of the subgraphs of dependencies that became super complicated is the move from Python 2 to Python 3. So there's all these ways to mess with these kinds of ecosystems and packages and so on. So I just want to ask you about that particular one. What do you think about the move from Python 2 to 3? Why did it take so long? Or from your perspective, just seeing the packages all struggle and the community all struggle through this process, what lessons do you take away from it? Why did it take so long?
Looking back, some people perhaps underestimated how much adoption Python 2 had. I think some people also underestimated they overestimated how much value some of the new features of Python 3 really provided. Like the things they really loved about Python 3 just didn't matter to some of these people in Python 2. Because this change was happening as Python, SciPy was starting to take off really past a hockey stick of adoption in the early data science era, the early 2010s. A lot of people were learning and onboarding in whatever just worked. And the teachers were like, well, yeah, these libraries I need are not supported in Python 3 yet. I'm going to teach you Python 2. It took a lot of advocacy to get people to move over to Python 3. So I think it wasn't any particular single thing, but it was one of those death by, a dozen cuts, which just really made it hard to move off of Python 2. And also Python 3 itself, as they were kind of breaking things, changing things around, reorganizing the standard library, there's a lot of stuff that was happening there that kept giving people an excuse to say, I'll put off till the next version. 2 is working fine enough right now. So I think that's essentially what happened there. And I will say this, though. The strength of the Python data science movement I think, is what kept Python alive in that transition. Because a lot of languages have died and left their user bases behind. If there wasn't the use of Python for data, there's a good chunk of Python users that during that transition would have just left for Go and Rust and stayed. In fact, some people did. They moved to Go and Rust, they just never looked back. The fact that we were able to grow by millions of users, the Python data community, that is what kept the momentum of Python going. And now the usage of Python for data is over 50% of the overall Python user base. So I'm happy to debate that on stage somewhere Python with someone if they really want to take issue with that statement. But from where I sit, I think that's true.
The statement there, the idea is that the switch from Python 2 to Python 3 would have probably destroyed Python if it didn't also coincide with Python for whatever reason just overtaking the data science community that processes data. Yeah. So like the timing was perfect.
Yep.
That this maybe perfect decision was coupled with the great timing on the value of data in our world.
I would say the troubled execution of a good decision. It was a decision that was necessary. It's possible if we had more resources, we could have done it in a way that was a little bit smoother. But ultimately, the arguments for Python 3, I bought them at the time and I buy them now, right? Having great text handling is like a non-negotiable table stakes thing you need to have in a language. So that's great. But the execution, Python is it's volunteer driven. It's like now the most popular language on the planet, but it's all literally volunteers. So the lack of resources meant that they had to do things in a very hamstrung way. And I think to carry the Python momentum in the language through that time, the data boom was a critical part of it.
So with carrot and stick, I actually have to shamefully admit that it took me a very long time to switch from Python 3 because I'm a machine learning person. There was just, for the longest time, you could just do fine with Python 2. But I think the moment where I switched everybody I worked with and switched myself for small projects and big is when NumPy announced that they're going to end support, like in 2020 or something like that.
Right.
So like when I realized, this is going to end.
Right.
So that's the stick. That's not a carrot. It's not. So for the longest time it was carrots. It was like all of these packages were saying, okay, we have Python 3 support now. Come join us. Or Python 2 and Python 3. But when NumPy, one of the packages I love and depend on, said like, nope, it's over. That's when I decided to switch. I wonder if you think it was possible much earlier for somebody like NumPy or some major package step into the cold.
Well,
it's a
Taik problem too, right? You don't want to cut off a lot of users unless you see the user momentum going too. So the decision for the scientific community for each of the different projects, there's not a monolith. Some projects are like, we'll only be releasing new features on Python 3. And that was more of a sticky carrot, right? A firm carrot, if you will, a firm carrot. A stick-shaped carrot.
Yeah.
But then for others, NumPy in particular, because it's at the base of the dependency stack for so many things, that was the final stick. That was a stick-shaped stick. People were saying, look, if I have to keep maintaining my releases for Python 2, that's that much less energy that I can put into making things better for the Python 3 folks, or in my new version, which is, of course, going to be Python 3. So people were also getting kind of pulled by this tension. So the overall community sort of had a lot of input into when the NumPy core folks decided they would end of life on Python 2.
So these numbers are a little bit loose, but there are about 10 million Python programmers in the world. You could argue that number, but let's say 10 million. There's actually, where I was looking, it's like 27 million total programmers, developers in the world. Mm-hmm. You mentioned in our talk that changes need to be made for there to be 100 million Python programmers. So, first of all, do you see a future where there's 100 million Python programmers? And second, what kind of changes need to be made?
So, Anaconda and Miniconda get downloaded about 1 million times a week. So, I think the idea that there's only 10 million Python programmers in the world is a little bit undercounting. There are a lot of people who escape traditional counting that are using Python and data in their jobs. I do believe that the future world for it to, well, the world I would like to see is one where people are data literate. So they are able to use tools that let them express their questions and ideas fluidly. And the data variety, the data complexity will not go down. It will only keep increasing. So I think some level of code or code-like things will continue to be relevant. And so my hope is that we can build systems that allow people to more seamlessly integrate Python kinds of expressivity with data systems and operationalization methods that are much more seamless. And what I mean by that is, right now you can't punch Python code into Excel cell. I mean, there's some tools you can use to try to do this. We didn't build a thing for doing this back in the day, but I feel like the total addressable market for Python users, if we do the things right, is on the order of the Excel users, which is a few hundred million. So I think Python has to get better at being embedded, being a smaller thing that pulls in just the right parts of the ecosystem to run numerics to your data exploit, meeting people where they're at with their data tools. And then I think also it has to be easier to take some of those things they've written and flow those back into deployed systems or apps or visualizations. I think if we don't do those things, then we will always be kept in a silo as sort of an expert user's tool and not a tool for the masses.
I work with a bunch of folks in the Adobe Creative Suite, and I'm kind of forcing them or inspiring them to learn Python to do a bunch of stuff that helps them. And it's interesting because they probably call themselves Python programmers, but they're all using Python. I would love it if the tools like Photoshop and Premiere and all those kinds of tools that are targeted towards creative people. I guess that's where Excel is targeted towards a certain kind of audience that works with data, financial people, all that kind of stuff. There would be easy ways to leverage to use Python for quick scripting tasks.
Yeah.
And there's an exciting application of artificial intelligence in this space that I'm hopeful about. Looking at OpenAI Codex with generating programs.
Yeah.
So almost helping people bridge the gap, kind of visual interface to generating programs, to something formal, and then they can modify it and so on, but kind of without having to read the manual, without having to do a boot and Stack Overflow, which is essentially what a neural network does when it's doing code generation. It's actually generating code and allowing a human to communicate with multiple programs, and then maybe even programs to communicate with each other via Python.
Right.
So that to me is a really exciting possibility, because I think there's a friction to kind of like, how do I learn how to use Python in my life? There's oftentimes you kind of start a class, you start learning about types and I don't know, functions. Like this, Python is the first language with which you start to learn to program. But I feel like that's going to take a long time for you to understand why it's useful. You almost want to start with the script.
Well, you do. In fact, I think starting with the theory behind programming languages and types and all that. I mean, types are there to make the compiler writer's jobs easier. Types are not. I mean, heck, do you have an ontology of types or just the objects in this table? No. So types are there because compiler writers are human and limited in what they can do. But I think that the beauty of scripting, like there's a Python book that's called Automate the Boring Stuff, which is exactly the right mentality. I grew up with computers in a time when I could, when Steve Jobs was still pitching these things as bicycles for the mind. They were supposed to not be just media consumption devices, but they were actually you could write some code. You write BASIC, you could write some stuff to do some things, and that feeling of a computer as a thing that we can use to extend ourselves has all but evaporated for a lot of people. So you see a little bit in parts in the generation of youth around Minecraft or Roblox, right? And I think Python, CircuitPython, these things could be a renaissance of that, of people actually shaping and using their computers as computers, as an extension of their minds, their curiosity, their creativity. So, you talk about scripting the Adobe suite with Python. in the 3D graphics world. Python is a scripting language that some of these 3D graphics suites use, and I think it's great. We should better support those kinds of things. But ultimately, the idea that I should be able to have power over my computer environment. If I want these things to happen repeatedly all the time, I should be able to say that somehow to the computer, right? Now, whether the operating systems get there faster by having some, Siri backed with OpenAI, with whatever, so you can say, Siri, make this, do this, and every other Friday, right? We probably will get there somewhere. And Apple's always had these ideas. There's the Apple script in the menu that no one ever uses, but you can do these kinds of things. But when you start doing that kind of scripting, the challenge isn't learning the type system or even the syntax of the language. The challenge is all of the dictionaries and all the objects of all their properties and attributes and parameters. Like, who's got time to learn all that stuff, right? So that's when then programming by prototype or by example becomes the right way to get the user to express their desire. So there's a lot of these different ways that we can approach programming. But I do think as you were talking about the Adobe scripting thing, I was thinking about, when we do use something like NumPy, when we use things in the Python data scientific expression system, there's a reason we use that, which is that it gives us mathematical precision. It gives us actually quite a lot of precision over precisely what we mean about this data set, that data set. And it's the fact that we can have that precision that lets Python be powerful over as a duct tape for data. You give me a TSV or a CSV, and if you give me some massively expensive vendor tool for data transformation, I don't know how I'm going to be able to solve your problem. But if you give me a Python prompt, you can throw whatever data you want at me. I will be able to match it into shape. So that ability to take it as sort of this machete out of the data jungle is really powerful. And I think why, at some level, we're not going to get away from some of these expressions and APIs and libraries in Python for data transformation.
You've been at the center of the Python community for many years. If you could change one thing about the community to help it grow, to help it improve, to help it flourish and prosper, what would it be? I mean, it doesn't have to be one thing, but what kind of comes to mind? What are the challenges?
Humility is one of the values that we have at Anaconda, the company, but it's also one of the values that are in the community. It's been reached a little bit in the last few years, but in general, people are quite decent, reasonable, and nice. And that humility prevents them from seeing the greatness that they could have. I don't know how many people in the core Python community really understand that they stand perched at the edge of an opportunity to transform how people use computers. And actually, PyCon, the last physical PyCon I went to, Russell Keith McGee gave a great keynote about, very much along the lines of the challenge that I had, which is, Python, for a language that they can't put an interface up on like the most popular computing devices, it's done really well as a language, hasn't it? You can't put a web front end with Python, really. I mean, everyone uses JavaScript. You certainly can't write native apps. So for a language that you can't actually write apps in any of the runtime environments, Python's done exceedingly well.
Yeah.
And so that wasn't to pat ourselves on the back. That was to challenge ourselves as a community to say, we, through our current volunteer dynamic, have gotten to this point. What comes next, and how do we seize, we caught the tiger by the tail. How do we make sure we keep up with it as it goes forward?
So that's one of the questions I have about sort of open source communities is, as best as a kind of humility, is that humility prevent you to have a vision for creating something that's very new and powerful?
And you've brought us back to consciousness again. The collaboration is a swarm emergent dynamic. Humility lets these people work together without anyone trouncing anyone else. How do they, in consciousness, there's the question of the binding problem. How does a singular, our attention, how does that emerge from, billions of neurons?
Yes.
So how can you have a swarm of people emerge a consensus that has a singular vision to say, we'll do this, and most importantly, we're not going to do these things. Emerging a coherent, pointed, focused leadership dynamic from a collaboration, being able to do that kind of and then dissolve it so people can still do the swarm thing, that's a problem. It's a question.
Should you have to have a charismatic leader? For some reason, Linus Torvald comes to mind, but there's people who criticize.
You rule the Iron Fist, man.
But there's still charisma to it. There's charisma to that Iron Fist. There's every leader is different, I would say, in their successful. He doesn't. I don't even know if you can say he doesn't have humility. There's such a meritocracy of ideas that, like, this is a good idea and this is a bad idea.
The step function to it. Once you clear a threshold,
Yeah.
he's open. Once you clear the bozo threshold, he's open to your ideas, I think. Right?
But see, the interesting thing is, obviously, that will not stand in an open source community if that threshold that is defined by that one particular person is not actually that good.
Mm-hmm.
So you actually have to be really excellent at what you do. So he's very good at what he does. And so there's some aspect of leadership where you can get thrown out, you can just leave. That's how it works with open source.
Yeah.
Therefore, but at the same time, you want to sometimes be a leader, like with a strong opinion, because people. There's some kind of balance here for this like hive mind to get behind.
Leadership is a big topic, and I didn't. I'm not one of these guys that went to MBA school and said I'm going to be an entrepreneur and I'm going to be a leader and I'm going to read all these Harvard Business Review articles on leadership and all this other stuff. Like, I was a physicist turned into a software nerd who had really nerded out on Python. And now I am entrepreneurial, right? I saw a business opportunity around using Python or data. But for me, what has been interesting over this journey with the last 10 years is how much I started really enjoying the understanding, thinking deeper about organizational dynamics and leadership. And leadership does come down to a few core things. Number one, a leader has to create belief, or at least has to dispel disbelief. Leadership also, you have to have vision, loyalty, and experience.
So can you say belief in a singular vision? Like, what is belief?
Yeah, belief means a few things. Belief means here's what we need to do, and this is a valid thing to do, and we can do it. That you have to be able to drive that belief. And every step of leadership along the way has to help you amplify that belief to more people. I think at a fundamental level, that's what it is. You have to have a vision. You have to be able to show people that, or you have to convince people to believe in the vision and to get behind you. And that's when the loyalty part comes in and the experience part comes in.
There's all different flavors of leadership. So if we talk about Linus, we could talk about Elon Musk and Steve Jobs. There's Sundar Pichai. There's people that kind of put themselves at the center and are strongly opinionated. And some people are more like consensus builders.
Right.
What works well for open source? What works well in the space of programming? Been a programmer, you've led many programmers who are now sort of at the center of this ecosystem. What works well in the programming world, would you say?
It really depends on the people, what style leadership is best. And it depends on the programming community. I think for the Python community, servant leadership is one of the values. Like at the end of the day, the leader has to also be the high priest of values, right? So any collection of people has values that they're living. And if you want to maintain certain values, and those values help you as an organization become more powerful, then the leader has to live those values unequivocally and has to hold the values. So in our case, in this collaborative community around Python, I think that the humility is one of those values. Servant leadership, you actually have to kind of do the stuff. You have to walk the walk, not just talk the talk. I don't feel like the Python community really demands that much from a vision standpoint.
And they should.
And I think they should.
And this is the interesting thing is, like, so many people use Python. From where comes the vision? Like you have a Elon Musk type character who makes bold statements about the vision for particular companies he's involved with.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, I think a lot of people that work at those companies kind of can only last if they believe that vision. And some of it is super bold. So my question is, and by the way, those companies also use Python. what how do you establish a vision? Like, get to 100 million users, right? Get to where the Python is at the center of the machine learning and the data science, machine learning, deep learning, artificial intelligence revolution, right? Like, in many ways, perhaps the Python community is not thinking of it that way, but it's leading the way on this. Like, the tooling is like essential.
Right. Well, for a while, PyCon, people in the scientific Python and the PyData community, they would submit talks. This is early 2010s, mid 2010s. They would submit talks from PyCon, and the talks would all be rejected because there was the separate sort of PyData conferences. And like, well, these probably belong more to PyData. And instead there'd be another talk about threads and whatever, some web framework. And it's like that was an interesting dynamic to see that there was. I mean, at the time it was a little annoying because we wanted to try to get more users, people talking about these things, and Python is a huge venue, right? It's thousands of Python programmers. But then also came to appreciate that parallel, having an ecosystem that allows parallel innovation is not bad, right? There are people doing embedded Python stuff. There's people doing web programming, people doing scripting. There's cyber uses of Python. I think ultimately at some point, if your slide mold covers so much stuff, you have to respect that different things are growing in different areas, different niches. Now, at some point that has to come together, and the central body has to provide resources. The principle here is subsidiarity. Give resources to the various groups to then allocate as they see fit in their niches. That would be a really helpful dynamic. But again, it's a volunteer community. It's not like that many resources to start with.
What was or is your favorite programming setup? What operating system, keyboard, how many screens, what you're listening to, what time of day, are you drinking coffee, tea?
Sometimes coffee, depending on how well I slept. I used to have...
Do you get a night owl? I remember somebody asked you somewhere a question about work-life balance, or like not just work-life balance, but like a family, you lead a company, and your answer was basically like, I still haven't figured it out.
Yeah, I think I've gotten a little bit better balance. I have a really great leadership team now supporting me, and so that takes a lot of the day-to-day stuff off my plate. And my kids are getting a little older, so that helps. So, and of course, I have a wonderful wife who takes care of a lot of the things that I'm not able to take care of, and she's great. I try to get to sleep earlier now because I have to get up every morning at 6 to take my kid down to the bus stop. So there's a hard thing.
Yeah.
For a while, I was doing polyphasic sleep, which is really interesting. Like I go to bed at 9, wake up at like 2 a.m., work till 5, sleep 3 hours, wake up at 8. Like that was actually, it was interesting. It wasn't too bad.
How did it feel?
It was good. I didn't keep it up for years, but once I've traveled, then it just, everything goes out the window, right? Because then you're like time zone, all these things.
Socially, was it acceptable? Like, were you able to live outside of how you felt? Were you
Yes.
able to live in normal society?
Oh, yeah, because like on the nights that I wasn't out hanging out with people or whatever, going to bed at 9, no one cares.
Yeah.
I wake up at 2, I'm still responding to their Slacks, emails, whatever. And, shit posting on Twitter or whatever at 2 in the morning is sweet, right? And then you go to bed for a few hours and you wake up, it's like you have an extra day in the middle.
Yeah.
And I've read somewhere that, humans naturally have biphasic sleep or something, I don't know. But
I read basically everything somewhere, so
right.
Every option of everything.
Every option of everything. I will say that worked out for me for a while, although I don't do it anymore. In terms of programming setup, I had a 27-inch high DPI setup that I really liked, but then I moved to a curved monitor just because when I moved to the new house, I want to have a bit more screen for Zoom plus communications plus like various kinds of things.
Like one large monitor.
One large curved monitor.
What operating system?
Mac.
Yeah. Is that what happens when you become important? Is you stop using Linux and Windows?
I actually have a Windows box as well on the next table over, but I have I have 3 desks, right?
Yes.
So the main one is a standing desk, so that I can whatever. I have teleprompter set up and everything else, and then I've got my iMac, and then eGPU, and then Windows PC. The reason I moved to Mac was it's got a Linux prompt, it's got a Unix prompt. It's got a Unix prompt, so I can do all my stuff. But then I don't have to worry, like when I'm presenting for clients or investors or whatever. I don't have to worry about any like ACPI related FSIC things in the middle of the presentation, like none of that. It will always wake from sleep, and it won't kernel panic on me. And this is not a dig against Linux, except that I just I feel really bad. I feel like a traitor to my community saying this, right? But in 2012, I was just like, okay, start my own company. What do I get? And Linux laptops were just not quite there. And so I've just stopped with Macs.
Can I just defend something that nobody respectable seems to do, which is, so I do it with Linux Windows, but in Windows, I have Windows subsystems for Linux, or whatever, WSL. And I find myself being able to handle everything I need, almost everything I need in Linux, for basic set of tasks, scripting tasks within WSL, and it creates a really nice environment. So I've been, but like whenever I hang out with like especially important people, like they're all on an iPhone and a Mac, and it's like, like what there is a messiness to Windows and a messiness to Linux that makes me feel like you're still in it.
Well, the Linux stuff, Windows subsystem for Linux is very tempting, but there's still the Windows on the outside where I don't know where. And I've used DOS since version 1.11 or 1.21 or something. So I've been a long time Microsoft user, and I will say that like it's really hard for me to know where anything is, how to get to the details behind something when something screws up, as it invariably does, and just things like changing permissions on some shared folders and stuff. Just everything seems a little bit more awkward, more clicks than it needs to be. Not to say that there aren't weird things like hidden attributes and all that other happy stuff on Mac, but for the most part, and well, actually, especially now with the new hardware coming out on Mac, it's very interesting. With the new M1, there were some dark years the last few years when I was like, I think maybe I have to move off of Mac because it's more dark. But this, I mean, like my keyboard was just not working. Like literally, my keyboard just wasn't working. Right? I had this touch bar, didn't have a physical escape button like I needed to because I used Vim, and now I think we're back. So
you use Vim, and you have what kind of keyboard?
So I use a RealForce 87U. It's a mechanical, it's a Topra key switch.
It's a weird shape. There's a normal shape. Oh no, because I say that because I use a Kinesis. You said some dark. You said you had dark moments. I recently had a dark moment. Like, what am I doing in my life? I remember flying in a very kind of tight space, and as I'm working, this is what I would do on an airplane. I pull out a laptop, and on top of the laptop, I'll put a Kinesis keyboard.
That's hardcore, man.
I was thinking, is this who I am? Is this what I'm becoming? Will I be this person? Because I'm on Emacs, this Kinesis keyboard, sitting like with everybody around.
Emacs on Windows.
WSL, yeah.
There was Emacs on Linux on Windows.
Yeah, on Windows. And like everybody around me is using their iPhone to look at TikTok. So I'm like in this land, and I thought, you know what? Maybe I need to become an adult and put the 90s behind me and use like a normal keyboard. And then I did some soul searching, and I decided like this is who I am. This is me like coming out of the closet, saying I'm Kinesis keyboard all the way. I'm going to use Emacs.
You know, also Kinesis fan, Wes McKinney, the creator of Pandas. Oh, he banged out Pandas on a Kinesis keyboard. I don't know if he's still using one, maybe, but certainly 10 years ago, like he was.
If anyone's out there, maybe we need to have a Kinesis support group. Please reach out.
Isn't there already one?
Is there one?
I don't know. There's got to be an IRC channel.
Oh no! And you access it through Emacs. Okay. Do you still program these days?
I do a little bit. Honestly, the last thing I did was I was working with my son to script some Minecraft stuff. So I was doing a little bit of that. That was literally the last code I wrote. Yeah. I did. Oh, you know what? Also, I wrote some code to do some cap table evaluation, waterfall modeling kind of stuff.
What advice would you give to a young person, said your son, today, in high school, maybe even college, about career, about life?
This may be where I get in trouble a little bit. We are coming to the end. We're rapidly entering a time between worlds. So we have a world now that's starting to really crumble under the weight of aging institutions that no longer even pretend to serve the purposes they were created for. We are creating technologies that are hurtling billions of people headlong into philosophical crises, who they don't even know the philosophical operating systems in their firmware, and and they're heading into a time when that gets vaporized. So for people in high school, and certainly I tell my son this as well, he's in middle school, people in college, you are going to have to find your own way. You're going to have a pioneer spirit, even if you live in the middle of the most dense urban environment. All of human reality around you is the result of the last few generations of humans agreeing to play certain kinds of games. A lot of those games no longer operate according to the rules they used to. Collapse is nonlinear, but it will be managed. And so if you are in a particular social caste or economic caste, and it's not, I think it's not kosher to say that about America, but America is a very stratified and classist society. There's some mobility, but it's really quite classist. And in America, unless you're in the upper middle class, you are headed into very choppy waters. So it is really, really good to think and understand the fundamentals of what you need to build a meaningful life for you, your loved ones, with your family. And almost all of the technology being created that's consumer facing is designed to own people, to take the four stack, of people, to delaminate them, and to own certain portions of that stack. And so if you want to be an integral human being, if you want to have your agency and you want to find your own way in the world, when you're young would be a great time to spend time looking at some of the classics around, what it means to live a good life, what it means to build connection with people. And so much of the status games, so much of the stuff, one of the things that I sort of talk about as we create more and more technology, there's a gradient in technology, and a gradient in technology always leads to a gradient in power. This is Jacques Ellul's point to some extent as well. And that gradient in power is not going to go away. The technologies are going so fast that even people like me who help create some of this stuff, I'm being left behind. Some cutting edge research. I don't know what's going on in GANs today. I go read some proceedings. So as the world gets more and more technological, it will create more and more gradients where people will seize power, economic fortunes. And the way they make the people who are left behind okay with their lot in life is they create lottery systems. They make you take part in the narrative of your own being trapped in your own economic sort of zone. So avoiding those kinds of things is really important. Knowing when someone's running game, basically. So these are things I would tell you. Well, it's a dark message, but it's realism. I mean, it's what I see.
So after you get some realism, you sit back with your son, you stay out in the sunset. What to him can you give as words of hope? And to you, from where do you derive hope for the future of our world? So you said at the individual level, you have to have a pioneer mindset to go back to the classics to understand what is in human nature you can find meaning. But at the societal level, what trajectory? You look at possible trajectories. What gives you hope?
What gives me hope is that we have little tremors now shaking people out of the reverie of the fiction of modernity that they've been living in, kind of a late 20th century style modernity. That's good, I think, because, and also to your point earlier, people are burning out on some of the social media stuff. They're sort of seeing the ugly side, especially in the latest news with Facebook and the whistleblower. Right? It's quite clear these things are not all they're cracked up to be. So,
do you believe? I believe better social media can be built because they are burning out and will incentivize other competitors to be built. Mm-hmm. Do you think that's possible?
Well, the thing about it is that when you have extractive return on returns, capital coming in saying, look, you own a network, give me some exponential dynamics out of this network. What are you going to do? You're going to just basically put a toll keeper at every single node and every single graph edge, every node, every vertex, every edge. But if you don't have that need for it, if no one's sitting there saying, hey, Wikipedia monetize every character, every byte, every phrase, then generative human dynamics will naturally sort of arise, assuming we respect a few principles around online communications. So the greatest and biggest social network in the world is still like email, SMS, right? So we're fine there. the issue with the social media, as we call it now, is they're actually just new amplification systems. Right now, it's benefited certain people like yourself who have interesting content to be amplified. So it's created a creator economy. That's cool. There's a lot of great content out there, but giving everyone a shot at the fame button, saying, hey, you could also have if you wiggle your butt the right way on TikTok, you can have your 15 seconds of microfame. That's not healthy for society at large. So I think if we can create tools that help people be conscientious about their attention, spend time looking at the past and really retrieving memory and not culling, but processing, thinking about that, I think that's certainly possible. And hopefully that's what we get. So I think the bigger picture, the bigger question about you're asking about what gives me hope is that these early shocks of COVID lockdowns and remote work and all these different kinds of things, I think it's getting people to a point where they are looking, they're sort of no longer in the reverie, right? As my friend Jim Rudd says, there's more people with ears to hear now, right? With pandemic and education, everyone's like, wait, what have you guys been doing with my kids? Like, how are you teaching them? What is this crap you're giving them this homework, right? So I think these are the kinds of things that are getting, and the supply chain disruption, getting more people to think about, how do we actually just make stuff? This is all good. But the concern is that it's still going to take a while for these things, for people to learn how to be agentic again, and to be in my relationship with each other and with the world. So the message of hope is still people are resilient, and we are building some really amazing technology.
And I also, but to me, I derive a lot of hope from individuals in that band. Mm-hmm. The power of a single individual to transform the world, to do positive things in the world is quite incredible. Now you've been talking about it's nice to have as many of those individuals as possible, right? But even the power of one is kind of magical.
It is. We're in a mode now where we can do that. I think also, part of what I try to do is in coming podcasts like yours, and then spanning with all this philosophical stuff that I've got going on. There are a lot of good people out there trying to put words around the current technological, social, economic crises that we're facing. And in the space of a few short years, I think there has been a lot of great content produced around this stuff for people who want to find out more or think more about this. We're popularizing certain kinds of philosophical ideas that move people beyond just the, you're communist, you're capitalist kind of stuff. Like we're way past that now. So that also gives me hope that I feel like I myself am getting a handle on how to think about these things. It makes me feel like I can, hopefully affect change for the better.
We've been sneaking up on this question over the place. I'm going to ask the big, ridiculous question. What is the meaning of life?
Wow. The meaning of life. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I never really understood that question.
When you say meaning crisis, you're saying that there's a search for a kind of experience that's could be described as fulfillment, as like the aha moment of just like joy, and maybe when you see something beautiful, or maybe you've created something beautiful, that experience that you get, it feels like it all makes sense. So some of it is just chemicals coming together in your mind and all kinds of things, but it seems like we're building a sophisticated collective intelligence that's providing meaning in kinds of ways to its members. And there's a theme to that meaning. For a lot of history, I think faith played an important role, faith in God, sort of religion. I think technology in the modern era is kind of serving a little bit of a source of meaning for people, like innovation of different kinds. I think the old school things of love and the basics of just being good at stuff. But you were a physicist, so there's a desire to say, okay, yeah, these seem to be like symptoms of something deeper.
Right.
Like why?
Why? Meaning, what's capital M?
Yeah, what's capital M meaning? Why are we reaching for order when there's excess of energy?
I don't know if I can answer the why. any why that I come up with, I think, is going to be. I'd have to think about that a little more. Maybe get back to you on that. But I will say this: we do look at the world through a traditional. I think most people look at the world through what I would say is a subject-object or metaphysical lens. That we have our own subjectivity, and then there's all of these object things that are not us. So I'm me, and these things are not me, right? And I'm interacting with them. I'm doing things to them. But a different view of the world that looks at it as much more connected, that realizes, oh, I'm really quite embedded in a soup of other things, and I'm simply almost like a standing wave pattern of different things, right? So when you look at the world in that kind of connected sense, I've recently taken a shine to this particular thought experiment, which is, what if it was the case that everything that we touch with our hands, that we pay attention to, that we actually give intimacy to, what if there's actually, all the mumbo jumbo, like, people with the magnetic healing crystals and all this other kind of stuff, quantum energy stuff. What if that was a thing? What if when your hand touches an object, when you really look at something and you concentrate, you focus on it, and you really give it attention, you actually give it, there is some physical residue of something, a part of you, a bit of your life force that goes into it. Okay, now this is of course completely mumbo jumbo stuff. This is not like, I don't actually think this is real, but let's do the thought experiment. What if it was? What if there actually was some quantum magnetic crystal and energy field thing that just by touching this can has changed a little bit somehow? And it's not much unless you put a lot into it and you touch it all the time, like your phone, right? These things gain meaning to you a little bit. But what if there's something that technical objects, the phone is a technical object. It does not really receive attention or intimacy and then allow itself to be transformed by it. What if it's a piece of wood? If it's the handle of a knife that your mother used for 20 years to make dinner for you, right? What if it's a keyboard that you banged out your world-transforming software library on? These are technical objects and these are physical objects, but somehow there's something to them. We feel an attraction to these objects as if we have imbued them with life energy, right? So if you walk that thought experiment through, what happens when we touch another person, when we hug them, when we hold them? And the reason this ties into my answer for your question is that if there is such a thing, if we were to hypothesize, hypothesize such a thing, it could be that the purpose of our lives is to imbue as many things with that love as possible.
That's a beautiful answer and a beautiful way to end it, Peter. You're an incredible person.
Thank you.
Spanning so much in the space of engineering and in the space of philosophy. I'm really proud to be living in the same city as you. And I'm really grateful that you spent valuable time with me today.
Well, thank you. I appreciate the opportunity to speak with you.
Thanks for listening to this conversation with Peter Wang. To support this podcast, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, let me leave you with some words from Peter Wang himself. We tend to think of people as either malicious or incompetent. But in a world filled with corruptible and unchecked institutions, there exists a third thing: malicious incompetence. It's a social cancer, and it only appears once human organizations scale beyond personal accountability. Thank you for listening. I hope to see you next time. The following is a conversation with Ray Dalio, the second time on the podcast. He is a legendary investor, founder of Bridgewater Associates, author of a book I highly recommend called Principles, and also a new book called Principles for Dealing with a Changing World Order that looks at the geopolitics of today, especially US and China, through the lens of history, providing a fascinating model for the rise and fall of empires that can be applied to the analysis of our world today. This is the Lex Friedman Podcast. To support it, please check out our sponsors in the description. And now, here's my conversation with Ray Dalio. When you look at the history of the world, as you have done in your book, Principles of Dealing with the Changing World Order, what is more important, more impactful, money or power?
They go hand in hand. They support each other and they compete with each other. Those who have money have power, a certain type of power. That power has to do with all that they can buy, but it also has the ability to influence those with political power. So, and so you see this throughout history, this symbiotic relationship. For example, between the royal families and the nobility and the church. So you see that group of people supporting each other in various ways and then wrestling around with each other for the money and power among that group. So the dynamic that's quite classic is you could look at the parties in power back in, the 16th, 17th centuries. You would look at royal families, nobles, and the church, if you're in Europe. And then you would look at agricultural land, and there was a certain dynamic. And that varies over time. It changes. As those people get thrown out and technology changes. So when we evolved, when the society evolved, so that it would produce goods and services, and you have something like the Industrial Revolution, the first Industrial Revolution, you have machines, and you have the talent of people that are off the farms, and then you have a struggling for power. You see that power mix change. And so we don't see that same power mix anymore, but you still see the same dynamic. You see those with money dealing with those who have political power around those assets that are considered most valuable, to particularly the productive assets that produce money.
And political power is usually centered around nation states, so the major locuses of power is the nations.
Yes, in 1668, after 30 years of war, there was the development of nation states. Before then, we had, it was really the development of the countries as we know it, that there were borders. And that within those borders, those who had control got to control it, and there were not to be intrusions in those borders. And that's how we established the nation state. And then, of course, within each country, there is levels. There is a central level, and then there is typically a province or state level down below, and then there's a municipal level. So they each have different levels of power, and it's the coordination of those that determines how the country is run.
You write that the quote, archetypal big cycle governs the rising and declining empires and influences everything about them, including their currencies and markets. The most important three cycles are the ones you mentioned in the introduction: the long-term debt and capital market cycle, the internal order and disorder cycle, and the external order and disorder cycle. Can you describe this big cycle?
There are two orders. There is an order by a system, how the system works. So there's an internal order that is the internal governance system, and it's usually set out in a constitution or some agreements. And then there's the world order. how the world system. So, for example, in 1945, at the end of a war, which is basically a fight for determining the world order, the winners of the fight got together and created the world system as we now know it. 44, they created the Bretton Woods monetary system that determined the money, pretty much. And because the United States won and had 80% of the world's money, gold was money then, it has 80% of the world's gold, and it was half the world's economy, and it was the great military power. The order was built around the American world order, so the United Nations was in New York, the World Bank and the IMF were in Washington, and they built that new order. So classically, you have a war to determine whose rules we're following, and then you have the new order being constructed. After that, there is usually a period of extended peace and prosperity. Peace suits prosperity, and so there's not. And the reason you have the peace is because no one wants to fight with the dominant power. You know you're going to lose. You've surrendered. There's been the surrendering. They carve up the world. They say what it's going to look like, who's going to control what, and then you come into that period of peace, and then prosperity, where then there's a working together. Usually, at that point, you've wiped out a lot of the debt. You've wiped out a lot of the issues, the class warfare, and so on. And then there's good working together. So those great periods, such as the Industrial Revolution in the late 1800s, or what we've experienced in the post-World War II period, are peaceful and prosperous periods, led largely by the dominant world power. Over a period of time, since really 1500, and maybe before, but really 1500, when the Dutch invented capitalism. And what I mean by that, they invented the first capital markets, the first stocks, and first stock market. That since then, capitalism has been an effective tool for building wealth because it got resources into the hands of inventive people. That's when we moved from agriculture to the importance of inventiveness of people. They got resources, and then they built that prosperity. In that process of doing that, they create wealth gaps naturally. Those who make a lot of money make a lot more, and then those that don't. And it also produces opportunity gaps because, for example, those who earn a lot of money, have that wealth, they have the power to educate their children in a way that others don't. And the gaps grow. And also the debts grow at that time. When they go around the world with their competitiveness, they earn a lot of money. So, for example, the Dutch Empire, learned how to build ships and that would go around the world. A key ingredient of this improvement in this cycle is the improvement of education. And by education, I mean the skills that come from education, but also civility, the ability to deal well together. So the Dutch invented ships that can go around the world, and they had military power, but they were also a very inventive society. 25% of the world's new inventions came from the Dutch. And so as they went around the world, they also brought their currency, and they brought their military. They needed their currency, they paid for things, and that currency. And then the more that happens, the more that becomes a reserve currency. And then they have their military, so they need the military strength. And so you see it evolve in all of those ways. But over a period of time, as they become more successful and more expensive, they become more expensive. And newer countries come along, like the UK, then learn to build ships from a lot of the Dutch, and to do that less expensively. and also when they become more expensive, so less competitive, and also the work ethic begins to change. They believe that since they're richer, they can enjoy life more. They don't have to work quite as hard. And so you start to see the tilt. Now you start to see the development of the top. And when you have a world reserve currency, that allows you to borrow a lot of money because those who want to save want to hold your money, and that means that they'll lend you money. And so those countries get deeper into debt. So you see that they gradually lose their competitiveness, and they get themselves into financial circumstances which are not good, and they have large wealth gaps, which set the stage for downturns. And when they have downturns, the first question is, do they have enough money? And traditionally, money is resources. So you classically see that the coffers are bare, that they're spending more money than they are earning, and they run out of money in the coffers. And their granaries are empty rather than stocked, so that they give them the buffer. And as that deteriorates, that worsens conditions. And if they have a rival power, that's also challenging them. They see greater internal conflict over wealth, and then they have the problems internally and the problems externally, which usually results in an internal war or an external war that leads to the change to the New World Order.
And to you, the Dutch Empire is a good example of that. The British, what are some of the key examples that you think about in the book of this process that followed the big cycle?
Well, the leading reserve currency empires, but it applies to all the empires, were the Dutch, the British, the American, and the Chinese. But you can follow the same pattern. In the book, it was very important for me to not just use words and concepts because that's subjective. It was very important for me to use actual measurements. So as you see in the book, you can see every level of this. You can see where's the education level, what is the military power, each one of those, and you can see them back going over the 500 years. And so you could see the arcs and the composition of those arcs, and what you see is really, in most countries and most dynasties, you could see that. But you also can see through those numbers the health of those countries. Today, there are statistics that you could that are in the book that show what is the level of education, what is the level of economic output, what is the level of the military strength, what is the level of a number of different measures of strength, so that you can then compare that. And I think that because they're objective measures of strength that you could see change, that shows the picture of where we are today. And I think one of the most important things about the book is that it allows people to monitor how those things are transpiring. I think for policymakers, are your policymakers doing a good job? And there's so much subjectivity in that. But I think it's very simple. If those lines on the chart are improving, if your health index is improving, then you're moving toward a better life. So that's what works like. Also, it was used to create a model for the future. In other words, there are cause-effect relationships. Everything that happens has reasons, causes that preceded it, that made it happen. And so by having all those in numbers, one can see the probabilities of certain things happening. So that's what you see in the book. It's not just Ray's interpretation. I didn't want to make it Ray's interpretation because I don't know if I'm right.
Yeah, so one of the fascinating things in the book is you have list these 18 measures, and there's like a little scorecard for the countries of the world today. So let's say U.S., China, and Europe, and what it was
20 years ago and looking at the change from 20 years ago, and that's another indicator to change itself to see where things are headed. Maybe can you comment on, from a score perspective, how is U.S. and China doing? And in the 18 measures, what are some measures that stand out to you as particularly important to think about today for the United States and China?
Well, there are a number. Financially, what you see in the United States is that we're borrowing a lot more money, creating a lot of debt, and we're printing a lot of money. And our capacity to do that is limited, first of all, because when there's a sale of a bond, when the government borrows more than it borrows money because it spends more than it takes in, you have to sell a bond. And the world right now has a lot of US dollar denominated bonds because as the world's reserve currency, they sold on them. And they have very bad returns, negative real returns significantly, and so on. So that means that more bonds has to be sold than are bought. And that means that the Federal Reserve is faced with the choice of having to raise the interest rate to curtail borrowing, which slows the economy, hurts the markets, or by filling that difference and producing money, the debt monetization, which produces an inflation in goods, services, and financial assets. So in that regard, that's the United States' position. In China's case, its balance of payments is better. China has displaced the United States as the world's largest trading country. In other words, more exports to other countries. And as a result, it's economically competitive, but it doesn't have the world's reserve currency. It's a real blessing. So the United States, it has the world's reserve currency, but it is risking it because of this imbalance. So if you look at history, you see that those go slowly, but when they go, eventually they go quickly. So there's a risk of that financially. Then there's the issue of internal order. So I'm just giving you the major ones, but I'll get into some of the other ones too. Right now, there's a lot of internal conflict in the United States, which affects how well it works. In China, there's less internal conflict because it's a more autocratic state, but also they've created this bifurcation of what is political and what is economic in terms of producing that prosperity. So if you stay out of the politics pretty much, then you're seeing entrepreneurship, you're seeing the finances of new businesses and so on. And so that internal working, that's subject to different people's interpretations, whether they like it or not. But the internal conflict in terms of those kinds of measures is less.
Sorry to pause on that for a second. So these measures, I guess you don't want to sort of romanticize any one measure or something like that, overinterpret any one measure. But is internal conflict always a bad thing? Is it a complicated calculation, or do you the way we think about these measures that you presented, we should be thinking like the higher, the better, the lower, the worse, I guess, depending on the.
Well, in many cases, the conflict that produces the revolution produces revolutionary changes that lead to resolutions and lead to new starts. And so their a short-term civil war is a hellacious experience. And at the same time, it can be the transition to a new beginning. Also, there are different types of conflict. Competition, which makes everything better. is a productive conflict, whereas destructive conflicts are not good over the short time. So, that's how those go.
So within each measure, the story is complicated.
Yeah, but my measures are sort of clear, meaning how much political conflict, how much social conflict. In other words, you can measure conflict, you can measure fighting, you can measure crime rates, you can measure um, lots of different ways of conflict. So the measures are a composite of different types of internal conflict.
What are some other interesting measures? Maybe if you could also mention, like, for me, particular interest is education and innovation.
Yes, the classic cycle, the most important leading indicator, is the quality of education. Most importantly, broad-based education drawn from the largest population, because you can never tell who the talent is going to be, so where they're going to come from. So, for example, if you look at the Chinese dynasties, the great Chinese dynasties, and the Confucian approach, it was meritocratic of everybody could sit for exams and so on, broad base of drawing in the populations. And you see that if you go across society, because that draws on the largest number of population to get education. And it also, that creates a, a reality and a perception that the system is fair and equal opportunity, not just one of privilege. And that helps to create social stability. But education is not just education in understanding facts and so on. It is education in civility of how to behave together. And so if they're smart, they understand how to be productive because they work well together and they're productive. And then that leads to the next stage. You can see in the lines of the charts, I plotted these so that you could see in a typical cycle, you could see that education is the long leading indicator. And then you could see, as you mentioned, that what you see is inventiveness and technology measures then follow. And you see then also competitiveness in world markets follows. For example, in the early stages of the cycle, the industries that they go into tend to be very basic industry because they have cheap labor, something like textiles and simple manufactured goods and so on. But as the education rises, then they move up the value chain to greater technologies and so on, which raises incomes and raises productivity. So yes, those and as you say, there are 18 different measures like that. But education and that civility and the inventiveness. So you see it reflected in who's inventing what, and that corresponds then who's trading with, who's a big trading country, and where's the value of economic output and what are per capita incomes. They all follow those arcs.
Yeah, like you said, the fascinating thing about your book, there's philosophy, there's wisdom, but there's plots.
Yeah, you can see it.
It's not just your opinion. It's kind of like you can interpret it any way you like, but you're just giving a lot of your own insights along with the numbers. If you were to look at the American nation, the American empire, and the trajectories looking into the future, given these measures, what is the trajectory that leads to the collapse of the American empire based on these measures? What are the concerning indicators? And if those break down further, what does that look like?
Well, all of those indicators are concerning, maybe except for one, which is technology, the technology niche. Although even in that area, the United States is improving at a slower rate than is China for various advantages that they have there. They put out about 8 times as many computer engineers. They have free data and so on.
But if you look at them, so the financial is a concern. The internal disorder is a concern. Then if you look at education levels, the United States is in many ways is losing its educational advantage. If you were to compare it with China, um, if you take general public education in the United States, it's deteriorated tremendously, even in comparison to developed countries. There are PISA scores, and so on, and it's something like 38th in the world or something, and that was a big plunge. Average public education. If you look at the best universities in the world, the United States is unique in having the best universities in the world. So there are these privileged spots that are, excellent, uniquely excellent. So when you look at the comparison, education in China is improving rapidly, and the quantity of educated people in the areas that they're moving in is greater, and the resources that they're putting behind it is greater, and so you see that results are greater. But it's sort of along the lines that I'm dealing with. If you were to follow through in terms of actual productions, I think in terms of technologies, there are some areas that the United States is in a lead at the moment. There's some areas that China's in a lead, but China's gaining very quickly. When I first went to China in 1984, I would bring $10 calculators, and I gave them away as gifts to high-ranking people, and they thought they were miracle devices. Right now, in terms of areas like quantum computing and AI and many areas, you have a race going on. And so if you take the trajectory of the competitiveness, not just look at the current level, you have a situation where they're improving at a much faster rate. This is all good for the world if the world could get along. And the main thing I think is interested in how do you have a healthy world, and how do you have a strong economy, and how do you have a strong situation, is be strong. The United States' war is with itself. That's the main war. It's very simple in history. Be financially sound, earn more than you spend, and be strong in these ways, and pretty much everything will take care of itself.
But you make it sound simple, of course, because there's a momentum when things degrade, when the education system degrades, when you start borrowing, when all of these indicators, once they start going down, there's a momentum to it, right? So it's hard to reverse it.
Right, and there are circumstances that you've been in. For example, indebtedness. It's politically desirable for those to borrow money and spend, because their constituencies only look at what they get. And when they get a lot, they don't pay attention to the balance sheet and how much debt is on the books. So it's always better to borrow, spend, and then leave the cleanup to the next guy. And so you inherit a lot. You inherit it as a new president enters in, or a new legislator. They have a lot of debt. They have a broken down infrastructure. They don't have enough money to fix that. And so that's the lay of the land that the prior generations put you in. And there you are. And so that's right. It's difficult, because when you start to think what's healthy, well, earn more than you spend. Well, that's not so easy, because, what does that mean? Go earn more? I mean, okay, that's not so easy. Spend less? That isn't going to work. So now what do? Okay, you have this debt that you then monetize, and that's why it's classic. So yes, that's why these cycles occur, because what happened before created the lay of the land that is then increasingly difficult to deal with.
So what can great leaders do in this moment? I mean, maybe my sense is leadership is crucial here. So, for example, to do very large projects that invest in the education system, that sort of try to fix the fundamentals, or maybe invest more and more into the innovation, the development of new technologies and so on. It feels like that just doesn't happen organically. So you have to have strong leaders that convince the populace of the importance of these ideas.
Well, I completely agree with your list. What we have is a situation where everybody has their opinions and they have to sort of get them exactly right, and they all fight with each other about whether their opinions. So the most important thing is that we become bipartisan so that we don't, and we get over our differences. I would have a bipartisan cabinet. I would draw upon both members of both parties, the moderates, who are going to be able to work together. So as then we have one country, and then we deal with those in a means that works for the majority of the people in the middle rather than the polarity. I think our greatest risk is in not being able to do that. So I would say that's of paramount importance because we have the resources, you know, wealth, real wealth, and science and everything has never been better than it is. But the notion is that it has to work for the majority of people, and we have to keep it being productive. So that group has got to calmly and knowledgeably work together so that they increase the size of the pie and they create broad-based prosperity. So that is of paramount importance. Whatever they do, if they do it that way, I can say I'm happy about because that other alternative is the really scary alternative.
The scary alternative, the different ways it has evolved throughout history. Some of it has led to wars. What are the future trajectories that lead to a potential war with China? Cold War or hot war? Is this something you think about? Is this something you're worried about?
Yeah, I'd like to talk about both wars. So the war with China, as I said, there are 5 kinds of wars. There's a trade war, technology war, geopolitical influence war, capital war, and military war. As far as military war goes, I think it's only a Taiwan issue, but that's a big issue, and we can talk about that for a minute. But those others, they'll be rough competitions, and we'll have that type of evolution over a period of time. That's what that war looks like. Taiwan has been, for a long time, a sovereignty issue to China. And it has its roots in what's called 100 years of humiliation. From the 1840s to 1949, foreign powers came in, took advantage of China. They had the Opium Wars and such times, and that represented the 100 years of humiliation. And Taiwan represents is their sovereignty and their important thing. And 50 years ago, starting 50 years ago, there was an agreement that there is one China, and Taiwan is part of China, and that there would be peaceful reunification. The peaceful reunification hasn't happened, and in their view, that's a very big issue, and so it's a big contentious issue, and that could produce a military war, could produce a military accident, it's a very tense situation. And if we had a military war, God help us, because of the capacity in all different new ways to inflict harm on each other. But anyway, that's that. If you don't have that military war, you'll have the competition between those other kinds of wars. focused in those areas will win.
Where do you put cyber war within the five?
Well, cyber war is a military war. I'm assuming the type of cyber war that you're referring to is that which is used to inflict pain on the other party through cyber. So cyber wars, you'll see cyber war, you could see space war, you can see drone warfare, new types of warfare, not just the traditional and nuclear type of warfare, but you could see any of the above.
What are the defining characteristics? What are the interesting things about Xi Jinping, the president of China, as a leader on the world stage?
His father was a early leader. He was himself in the Cultural Revolution times treated brutally, and during that period of time, it was very, very difficult. And he came up, through the ranks, and is a very intelligent man. When he first came to power, as you know, they have 2 5-year terms, and we're now coming to the end of the second of those 5-year terms. When he first came to power, he felt that there should be a lot of reform, and reform meant moving to much more of a market and open economy. When that happened, in him coming in, I had some contact with economic policymakers, but the circumstances then were that 5 major banks lent to state-owned enterprises and local governments with implied government guarantees. And so there was not control of that, and the movement to a more of a market economy, and the development of markets was a primary, and also the dealing with the corruption issue. There was a lot of corruption prior to that, and that was viewed as an existential threat to the system. So that became the primary objective. And then as time progressed over those 10 years, there was a lot of changing in the world, their financial circumstances, opening many, many other markets. They particularly getting money to small and medium-sized enterprises and developing a lending system and establishing controls on it. So right now, there's a vibrant capital markets. You could raise capital, you could be an entrepreneur, you can become a billionaire in the capital markets. They developed the markets to be the second largest capital markets. Same time, they had to deal with their rising debt issue, which they began to deal with really about 4 years ago, when the second term began, and then Lu Han became the vice premier, responsible for that and to deal with those issues. So you see right now that what's happening is they're dealing with the real estate bubble. There was a development in real estate, a bubble, which produced a lot of unproductive lending. And Xi Jinping said, houses are meant to live in, not to speculate on. And so that was wasteful. So they established what they call 3 red lines, which are financial ratios that the property developers have to live within. And that is then causing the adjustments that are going on now, which in my view are very healthy, because whenever there's bankruptcies and so on, most in the public think, okay, that's a problem. It's in many cases really a cleaning up of bad debts and bad practices. And so that's what's going on. So that's, let's say, economically. At the same time, there is the changing relationships, the changing world order, the changing relationships with the United States and other countries, which is becoming much less cooperative and much more warlike, much more confrontational. Those 2 things, the domestic debt problem and the has led to what's called core, what they call core leadership, which means a leadership more around him that is less challenging because they believe in history that during very difficult times, a more centrally controlled decision-making process lends itself better than to a more fragmented political contentious project. And that's basically what's going on now.
You said it very eloquently, but you mean the leadership is surrounded by yes men, and there's a lot of centralized control.
That characterization is much more black and white than it really is.
But it leans towards that direction.
There, like for example, of the standing members of the Politburo, 4 are more aligned, and 3 are less so. You have to understand that it's kind of a collective leadership at the top, and then of course there's just jockeying for power, in a highly political sense at the top. But no one leader can be successful against the all those powers at the top. So it's very politically negotiating. It's very much more like if you put in the United States the Democrats and the Republicans, and they have to be in the same government and they work it out. It's kind of something like that, and then so that's that struggle, but it's an internal struggle.
Where do you put the importance of some of these ideas of the founding of the United States? Now we're talking about the context of China, the freedom of speech, freedoms. What China is doing with the central management of a lot of things, it's enabling a lot of growth, but it's also limiting people on a very basic level in terms of freedom, the kind of freedom that I think can lead to entrepreneurship, to starting new businesses, to having big dreams and chasing those dreams and then creating totally new things in whatever the space, maybe technology, in business and whatever. How important is that as a metric for society?
Well, they have a view which is the idea of a dialectic, which means that two things are at odds, that everything comes with pros and cons, and two opposites exist. And you want the benefits of those two opposites. And how do you deal with the benefits of those two opposites? So let's say you want the capital markets because it gets money into the hands of the entrepreneurs who are motivated, they know fortunes, and that drives an economy to do very well. And at the same time, it produces the other problems, the wealth gaps, the other problems, the debt cycle that we're talking about, and so on. And Deng Xiaoping, how do you reconcile communism and the market economy and the capital market? And he famously said, and it doesn't matter if it's a white cat or a black cat, just as long as it catches mice. In other words, if it works in making the country richer, then that becomes the objective, and then they move that along. So there are these conflicts. And one of the leaders described it to me as follows, because it's confusion and it goes back over a period of time. There's a hierarchy, and it's an extension of the family, he described it. And he said, the United States is a country of individuals and individualism. And that is its vibrancy that we see. The individual rights to speak up, the individual protection of the individual property rights, and all of those things is of paramount importance. And we build our organization. That's why democracy is from the bottom up, or even a company will get together and will be partners to prosper together. That is the American approach. He was describing that in China, it's an extension of the Confucian family, essentially. And so it's almost like, there's a hierarchy. And so what they think about is the common good, not the individualism.
So, for example, if they want a high-speed rail to go from one place to another, and that's best in the common good, then the individual protections that would stand in the way of doing that would be of secondary concern. So that notion of controlling. So, if for example, what they're doing with video games. Um, they control what type of video games and how many hours a day kids can be on video games, um, operating in that way because they believe that that's good for the society and that's why they control it. In the United States, I think probably most parents would say, leave it to me, and it's a matter between me and my kids. The same thing has to do with data. In other words, in the United States, who controls the data? Does the company control the data? Do you individually control the data? And so the inclination would be to figure that out, but nobody would say that the government is going to control the data because of our inclination of really anti-government control. In China, it would be that the government will control the data because that's going to be best for the society. It depends who you trust, but that's so that difference in philosophy is very much at the at the heart of that. As far as your question in terms of effectiveness, it really is in China's case, it's how you balance the things, right? So what they're attempting to do is to create a lot of freedom and creativity in areas that are not political, let's say, and and so you see a lot of entrepreneurship, you see a lot of product development, you see a lot of creativity happening in that way. So the stereotype that you don't see creativity happening is an old stereotype. There's a lot of creativity certainly happening, and the system can work well if they can achieve that kind of balance. It's proven to have worked well since I started going there in 1984. Per capita income, real per capita income, has increased by 26 times. The longevity rate is increased by 10 years. The poverty rate has fallen from 88% to less than 1% in terms of basics like starvation and things. And if you read history, Plato's Republic, he talks about the cycles, democracy, an autocratic and the benevolent despot and all of that. Each has their own vulnerability. The vulnerability of democracy, which has been a remarkable system, and I don't have to extol the benefits of it, but the vulnerability of it has always been the internal conflict that produces itself as anarchy. In World War II, four democracies chose to be autocracies because there was internal disorder and there was the belief somebody bring about order and get control of the situation. That was in Germany, Italy, Japan, and Spain. They were parliamentary systems that turned themselves over to that. So both systems have vulnerabilities. I think the main thing that we need to think about is those vulnerabilities. Democracy is an amazing system because the adherence to the rules and the system and the checks and balances is quite amazing, and it gives it a flexibility to change without civil wars. Um, um, but there has to be the respect of the rules. And when you see something like they will not accept elections or they will not accept rules, and history has shown when the causes that people at home are more important to them than the system is in jeopardy. So we have a situation that's very much like that in terms of, let's say, the 2024 elections. I believe that there's a very high chance that neither side will accept losing, for example. And so we have that kind of a situation. So one would hope that one can rise above the disagreements and rely on the system for resolving disagreements. Because if that doesn't happen, then we have our own chaos.
So the kind of the trend that started in 2020, I suppose it's been there, it's been growing. One representation of this internal disorder has been the growing trend of being skeptical about the results of the election.
Well, it started before that. There was the emergence of populism before President Trump was elected. He was basically elected as a populist because there was a large percentage of the population that felt that the system didn't work for them. And he tapped into that. And he was largely elected as a populist leader, first populist leader in a developed country. And so populism began then. And that was a battle of one group against the other. And so since then, it's been like that, and it continued to grow.
You mentioned the vulnerability of democracy, that internal disorder is the vulnerability of democracy. What's the vulnerability of a system like China? Maybe one way to say is put China aside and look at history, look at Soviet Union. What's the vulnerability of a communist type system?
Well, I'll call it both communist and autocratic, depending on how much autocracy, is that it lacks flexibility. It lacks the ability, but I should deal with them differently. In other words, there's the economic system. The economic system threatens motivation and productivity. So communism or socialism has to be done in a way where you can threaten productivity. Capitalism has, and what I mean by that, I mean free markets and capital markets have been an effective way of allocating resources and also creating the incentives and the resources, providing the resources for the inventiveness of new ideas. And so if I compare that, what the Chinese have done to a large extent is to recognize that and have made a move. That's why the seeming dialectic or the conflict between those two things exists. But anyway, that's it. As far as an autocratic system, rather than one man, one vote from the population up, the risks of the autocratic system is that there's enough discontent that arises that the system doesn't have the flexibility, and that rather than bending, it breaks. That's the big risk. The notion of trying to control the population, if there's that, rather than giving it the flexibility. So that would be the big risk of the autocratic system.
What's the human? You mentioned like the top gets bigger with empires, and you start taking things for granted. Is some of this just human nature? So the concern with China, with autocratic nations, concern with the Third Reich, the Soviet Union, was that fundamentally at the individual level, the humans involved at the top, they're starting to lose touch with reality in a way that no longer makes them. I guess that's the representation of the flexibility that you're referring to.
Well, I mean, in a democracy, you can change. You can go as far left or as far right. You can change the leaders easily, and so the people don't become, they pretty much only have themselves to blame. And one of the problems of that is they may not choose the best leaders, but they have that flexibility. So vote, you get what you wanted. In the case of the autocratic, let's say, leaders, and then the movement from democracies to autocracies, what you see normally, that movement
is that one of the systems is not working. Let's say the democracy is not effectively, everybody's arguing with each other, nobody's getting anything done. And, like Mussolini, the trains are not running on time. And that would be the example. Gee, this place has gotten chaotic. Will somebody get to control? And then you get the autocratic, and then he's autocratic enough to boss people around, and then you follow those kinds of orders. And it's like maybe a CEO with a powerful company rolling around, and that could work well or it could work badly. Most companies are run as like autocracies in a sense. There's the hierarchy and the command economy and that kind of thing. And that could work well or not. But then quite often when you get the populist autocratic, their personality is something that they want to fight. And they become more nationalistic, and they tend to become more militaristic. And human nature at that stage lends itself to fighting. There's an arc here that when we think we think of a country, and we say we have to think of a country. It's not true. It's not like that. There are individuals who change. One generation dies, and another generation comes along. And one of those arcs is that the ones who've been through war don't want to go to war and are more happily, willing to abide by whatever the rules are. As you get farther along into that cycle, you get a new generation, and they forget about wars and horrors of wars. Then they want to fight, and so you're seeing right now the emergence of fight for right, and what that means is you see it internally, fight, but where are you? Fight for that, and they need fight, and then externally fight. Are you going to be the strong one who will fight and win? And that develops on both sides, this fight and win, and each side is cheering each other on into a war. But that comes by those who really have not experienced war because it comes in their part of their lifetime.
Humans are fascinating.
Humans are fascinating. And that, by the way, human nature has not changed over the thousands of years. So it's so interesting because like in doing a study, and it comes across in the study, it's like watching the same movie over and over again. You see the arc, and you see it happen over and over again. The only things that seem to change are the clothes people wear and the technologies they use.
Yeah, and then somebody probably would disagree about the clothes. Maybe there's also cycles within fashions. They're doing that even creative there. What do you make of Russia and Vladimir Putin? What do you think about Putin as a leader, as a human being on this world stage, within the context of the cycles of empires you think about?
Well, Putin came to power at the failure of Russia's last order. So there was the end of communism, and there was the development of the market economy, the collapse of the Soviet Union. And at that time, he was appointed by Yeltsin, who was an alcoholic and had problems managing, and was put into power. And the conditions in Russia were the work. There was anarchy. There was no money. It had the classic end of cycle ingredients. It was broke. It was people were fighting with each other. It was anarchy, and that's when he came to power. And there were not institutions. That the whole thing had collapsed. There was not an effective Ministry of Education, Ministry of anything. And so the idea was that they needed 25 years of stability, and they needed a democracy, and they needed the improvement of capital markets. So he's been in that position as as I guess I would call him a semi-autocratic leader in that, from all indications, he would respect the democracy, and he's very popular. He's won democratic elections because he's been a strong leader and he's brought peace and stability to the Soviet to Russia after the breakup of the Soviet Union, and he's a strong leader in pursuit of the country's interests in a way where Russia is not a significant economic power, but it is a significant military power. So the issues, and then there's a strong alliance between Russia and China now. So that's kind of the lay of the land. And then there are sensitivities. The Ukraine issue is a sensitivity because there are a lot of Russians who live in the Ukraine, and there's also the issue of NATO on their border. So there are those kinds of things, and he has military power, and he has a strong alliance with China. And I guess that's my best summary of what his position is. He's strong leader, popular. These are not subjective interpretations. These are objective interpretations.
Yeah, it's interesting, just in this conversation, you're not sort of doing the usual criticism of any one particular system. You're looking at these systems from the perspective of history, just describing how they work. It's often times when you talk about what Russia is today or what the Soviet